Chapter 1. Sea Circle Calendar. In 1468, a merchant ship heading to the Grand Line was attacked by a group of pirates. A merchant couple and their children sank in Wang Yang. 2 months later. Grand Line, the ancient garden on the dinosaur island. Dark. Hot. Hunger. But judging from the current situation, he seems to have survived. Xin coiled around his body tightly, forcing himself to calm down. He is now in a very smooth and narrow space. Yes, this feeling is like an oval eggshell. But he was shivering at this moment, as if avoiding the pursuit of some unknown creature. Are you gone, that monster? 5 senses were confused. The vertical pupil covered by the protective film opened and lit up in the dark, full of panic. Click. Cracks gradually appeared in the eggshell, followed by Xin carefully opening the eggshell on top of his head, revealing a pair of strange eyes, watching the surrounding nervously. Hey, scared me to death. The clicks sounded one after another, and the dragon egg actually grew 2 feet, and then ran toward the bushes as if wearing a layer of eggshell armor. The speed was extremely fast, and it quickly disappeared into the original empty space. On the ground. I run, I run, I run. This strange creature ran quickly, gradually passing through the bushes and reaching the height of the cliff. With a strong leap, the moment he rushed out of the bushes, wisps of colorful Madara light shone in from outside. Oh! Overlooking the huge forest at your feet, the sweet birdsong and the gurgling stream under the deep valley are in sight. There are also marshes and shallow lakes, where the air is warm and humid, and food can be found everywhere. This is a certain island of the Grand Line. Many prehistoric creatures live here. It is a paradise for ancient species and a habitat for giant beasts and dragons. At this time, in the lush forest, Xin was still looking at the beautiful scenery in a daze. Suddenly, a thunderous sound came from behind, boom and boom. It sounded like a giant tank of tanks is moving. The next moment, Xin's eyes widened, hiding in the eggshell and backing away, as if seeing something incredible. I saw that the bushes in front of him were quickly overwhelmed, and a huge 4-legged monster nearly 3 meters high and 7 or 8 meters tall was slowly moving towards him. Covered with yellow-green scale armor, he has an extremely strong body. The huge long tail is swaying behind him. There are 3 sharp big horns on his head and a skull like a shield. On the whole, it looks like a huge monster rhino. But Xin recognized its scientific name in an instant, that is, Triceratops. But Xin is still a little nervous. Even if it is a Triceratops, it is inevitable to eat some meat. There is no absolute vegetarian animal in this world. Most herbivores can only be vegetarian because they do not have the ability to hunt, and meat is easier to obtain. Nutrition, so most vegetarian dinosaurs will eat meat once when they have the opportunity to eat meat. E.g. The Triceratops in front of Xin's eyes changed from initial doubt to curious. At this time, it gradually walked over and became excited. It seemed that it had discovered a wild dragon egg. Right. It's dragon egg. Xin wants to scold his mother now. He is a traverser, but as a traverser, he turned into an egg at the beginning, which is simply bloody mildew. If only you can fly. And when Xin was anxious at this time, suddenly, the voice of the system rang. Insufficient conditions. Unable to meet flight status. Pre-flight requirements, Level 5 evolution. Puff. Xin almost didn't vomit blood and died. This system really doesn't do anything at all. Or, what are the conditions for evolution? In short, his instinct told him that it is better to stay away from this Triceratops now. Something is wrong, and then look at the surrounding grassland. He wakes up suddenly. When I was in a daze, the Triceratops seemed to be scared away. Scared away? Xin's pupil shrank, and suddenly, a sparse rustle came from behind him. He shrank his neck subconsciously, feeling that something seemed to be slowly approaching him behind him, and the ground was shaking slightly. Suddenly, Xin's body froze, and a chill came from behind instantly. He knew that there was definitely a huge creature sticking behind his back at this moment. But he dared not move. Because the beast likes to attack those enemies who run around the most, it is out of instinct to avoid being hurt. Xin chose the life-saving method at this time: indent the eggshell. At the same time, I kept praying in my heart. Don't be a carnivorous. Don't be a carnivorous. Don't be a carnivorous. After turning into a dragon egg, Xin felt that he was bitten in his mouth by some creature, but his teeth did not forcefully, instead he was walking around with his teeth in his mouth. Ruined. Xin understood in an instant that he was caught by a certain carnivorous dragon, and now it might be taken to a quiet place and then eaten himself. Such is the lair. Sure enough, Xin didn't guess wrong, he was indeed taken to a huge dragon's nest cave, but the dinosaur that brought him over did not rush to eat him, but left it somewhere. Have they gone? Xin, who was talking to himself, quietly opened the gap in the eggshell, only to find that he was in a huge incubation nest of several meters. There were several huge dragon eggs in front of him, similar to his size. Then, another cool breeze came, as if something was observing itself. Next, suck and blow. Suck, blow. A hole. Eat if you want, why smell me? An angry Xin turned his head to slap the creature, and then saw clearly what was smelling him. What? Xin, who originally thought that the dinosaur who had caught him had already left, ignored that another dinosaur had been sleeping in the cave all the time. He should have thought about it. How could there be only one creature in a nest? Roar! In the dim light, the red pupils that were as huge as a lantern slowly opened, and Xin also thoroughly saw the true face of this dragon. P.S. This book belongs to the crazy evolutionary stream. The time background is the Rocks era. Charlotte Linlin is 8 years old this year, Kizaru is 1 year old, and Akainu is not yet born. The protagonist is also pre-developed. After a few chapters transition, the era of great navigation will be opened. The main dragon is the protagonist of the monster form. If you are interested, please don't hesitate to collect it directly. Chapter 2. But what surprised Xin was that the terrifying monster with teeth bigger than his whole body did not attack him, but let out a low growl in dissatisfaction, as if complaining about something. Woo! A pair of vertical pupils covered by the protective film suddenly opened and lit up in the dark, looking terrifying. The strong and burly body is much larger than the Triceratops. The knotted muscles and fine scales cover the whole body, and the huge head is covered with sharp teeth. At this time, it is condescending to overlook the movement in the nest, and its identity: it is the Tyrannosaurus, one of the island's top predators. This is Tyrannosaurus. Xin swallowed and watched the monster's behavior while he was scared in his heart, but what surprised him was that the other party seemed to think of himself as its child. I am adopted by Tyrannosaurus. Suddenly, there was a clear click from behind. Xin suddenly became nervous, focused his eyes in the darkness, and then turned around cautiously. Then he saw an eccentric big eye staring straight at him, and a little cute newborn baby Tyrannosaurus was hatched from the dragon egg about the same size as him. Roar! At this time, the female Tyrannosaurus was very excited to look at the newly born cutie, and then pushed Xin's eggshell with its short claws, indicating that he should also take off this thing quickly, and the other a small Tyrannosaurus touches. Xin quickly understood its meaning. However, if this thing on his body can be taken off, will he still be as though he is now? Take a deep breath. Pretend to greet his sister, and then carry it up. Because the newly hatched Tyrannosaurus Rex is a female, Xin voluntarily substitutes himself into the identity of his brother. I have to say that he accepts this setting really fast. But as soon as he came into contact with the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the sound of the system sounded again. The system has detected Tyrannosaurus Rex eggshell, the ability to replicate the form of Tyrannosaurus rex, will it be absorbed? Is this the plug-in renewal fee paid? Xin seemed to feel that her spring was coming, and decided to absorb it. Then he exploded. With a bang, to be precise, the eggshell on his body was instantly broken, and then it turned into nutrients to pour into the body quickly, and at this time, Xin also completely changed its form. Dragon eggs evolved, baby Tyrannosaurus beasts. Roar! Xin's eyes widened. At this time, its hands had become sharp claws, with long slender tails, dark scales and thin teeth, powerful jaws, and tongues in its mouth. At the same time, the system has unlocked new abilities. Meat eaterism, continuously restore health when eating meat, and the recovery speed can be superimposed. Big Stomach King, eating any 1 kilogram of food will permanently increase your physique, HP, by 1 point. Pika, you can swallow metals and ores to increase digestion speed, improve physical fitness, and get a random buff. Long Way, Predator Coercion, Dragon Attribute Conqueror's Haki. This means that his current situation is not very bad. Rustle. Suddenly there was a slight crawling sound from behind, and Xin was constantly licked by a wet tongue, causing him to hide in a hurry. Wow! The little female Tyrannosaurus rex looked at Xin very playfully, seeming to regard him as her own relatives. At this time, the evil dragon rushed in and pressed Xin all of a sudden, and then opened her mouth to bite. Although it doesn't hurt, it's very uncomfortable. Xin slowly moved his hind limbs, suddenly turned over, pressed her under her body, and then gave a low growl to warn her not to mess around. And the other side. The adult Tyrannosaurus rex watched the battle between these two little guys and quickly realized something. With a boom shaking, a huge piece of meat fell in front of Xin and the Tyrannosaurus rex. At the same time, the two little guys stopped the fight immediately, rushed towards the big piece of meat, bite down suddenly, and swallowed. Crunchy. While eating, Xin felt his bones crackling, and then his muscles became hot, and he felt an indescribable sense of strength. At the same time, he felt that he had grown taller. I see. This is triggered by the passive skill effects of carnivorism and Big Stomach King, because Xin is now in a healthy and full health state. When the health is overflowed, it will increase the upper limit of health, and the size will also change accordingly. Because Xin is now reenacting the Tyrannosaurus gene, all abilities are biased towards predators. 1 meter, 1 meter 1, 1 meter 2. Body shape is growing. At this time, the adult Tyrannosaurus rex was a little dazed. It knew that its child had grown very fast in the early stage, but it hadn't grown at such a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and it was a little frightened. So, it slowly got up from the ground, tilted its head, and stared at Xin curiously as if it had discovered a new species. Guru. After eating the last bite of meat, Xin seemed to realize that he was growing too fast, so he converged a little and sat on the ground with a full burp. The other side. The sister who was eaten by Xin most of the food and didn't have to eat, started crying, which also reminded the adult Tyrannosaurus to prey on more food as soon as possible to feed the two children in the family. Fortunately, at this time, the male adult Tyrannosaurus rex, who was out hunting, brought back fresh prey. Suddenly, Xin also fought with his Tyrannosaurus sister because of food grabs, but Xin is too strong and always eats the food first, resulting in little sister's share of food. Fortunately, Xin would always leave some food to fill that poor little guy. After all, it would be inhumane to live in someone's dragon's nest and eat up the children's food. Chapter 3. Soon. 2 days passed. Xin has also grown into a Tyrannosaurus close to 2 meters long, and his sister is only a poor 1.2 meters long. Of course, this is not malnutrition, but normal development, but Xin's growth rate is too exaggerated. At the same time, due to the food brought by the adult Tyrannosaurus and he couldn't satisfy Xin, he decided to go hunting by himself and start a small stove for himself. Certainly. What makes Xin annoyed is that his sister, this female juvenile Tyrannosaurus Rex, has been trailing behind him, wherever he goes, seeming to treat him as his only playmate. No, I have to let this little guy go away. If this goes on, I will be hungry sooner or later. Xin didn't want this little Tyrannosaurus to follow him. This would affect his hunting efficiency. It was not because she was afraid that she would snatch her food to eat, but because she was afraid that she would scare the prey and cause the food to escape. But a pity. No matter what he does, this sister will follow him inseparably, and she can't deceive them, because the two have almost no language communication, relying on physical movements and yelling. Forget it, just let her follow. When she can't catch the prey, she will naturally leave. Thinking about it, Xin began to observe the surrounding environment. He came near the beach, surrounded by yellow-green large real ferns that looked like banana leaves, and many scattered palm trees. The densely vegetated areas were actually jungles, but the jungles had many giant insects. And trap hunters, there are also crocodiles, snapping turtles, titan pythons, and other creatures. On the beach, mosasaur is very common, but mosasaur in this world is not so much a mosasaur as it is sea kings. Xin said inwardly. If there is a chance to hunt a sea kings, it will definitely be a good one. Of course, he can only think about it now. If he really meets sea kings, he will definitely be eaten. Tyrannosaurus Rex hunting and activities are mainly in plains and canyons, so deep jungles, marshes, deep seas, and lakes are dangerous areas that Xin dare not go to for the time being, and the safest place is definitely the edge of the beach, because the deeper you go to the inner island, the more complex the creatures become, and the carnivores are also in groups. So Xin, who sneaked out, took his Tyrannosaurus sister, and came to the beach at this time. Rustle. As soon as he arrived here, Xin noticed the sound of blades shaking nearby, and he instantly became alert, which showed that there was a creature nearby. Next moment, nearly 1 meter tall, with grey-blue feathers and huge sharp-beaked birds appeared in front of him. The guy looked like an ostrich, but he was very fat, silly, and looked stupid. Dodo. Before the surprised Xin had time to act, he suddenly saw a black figure around him jumping forward, biting the dodo's neck, and crushing it on the ground mercilessly, locking his throat to death. Xin discovered that the guy who killed the dodo was the sister he thought was a cumbersome. What the hell? Why is she so fierce? At this time, the Tyrannosaurus Rex held the corpse of the dodo in front of Xin, and looked at Xin with his big round eyes, as if he was the boss. Only if Xin took the first bite, she could take a second bite. It seems, I misunderstood you. Xin felt that the Tyrannosaurus was the real predator. And seemed very surprised, but quickly calmed down. Good job. Hina. My sister's name is Hina. Because Xin thought it was a little weird to call her little guy all the time, so he named the little female dragon Xena. After speaking, he walked towards the fruit-grown plant. As for the dodo, he was temporarily excluded. Hey! The little mother tyrant dragon Xena tilted her head and looked at Xin, not understanding what he was doing. Soon. When Xin picked up all the green oval fruits like mangoes and placed them near a huge boulder, they stepped back quietly. Hina, hide, the prey is about to be hooked. Under the guidance of Xin, Hina also wisely hid in the grass, showing a pair of big eyes looking at the place full of fruits. After a few minutes, the nearby dodos seemed to find that their food had been stolen. They suddenly screamed angrily. Then they were walking and suddenly found a large pile of wild fruits lying in front of the pile of rocks. Eat special. In other words, how did the dodo become extinct? Maybe it's stupid. Of course, most animals cannot be as smart as humans. At this time, Xin let out a low roar, and Hina on the other side also roared with the howling dragon. 2 Tyrannosaurus Rexes outflanked the stone in front of the stone. Dodos. Suddenly the frightened dodo birds began to flee, and Xin shouted "Stop them!" and rushed up first, killing them. "Can you escape?" Suddenly, after killing several dodo birds in one bite, Xin suddenly heard a voice in his mind. New skills: predatory instinct and hunting perception are unlocked. Predatory instinct: unlock the predatory instinct. When attacking the vitality of the prey, increase the critical strike damage by 600%. Hunting perception: unlock hunting perception. You can perceive nearby enemies, and greatly increase the alertness of the five senses. Xin froze for a moment. Is this about to evolve? Next moment, he began to check his attributes. It is currently level 1 Tyrannosaurus. Experience, /200 points. Health, 305. Weight, 250 kg. Sure enough, the experience value increased rapidly, and it was only 2 mouthfuls away from evolving to a level 2 Tyrannosaurus. And he looked at his sister Hina curiously at this time, and her attributes were also revealed in front of him. Juvenile female Tyrannosaurus Rex, level 1. Health, 97. Weight, 90 kg. Although the level is the same, the attributes are quite different. However, everything has to be done step by step. Generally speaking, weight and strength are directly proportional, and no one can eat fat in one bite. That's all. Time passed in a hurry, and it was 3 years in the blink of an eye. Chapter 4. In 1471, Grand Line, Dinosaur Island. The earth shook violently, and the Protoceratops ran in the direction of the canyon in horror. Behind them, a vigorous Tyrannosaurus roared and drove them unhurriedly, rushing towards the canyon. Go! At the same time, just as the Protoceratops were driven into the canyon, there was a sound of rolling rocks above the high cliffs, and the rumbling boulders crazily smashed towards the dragons, killing several Protoceratops in an instant. Roar! Suddenly, when the Protoceratops were preparing to retreat back the same way, a huge foot suddenly fell heavily on the ground. The burly and huge body copied from the back bread blocked them. This Tyrannosaurus was better than before. The head is taller and stronger, the horny skin is shiny and black, and the strong muscles give people a feeling of strength. Hina! The dark Tyrannosaurus monster suddenly smashed and tore the rock blocking it with its tyrannical body at this time, and roared at the Tyrannosaurus on the high cliff, and then a light-skinned female Tyrannosaurus slid down the hillside next. It broke into the original horned dragon group like a killing machine, the blood basin opened wide, and the hunting was carried out ruthlessly. Ah! The Protoceratops fleeing out of the canyon in horror, but the huge black dragon-shaped creature blocked the exit. As it swings its strong and powerful tail, it makes a resounding sonic boom, rumbling in an instant. The rock began to collapse, and the exit was heavily blocked, and then the black dragon raised its head and roared, resounding throughout the canyon. Okay Hina, stop, don't kill them all. This talking black dragon Xin stopped the female Tyrannosaurus Rex in the gluttonous feast in the dragon group at this time, and said that these Protoceratops are their domestic animals and will raise and protect them in the future. No need to go out hunting anymore. Roar! Xena licked the corners of her blood-stained mouth. At this time, she looked at the canyon with her beautiful eyes and ran over happily, hugging Xin affectionately. Don't know if you don't compare. When Hina arrived in front of Xin, she knew how huge the gap between the two was. Xena of the pure-blooded Tyrannosaurus is only 15 meters long and about 6 meters tall. However, Xin is 12.8 meters tall and 34 meters long. It is a complete super monster. Those Protoceratops are just like chicks in front of it. Certainly. Hina didn't know that the brother in front of him was actually not a Tyrannosaurus at all. No one knew what kind of dragon it was. On the contrary, as the age grew, Xin's back bulged two muscle tissues, things like the dorsal fin are becoming more and more obvious. Even Xin himself does not know exactly what kind of dragon he is. But what is certain is that it is just not a so-called dinosaur. XIN, growth period. Height, 12.8 meters. Body length, 34 meters. Weight, 76 tons. Race, Level 4 Tyrannosaurus form. The answer given by the system is nothing, but it can be anything. XIN was originally in the form of a dragon egg. As for the later evolution, it depends on his own choice. For example, he first came into contact with the Tyrannosaurus rex egg, so he absorbed the Tyrannosaurus rex gene, and now it looks like a Tyrannosaurus rex. But if the first contact is a toothless pterosaur, then he may look like a toothless pterosaur. In other words, the shape of XIN's evolution in the future is not fixed, but at least, he is quite satisfied with his current shape now, and he is already a king-level dragon on this island. Boom, boom. The body of the pitch-black Tyrannosaurus slowly turned, and the channel of the canyon could no longer accommodate its size. With the powerful tail swinging, the pile of rocks was swept and collapsed in an instant, and it also took the lead to leave here. A Tyrannosaurus followed closely. Hina, you stay here to watch them, I'm just walking around by myself. After the pitch-black Tyrannosaurus expressed his thoughts, he grabbed a few Protoceratops corpses and walked towards the dragon's nest to deliver food to his adoptive parents, the pair of old Tyrannosaurus rex. Immediately afterwards, when the food was delivered, XIN climbed to the highest point of the cliff alone. After crossing the swamp, the crocodiles and the titan pythons all retreated in horror. The snapping turtles, who were usually fearless did not dare to attack rashly, because XIN's the solace of a foot are several meters wide, and can be comparable to this size, only those giant herbivorous dinosaurs, but they are not rivals at all. Gradually, after climbing to the highest cliff, XIN looked at the pterosaurs lingering around him. XIN raised his hair and let out a huge roar, then turned to look aside his secret base. It is not so much a secret base as a cave. Because the cave was filled with the breath of XIN, a top predator, no other creatures dared to approach it, and the contents in it were also well preserved, the most important of which was an iron box. Precisely. That is the treasure chest, the favorite treasure chest of pirates and treasure hunters. Certainly. There is no so-called pure gold and silver, and there are no treasures, but a pile of yellowed newspapers, and it can be seen that some past events are faintly written on it. Grand Line News Express. Issue 271, the village of Elbaf in the Kingdom of Giants was destroyed. Fierce fighting resulted in many deaths. The principal offender was a 5-year-old girl who was suspected of having intermittent violent episodes. After destroying the village of Elbaf, there was no relevant memory at all. Issue 287, after a year, the girl who destroyed the village of Elbaf, the country of giants, accidentally killed Jorel, the giant hero Waterfall Beard, when she was 6 years old. Giants all over the world hate her for this, and the name Charlotte Linlin is also so. It is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Issue, in 1468, a merchant ship heading for the Grand Line was attacked by a group of pirates. A merchant couple and their 2-year-old son sank Wang Yang Zhong. According to the investigation, some of the mechanics and guards in the merchant ship survived the killing, but were arrested by Marine on charges of colluding with pirates and are now in prison. Yes, these are the newspapers that XIN has accumulated over the years. Through newspapers, XIN has been trying to understand the outside world, and he is also deeply aware that he is in the world of One Piece. Chapter 5. Speaking of, the life experience of XIN has not been introduced yet. XIN was originally named Li En. He traveled to the world as early as 5 years ago and became the child of a businessman couple. Originally, XIN thought he might become a rich second generation, do business with the world government, and then climb celestial. The relationship between dragons has taken off and made a fortune all the way, looking for a few beautiful women to be wives, so that they can live a life in peace and stability. But he was wrong. He was wrong, because he underestimated the greed of humans. Because of peeping at his parents' property, the former crew and guards colluded with a pirate group to set a trap, resulting in the sacrifice of dozens of people on and off the merchant ship, and he fell into the sea. When I wake up again, Xin found that he had become a dragon egg, with the dark but full of strange patterns around him, and he seemed to be bitten by the hungry. After that, Xin was horrified to find that he could no longer touch the sea, because once he touched the sea, he would become weak and limp, which made him very scared. Certainly. At that time, Xin had realized that he might have eaten the devil fruit unknown to Zoan in a hungry state. The system said it was a dragon egg fruit with evolutionary characteristics. Xin was also suspicious here. The island is alive carefully, relying on gathering berries for a living. Fortunately, the eggshell can protect his safety and keep himself hidden inside. But after being picked up by a female Tyrannosaurus for adoption, she met Hina, a childhood sweetheart and younger sister, and Xin, who had absorbed the Tyrannosaurus gene, could no longer restore her original human form. Precisely. Because of the lack of security, human beings do not have fangs and claws, they are easily attacked, coupled with the low level of development of devil fruit, resulting in Xin reluctant to change back to a human posture, not to mention that he has become accustomed to the way of life of giant beasts. It will be very difficult to adapt to the human form. Fencing? He will not. Boxing? He will not. Human beings almost only know how to fight freely, but in the state of a dragon, as long as they don't fall into the sea, Xin is the sole overlord of this island. But today, Xin does not intend to escape all the time, because the recent newspapers made him discover that the pirates who made him like this are still alive, so Xin intends to go to sea for revenge. But the problem is, in his current form, he is too big and can't fly. How to go to sea has become a problem. Shipbuilding has become the only option for Xin. But without a navigator and record pointer, it is difficult to find the right direction on the sea. Moreover, Xin is very hungry. He needs a period of storage and builds a strong enough ship to let himself smoothly leave this piece of island entangled by the storm. Yes. Dinosaur Island, like Skull Island, are hidden islands entangled by mysterious storms. Few people will pass by on the Grand Line. They have waited for at least a few years without seeing any ships. However, the effort pays off. When Xin waited for another year, a pirate group full of Western cowboy flavor and origin from West Blue entered the Grand Line. When fighting with the rival pirate group, it accidentally broke into this storm area. With the roar of artillery fire on the sea, Xin's attention was instantly caught. It's a pirate. Immediately after running to a high place, Xin saw clearly that a pirate group was parked near the beach. Look carefully. The pirate banner is a skull with horns. The bow is shaped like a bull skull. There are about a dozen people on board. Many of them are injured. A guy who looks like the head of a country's guards. Work with others to bandage the wounded and help each other. Brooke, search for supplies, I will take care of them. Okay, Captain Ban Biao. A tall and thin man with an exploded head raised his head at this time, blocking the scorching sun with his hands, and began to look around this very old-looking island. It looks like an uninhabited island, so lucky, yo ho ho ho. Immediately afterwards, Brooke put on the rapier and decided to explore the ancient forest in front of him and obtain some life-saving medicine and food for the crew. The other side. Xin's gaze retracted from the gang of pirates and fell on his own body. As the ground vibrated slightly, the majestic behemoth body slowly stood up, and countless birds and pterosaurs were frightened and fled in all directions. The sharp teeth and claws that exuded cold light slowly opened at this time, and then slowly contracted following the horror of the muscles. For the first time, Xin has transformed into a human form. His height of 9 meters 8 is obviously a burly giant sweat. At the same time, he also has an incredible majestic appearance and a strong sense of oppression. Haki that makes mortals afraid of presumptuous. Between Xin's eyebrows, there are two bulges like dragon's horns, with dark hair draped over his shoulders. Underneath his burly and muscular body, there are sturdy dragon claws that are not like humans, arranged with large and small bony scales. Ta ta ta. He walked towards the foot of the mountain step by step, his feet trembling slightly on the ground. Outside of the nearby icy rock, the beetle about half a meter slowly moved its hind limbs and began to retreat. The carnivorous lizards nearby also felt tremendous pressure, even if it was transformed. He took the form of a human, but Xin's Haki, who belonged to the Tyrannosaurus king, spread out without any reduction. At this time, Brooke looked at the surrounding forest environment in surprise. Many unfamiliar vines and plants and huge insects made him feel uneasy, so he clenched the weapon in his hand. He has served as the captain of the guard and the acting captain, so he has a considerable degree of strength, is good at fencing, and is a very powerful swordsman among humans. However, there are many oddities in this world, and there are unexpected threats in many places. Even Brooke has become vigilant. Herbs, there must be some healing herbs in such a big place, but there are so many kinds of plants that I don't know many of them. Brooke looked for herbs in the nearby bushes, and then picked some berries and walked while eating. But suddenly, as if he felt some threat, he drew his sword abruptly, turned and looked behind him. Raptor. Brooke's eyes widened and saw a group of small dinosaurs chirping through the jungle, and suddenly realized that the island might have been isolated from the world for a long time. Fortunately, it's just a velociraptor, but if you encounter any monsters, it's not good. That's right. Brooke nodded in agreement. But then took a breath of cold air and looked back suddenly. An extremely tall figure stood in front of him, staring at him condescendingly. Thin body. Sir, did I break into your sight by mistake? Brooke raised his head and looked at the exposed strong abdominal muscles, the shoulders covered with dragon scales and the broad body, and his eyes met the man's wild and animal golden eyes. Hello, intruder, my name is Xin. Chapter 6. It was a burly man like a dragon reflected in Brooke's eyes. To be precise, this man is not only burly and tall, his muscles are strong, but his personality must also be particularly bold and unrestrained, because he is not wearing clothes, walking naked in this virgin forest. If it is not a lunatic, it is the owner of this island. Calm down, be calm. Brooke is worthy of being the head of the kingdom's guard. He silently warned himself not to irritate the person in front of him. Now the Rumba Pirates group he belongs to has already been severely damaged. If something goes wrong in this situation, that must be worse. So Brooke took a deep breath, then smiled and said, "My man Brooke, the deputy captain of the Rumba Pirates, has no intention of offending Mr. Please forgive me." Tisk. Xin hasn't communicated with humans for a long time. At this time, looking down at Brooke, her sharp eyes seemed to make him see through. Take it here. Hey? What? Brooke said, looked at the sword in his hand, hesitated, and handed it over. Be careful, it's very sharp. Yes. Xin snatched Brooke's weapon, glanced at him, and then stared at the rapier. Brooke's sword, in front of Xin's burly height, looks as small as a toothpick, and it is very good for picking teeth. However, Xin looked at it for a while and said, I gave it permission. You can land on the island and collect life materials freely. Grateful. Brooke raised his head in surprise, and the gentleman bowed to express his gratitude. But Xin showed a hairy smile at this moment. He said, I have one condition. If you refuse, I will kill you all and throw it into the sea. What conditions? Brooke was terribly scared. Now that his weapon has been confiscated, he is really helpless to fight back. The condition is, let me become a member of your pirate group, of course, temporarily. Oh, it turned out to be like this. Brooke stayed on the spot for a few seconds, and then suddenly laughed how and said in a clear voice, "I was scared to death. I thought you wanted to ask if there is a lady on our boat. The answer is no. Yo ho 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 ho. Sorry, this joke is not funny at all. Although Brooke is a gentleman, he is sometimes too old-fashioned." However, Xin didn't respond to his cold joke, so Brooke didn't dare to make a joke anymore, but took him to see his captain and others. Rumba Pirates, by the campfire. As night falls, the dim dinosaur island can also see the bright moon and stars, and the air here is more comfortable than other places, and there are not so many mosquitoes flying on the edge of the beach at night, but occasionally a few dodo birds are sneaking around. When they ran nearby to pick fruits and eat them, these birds were simple and stupid, a bit like stupid chickens in other places. However, it is undeniable. There is a devil fruit in the form of dodo in this world, but I don't know that the hanban will eat this kind of fruit. Generally speaking, the person who eats it doesn't have a brain problem, it is forced. That being said, someday in the future, Xin will actually meet a capable person in the form of a dodo, but this will be the story many years in the future. Come back. If the Rumba Pirates didn't die halfway, they would definitely be at the Four Emperors Pirates level after 50 years. At present, the fighting power of this group is not too weak. The average dinosaurs are completely not an opponent. That's right, Mr. Xin, thank you very much for taking us in at this critical moment. If it weren't for your generosity, we might die outside. As the captain, I am very grateful to you, Mr. Xin. If you really want to join our pirate group, please accept my thanks. The captain of Brooke's pirate group, nicknamed Madara Biao Yankee, is a man of true temperament, who is very kind, and even kneels to express his gratitude at this time. No need to thank me. Xin also had his own purpose, and he took out a newspaper from his collection, handed it to Brooke and others, and asked, "Do you know this pirate group?" "This is." Brooke looked at the flag of the pirate group, then his eyes widened, as if seeing something angry. "Captain, it's them." Immediately afterwards. After Brooke's captain Madara Biao took the newspaper, he glanced at the newspaper, his expression turned cold, and said solemnly, "They are members of the Plague Pirate Group, they specialize in burning, killing, looting, and robbery at sea. To be honest, they are the guys who forced us into the sea this time." Chapter 7. What a coincidence! But it's right to think about it. The place where the merchant ship Xin was in was killed in the nearby waters. After a few years, it is normal for the pirate group to do some robbery in the nearby waters. Rather say, they took this sea area as their own territory, and Brooke's Lombard pirates and the merchant ships they used to stay in were not allowed to enter this sea area before they were attacked. Thinking about it this way, it is not impossible to find them and kill them all. Very good. Another condition for me to join your pirate group is to kill all of this pirate group, not leaving one. Don't worry, Mr. Xin, needless to say, we will take revenge sooner or later. Having said that, after the Battle of the Rumba Pirates in the original book, all members except Brooke died of the plague. Come on, finish this glass of wine. Good. The huge wine glass collided with other people in Xin's hands, and then he lifted his neck and drank it. Suddenly, his strong and burly muscles began to become slightly hot, as if some steam came out of his skin. Trigger passive, immune to alcohol. Alcohol is not a good thing for cells, so when it is drunk into the stomach, it is directly squeezed out of the body, so that Xin can't get drunk anyhow. It seems that I can't experience the pleasure of being drunk. NS. Speaking of which, Mr. Xin, you should listen to this story. Brooke, do you think Laboon will wait for us? Laboon. Yeah, Laboon. When we were in West Blue, we met a little whale. It was bullied by various beasts at sea until one day, it met us who was singing. After that, the little whale kept going. Following us, it is always so happy and safe. However, when we decided to come to Grand Line, we had to leave it near Upside Down Mountain, because Grand Line is too dangerous. Don't be sad, Brooke, we will see each other when we go around the world and come back again. The name Laboon. It's kind of familiar. Suddenly, Xin thought of a giant island whale in the original work, Laboon, which originated from West Blue and is the largest island whale in the world. Yo, Brooke, sing a song. Captain Madara Bayao noticed the surrounding atmosphere and leaned forward with a grin, rubbed Brooke's explosive head, and said, "How about Bink's wine? I like this." The other members of the pirate group cheered. Yaha hower hower how, yaha hower hower how. Yaha hower hower how, yaha hower hower how. Benefits from the guests: good wine, facing the wind, rain, and huge waves. My favorite flag is flying under the clear sky. In the chorus of the Rumba Pirates, there are players playing the violin, accompaniment, and humming to the tone. When Xin heard this song for the first time, it felt very ordinary. But now, he felt a simple and magical voice, and his thoughts were full of thoughts. After experiencing so many things, he was not only immersed in the singing. If you don't dislike it, let's sail happily with us. At this point, Brooke's iconic laughter sounded. His voice is very contagious. At this time, he comforted Xin not to keep his face all the time, and began to take the initiative to hold his hands and clap his hands in accordance with the rhythm. Bring Bink's wine to you. Others were singing, playing and singing, the entire huge bonfire was blazing, and everyone's emotions were very high. This joyous atmosphere was something Xin had never felt before. He gradually fell in love with the free life of this pirate and made his determination to go out to sea even stronger. Roar-ang! At this time, a loud Tyrannosaurus roar abruptly sounded behind the campfire camp established by the Lombard pirates near the beach, instantly making the entire pirates nervous and immediately entering a state of alert fighting. Sit down. Xin shook slightly, then reacted, raised his head to look at Brooke and the captain and others, and said, "I will introduce you to." At this time, behind Xin came the sound of shaking mountains, followed by the eyes of a female Tyrannosaurus opened completely in the dark, staring straight here, like a calm huntress, curious staring at this group of humans, approaching step by step. "Mr. Xian, you behind you." A group of pirates all pointed behind Xin in horror, as if some terrifying monster was looking down at him. "Don't worry, she belongs to me." Xin smiled slightly, not worrying about his safety at all. When he knew that his entire upper body was swallowed by the huge mouth of the blood basin, the voice stopped abruptly. If it weren't for Xin's burly and tall body, he would almost be swallowed in one bite. But even so, Hina bit his upper body until she bit into her mouth, and she found out who this familiar smell was. Suddenly, Hina spit out the man, backing a few steps, her eyes filled. It was horrified and unbelievable. Chapter 8. Damn, why? Xin was half kneeling on the ground at this time, his body was already wet with Xena's saliva. He turned his head back a little heartbroken, and said, 3 years. Since childhood, I have been in bed for 3 years, I still don't remember my smell. Hina, brother is disappointed in you. You. I am not, I don't. At the same time, Hina looked at Xin with an expression of overwhelming shock, her big bright eyes filled with disbelief, as if she was saying, "Why do you become a two-legged beast? You are not a brother, what are you? Who is it? Come here, Hina, give brother a hug." After hearing the familiar voice, Xena hesitated for a moment, and slowly moved closer to her. After all, although her appearance had changed, her breath and voice were the Xin she was familiar with. Only, even in human form, Xin is much taller than his sister. Her sister is 6 meters tall. When Xin stood up at this time, it was already close to 10 meters. It's better to say that the size of Sister Hina is more suitable for a mount, but the idea of riding your own sister is too bad. But in fact, the relationship between Xin and Hina is more like a childhood sweetheart, because they grow up together at the same age, but the mentality is different, so the age difference can be reflected. Come out, don't hide. Xin turned his head. The members of the Rumba Pirates group showed their heads one by one from the back corner of the camp, and sighed with relief. I was scared to death. I thought this Tyrannosaurus Rex wanted to eat us. Yet, Mr. Xin is really amazing. He can tame such a fierce dinosaur, but you just seemed to call it. Did I hear it wrong? Sister. Any questions? Xin said without looking back. Do you think she is not qualified to be my sister? Or do you think I'm just talking crazy? No, I'm just a little surprised that humans actually made friends with the dragons. Just like us in Laboon. Before Captain Madara Biao finished speaking, Xin interrupted him again. You are wrong. The sister I mean is literally, not what you think. But you are obviously human? Who told you that I am a pure human being? Just after speaking, the earth shook suddenly. A sudden and terrifying roar resounded through the night sky, tearing the earth apart, reverberating between coastal hurricanes and raging waves, and the entire beach seemed to be shaking violently. Roar. The dull thunderous roar resounded, and there was a violent tremor from the depths of the sky. It was like a powerful heart beating like crazy. The members of the Rumba Pirates who were on the sidelines were horrified, while Hina seemed to have expected it, with a frenzy. The earth was suddenly startled. The figure of a behemoth carrying a majestic power rushed out of the shackles, and appeared in front of them. That is Xin's dragon form. The scales on the body like the Tyrannosaurus are small and dense, and the exposed hard bones extend from the head to the tail behind, like short spines. In addition to the strong offensive power of the tough big tail, the most important thing is to balance left and right. The sharp teeth and terrifying huge mouth make people shudder, possessing terrifying bite strength and hardness that other Tyrannosaurus does not possess. Its saliva is highly corrosive and accelerates eating and digestion. Because the muscles are all over the body will collide with crazy congestion in the process of rage and fighting. The thicker nail skin will prop up the blood vessels to cool down. The parts that have been injured will tear and emit a deeper red blood light. In a state of anger, any pain will stimulate its aggressiveness to greatly increase, becoming extremely violent and destroying the enemy. These characteristics are all a bit like the Tyrannosaurus in Monster Hunter, the gluttonous king of horror. Of course, this is only part of the evolution. The scale armor is a passive skill skin hardening, the exposed hard bones are a passive skill temperature measurement dorsal fin, saliva is a passive skill strong acid digestion, and muscle congestion is a passive skill blood fury, greatly improved, attack power. The crimson light emitted when injured is a passive skill super self-healing, activates cells when injured and greatly improves the healing effect. It can be said. At present, Xin has very high skill points in the Crazy Fight, Warrior, and Damage Increase series, and not much skill points in the General, Haki, Coercion, and Multi-Function skills. Because Xin is currently following the growth path of horrific abuse and killing, once the killing intent is committed, it will not give the enemy a chance to breathe. Therefore, the more courageous the war, the more ruthless the war is his personality. P.S. The current protagonist is only in the growth period, and there are various mature, perfect, and ultimate evolutions in the back. At this time, Xin's vision was extremely sharp, and the dragon's vertical pupils were like a burning flame nebula in the dark, as if to see through everyone present. Its unfolding huge body slowly approached the members of the Rumba pirate group. Under such terrible shocking pressure, everyone involuntarily backed up, and each of them showed instinctive fear on their faces. Sneer ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Xin laughed wildly, and then returned to a human form, smiling very arrogantly and happily. Reintroduce myself, my name is Xin, Dragon Fruit Tyrannosaurus form capable person. Chapter 9. Certainly. Dragon Egg Fruit, which sounds very special, can't be said, so Xin lied that he was in the form of Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus and Tyrannosaurus rex mean the same thing, so that others would not doubt him. Scared me to death. Brooke laughed first. How, I almost thought I was going to be eaten. Ah, I am too thin, Mr. Xin should not like to eat thin people. I don't eat people. Xin shook his head, and when the Rumba pirates were relieved, they suddenly said, but Hina might eat it. My sister is a pure-blooded Tyrannosaurus, not demon fruit power. Finished. The others looked at Hina's sharp and clean teeth, and suddenly felt a chill. That is to say, if Mr. Xin is going to see, your sister Ms. Hina will also follow, right? Captain Madara Bayao nodded at this time, looked at his ship, and felt it was time to expand. Hey? When will I? Before Xin had time to explain, the others started booing. With Mr. Xin here, we will definitely be able to break through the Devil's Triangle this time, and then go all the way to the legendary The Fishmen Island. Ah, the beautiful mermaid ladies. After waiting for the Fishmen Island, we then go to New World and complete the world voyage for a week ahead of the others. At that time, we will be One Piece. Wrong, the One Piece is me, haha. At this time Roger was just a rookie pirate. No, it should be said whether Roger became a pirate or not is still a question. That's right. Welcome Miss Hina to join our pirates, take out all the wine tonight, have a good time. Oh. In this way, seeing Xin of the Rumba pirates for the first time opened his journey of great voyage. In this era when everyone has the opportunity to become the One Piece King, the king of the tyrannical Dragon Kun, who has made future generations frightened and talked about, took his sister Hina on the journey. In 1473, the Rumba pirates stayed on Dinosaur Island for about 4 months, and finally they were about to go to sea. During this time, Xin didn't want Hina to follow him to the Grand Line to try her luck, because Xin knew how terrifying the Grand Line was. Some pirates haki were invincible, and armament haki per capita, as a member of the Dragon Clan, could bully ordinary humans. But it's not enough to face real masters. Xin said that some great swordsmen can slash a warship away, while the luxury class warships are much larger than the largest dinosaurs. They are all made of steel and cannot withstand a single cut. But Hina said she was not afraid. If Xin didn't take her away, she would just swim there. Alright. Xin had to compromise, because if Hina really planned to swim over, it would be dangerous. She is not a whale laboon, and the sea is full of sea kings, which can be easily eaten, but considering Hina's size is very small, she is not unable to get on the boat. It is quite ordinary for Xin's height meter. This height is only a little higher than the future Big Mom, which is similar to the future Kaido. If Hina is forced to follow, she must increase her combat effectiveness, and the most effective way is devil fruit. In addition, Hina also hates sea water, so devil fruit is the best choice. Therefore, Xin is considering giving Hina a devil fruit. Logia is definitely the best choice. Paramecia is the next best thing, Zoan. But if you encounter Zoan's eudemons, or the human form, you can still consider it. And also, don't underestimate the inherent advantages of the Dragon Clan. The Murlocs have a strong sense of superiority when their wrist strength is 10 times stronger than that of humans. As a Tyrannosaurus clan, their inherent advantages are much stronger than humans. The advantages of human beings are reflected in their minds and savvy. In terms of combat effectiveness, the dragons can crush most biological races under the same training intensity. Even Xin can proudly say to others, the one in front of you is an ancient race from hundreds of 10,000 years. In contrast, Hina is only 5 years old this year, so she can kill a Diplodocus that is more than 30 meters long and weighs about 10 tons. What were the others doing when they were 5 years old? I'm afraid I haven't learned how to fight. Except for Charlotte Linlin, she is a monster. And also, for reference, in the future, so many people and beasts pirates will be capable of ancient dinosaur forms, such as the toothless pterosaur of Blaze Cinder, the Brachiosaurus of Plague Quinn, and Jack the Drow are just mammoths. Hina is pure blood. This kind of Tyrannosaurus rex, if trained effectively, or even learned armament haki, Xin feels that she will never be weaker than the so-called ancient demon fruit power. Hina's parents, the adoptive parents of the old Tyrannosaurus, are in fact middle-aged. The lifespan is still very long. In one sentence, humans don't worry about the lifespan of other dinosaurs. Maybe when you die, they will not be adults. Chapter 10. On average, dinosaurs can live to at least 100 to 200 years old. If there are no diseases and injuries, a healthy and strong Tyrannosaurus can live to 300 to 500 years old. If the individual is particularly strong, it can even be longer. There seems to be a 1,000-year dragon in this world, and real dragons also exist, and their lifespan is usually ridiculously high. But perhaps it is because of the overpowering talent that caused the dragon clan to gradually decline. There are only a few places in the existing dragon clan in the world, such as Prehistoric Island, Little Garden, Ancient Garden, Dinosaur Island, Skull Island, Combelt, and so on. Dinosaurs still exist in these areas. Start sailing. Looking at the beasts on the island, many predators raised their heads to congratulate the island overlord to leave. Brooke and the Rumba pirates couldn't help crying. But only Xin knows that those dinosaurs are not sad for their departure, but feel ecstatic. This bully has finally gone, and now they finally don't have to worry about living their lives. Alas, the world is very cold, and now even the dinosaurs have become shrewd. 3 days later. Grand Line, near the sea area of the Devil's Triangle. Hey, Hina, don't be afraid, it's safe now. Xin gently stroked the neck of the female Tyrannosaurus in front of him at this time. She was like a shivering cat, and her look of fear was a bit unspeakably cute. Brooke, go see if that sea kings has caught up. Okay. Brooke climbed up the mast smoothly, and then through the binoculars, he clearly saw at least 2 large sea kings, each of which was 10 stories high, several times larger than Xin's dragon form. At least 2 of them are still in hot pursuit, please be careful. Brooke also quickly notified the news. Damn it, those damn sea kings, didn't they just steal their 2 cubs? As for the chase, sea kings reproduce much faster than dragons, hundreds of babies a year, no wonder be able to become the master of this sea. Hearing Xin's complaint, the other pirates were speechless. No matter how able to give birth to sea kings, but you are the one who snatches and eats their children. That's not what you said when you stole their cubs. But Xin's bad luck is their bad luck. Now they are all tied to the same boat. Don't despise anyone. It's a big deal to die together. Run, although you are a little embarrassed, but sea kings still can't afford it. Even Xin feels that he is very strong, but seeing that huge body as stalwart as a mountain will still give rise to the idea that, sure enough, sea kings are the real sea overlords. Even if he can fight sea kings one-on-one, it's not worth it in this situation. Okay, Hina, you are a Tyrannosaurus. Can you be more courageous? But the Tyrannosaurus Rex is only the overlord on the land, but it can still be the target of bullying when it runs on the territory of other people's sea kings. However, just as Xin comforted Hina, everyone looked at the sea kings in the distance and gave up chasing. When they were relieved, they suddenly raised their hearts to their throats because of the vibration of the ship. What's the situation? A pirate immediately went to investigate whether it had hit a reef, but it was a deep-sea area. What? The pirate who saw the movement under the sea suddenly screamed in horror. Following Xin's gaze, a blue eyeball larger than the hull suddenly opened, just staring at the Rumba pirates. Shib. Suddenly a long, penetrating roar sounded. Everyone on the ship, including Xin, burst through their eardrums. Run away! Can you escape? Hold on to the hull, it's going to be swallowed. Some of the people whose eardrums were pierced by the sound even started to have a concussion. At this time, covering their ears, Kikia rolled on the deck with blood. Some people even went crazy when they saw this monster, as if they had seen Thulhu. So, what exactly is this monster? Just as Xin was also panicked, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. System prompt, new discovery. Legendary creature island-eating monster. Hunting rewards, dragon roar, super gastric juice, gluttonous blood, gluttony and viciousness, tough muscles. Island eater. Wait, could it be said that it is the monster that smashes shit bigger than the island? In the cowhide that Usopp once blew in the original work, there is an island eater. However, the real island-eating monster appeared in Little Garden. Just when Luffy and the others were about to set sail, the island eaters swallowed their ship. Dory and Brokey used the giant's ultimatum to kill the island eaters to keep Luffy and the others safe. Unexpectedly, the island eater was found in the dense fog strait near the Devil's Triangle. It can even be said that this island eater is likely to appear on the end of Little Garden in the future, but it has not yet swam to Little Garden. Hurry up! At the moment when the Big Mouth fell, the whole ship of the Rumba Pirates group and a large amount of seawater were poured into the body of the island eater. Watching the teeth close, the surrounding became dark and violent. Floating towards the stomach of the island eater in the shaking. Chapter 11. It's dead now. When the oil lamp was lit, a strong stench came, and the bodies of sea kings and other fish and shrimps were everywhere. Members of the Rumba Pirates and Xin looked around at this time. The pink fleshy wall looks very thick, the stomach space of several hundred meters is very large, and there are many sundries and corpses floating on the sea. Don't worry. Xin stood up at this time, observed the waterline of the boat, and then said, "This island eater is very big. If he wants to digest it, we must first drain the seawater in his stomach. At that time, it is the gastric juice. When we corrode. But before this process comes, we still have a day or so to save ourselves. Help yourself? I get it." The captain's eyes lit up and he immediately ordered, "Get all the explosives and fire at one place." "Yes, Captain. I have to say that these people are extremely powerful, and they are soon filled with cannons." At this time, they focused on the flesh wall of the island eaters and opened fire. Boom 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 boom. The shell slammed into the flesh wall, but there was no fart. The flame went out as soon as it burned. Xin immediately stopped them. "Stop it. The island eaters that can hunt sea kings, how could it not be possible? With a little defensive power, the cannonball cannot kill it, and it will also accelerate the consumption of oxygen, making us die faster. Puff through, puff through." Hearing what Xin said, the others knelt down on the ground one after another, their eyes trembled slightly. At this moment, they began to pick up the notes and began to write and draw tremblingly. "What happened to you guys?" Xin looked at these strange guys. Why did they suddenly start writing diaries? "Mr. Xin, I am very sorry to involve you and my sister." Brook also looked sad at this time. He handed over a diary and said, "If you have any last words, please write them down together, there are not so many regrets." "WDNMD!" Xin yelled, then threw the note to the ground, and said angrily, "How the hell could it be cold as soon as he went out to sea? Let Laozi get out of the way, I'm here." "But Mr. Xin, it is so huge." "Really?" Xin looked back at the others at this time, showing a creepy smile. "It is very big, but this is just right, I can eat it unscrupulously. In this place where there is no shortage of food, I can eat all its flesh and blood alive, only the bones are left." With that, Xin's figure has gradually grown larger, and everything around him gradually shrouded in his shadow. "Perhaps today will be your doomsday, but for me, if I just die like this, I look down on people too much." In a blink of an eye, Xin has turned into a huge black dragon, pounced on it, and the claws ruthlessly split the pink fleshy wall of the island eater, and the whole dragon was embedded in the flesh and blood. He opened his huge and distorted blood bowl and roared, "As long as this guy is eaten by me first, it will never be able to digest me." Xin at this time is as if to swallow the world, shocking, gnawing the body of the island eater crazily. Stomach piercing. Pain. Roar. No matter how violently the island eater struggled and begged for mercy, the black dragon opened its huge mouth, stuffed it with meat, chewed constantly, and then swallowed in its abdomen. Super gastric juice. The new abilities that were constantly unlocked began to accelerate their digestion. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the huge stomach of the island-eating monster was penetrated little by little, and the flesh and blood began to disintegrate and fall into the body of the black dragon. Roar-ang! The female Tyrannosaurus rexina couldn't help but rushed forward at this time, eating the meat of the island-eating monster, while the others looked at each other with surprise eyes. It just so happens that we are almost exhausted before, everyone, we have a banquet, raw fish banquet. Oh hoo! I have to say that this idea is very good, but only Xin can do it. First, it is impossible for other people to tear the thick fleshy tissue of the island-eating monster. If they can tear it, they will burst out directly. Secondly, no one has such a big appetite, and Xin digests while eating and transforms it into energy to enhance his strength. His size is constantly getting bigger, so he eats more and more hungry, and constantly begins to evolve. But the island eaters can only think that they are unlucky. If they don't swallow these people, they might be able to kill them directly with one tail. But the current island eaters can only drink the sea water for self-help, and then continue to kill them. Diarrhea, trying to get rid of the people of the Rumba pirates. But a pity. It underestimated the stickiness of Xin. This black dragon grew up in the flesh and blood of the island eater like a parasite. At this time, it began to make holes in the island eater like a tunnel, and walked to where to eat, continue to devour and devour. The experience value grows like crazy. It didn't take long. When the system prompt sounded, Xin slowly stopped and did not continue to eat. The current experience points are full. Do you evolve? Chapter 12. Newly unlocked Level 5 Evolution, Dragon Form. Newly unlocked Level 5 Evolution, Roaming Dragon Form. Newly unlocked Level 5 Evolution, Flying Dragon Form. Different forms, including many different individuals, and will vary according to individual factors. The dragon has a pair of huge dragon wings and limbs. The physics department has the strongest hand-to-hand combat power and can use elemental power. The dragon is very long, like Kaido, but also like a Hyuxia dragon, possessing the ability of Logia, and can use elemental power. Flying dragons are the fastest and are true predators of the sky, but their forelimbs and wings are connected together, like flesh wings, and they can also use elemental power. Still need to say, the dragon evolves. Xin, who has a burst of damage from the physics department, chooses the other two types. It would be a waste of the talents accumulated in the early stage, so at this time the evolution of level 5, mature body, chose the dragon form. Mr. Xin, your body, doesn't it matter? At this time, the human closest to the black dragon is Brook. He said with a look of astonishment and concern. In front of him, Xin's body muscle tissue began to tear like a blood-red light, and there was a lot of pink steam on the body surface. Volatilizing outwards, the water and blood in the body seemed to burn. Don't worry, it's just that the blood circulation has accelerated. It's easy to say, in fact, Xin's body cells are mutated like an accelerator. This mutation process seems too exaggerated to scare the onlookers. Roar. The sudden pain caused Xin to roar, and his body changed drastically. Based on the original Tyrannosaurus form. Now it has become a huge skeletal dragon with huge horns on its head and full scales erected. It has very strong muscles, an epidermis that can easily resist any attack, and an extraordinary regeneration ability. The black dragon Xin at this time has completely become a four-legged double-winged standard spec dragon clan, but the extra sturdy body shrimp with the iconic big horns is covered with weapons like spines. There are many dark black and dark purple patterns on the skull and torso. This kind of skin looks very manic. It can be said that Xin at this time is the most vivid display of the image of the so-called magic dragon. The new form is unlocked. The behemoth hunter, the black dragon. In addition to the developed limbs and tail, the black dragon is a giant dragon with developed wings. The black dragon horns extending from the head to both sides are extremely penetrating, which is very suitable for fighting large targets. That huge horn full of deterrence and lethality overlaps with the dense bone spurs on its body, making people shudder. Many of the huge wings on the back are folded to cover the shoulders, and can be used for rapid high-altitude sliding and collision attacks. If you learn armament haki, you can even release armament haki outside, which penetrates the enemy's body like spines. The image of this dragon is reminiscent of the so-called exterminating dragon. The only difference is that the black dragon looks more evil, and is very biased towards the evil dragon in people's impression. It is a greedy, violent kun. Roar. At the same time, accompanied by a strong roar, Xin, who has completed level 5 evolution, displayed even more violent anger in the midst of anger. Those huge and strong claws severely tore apart the flesh and blood of the island eaters. A lot of scorching blood splashed on Brooke's face. Xin was obviously terrified at this time. Mr. Xin, calm down. Calm? Brooke. I'm calm, no one is calmer than me. But I have to get angry to get my body into a violent state. This is a way to greatly increase my attack power. So, the more I behave the anger, the calmer the heart. But, furiously digging at the flesh and blood in front of him at an astonishing speed, the giant wings that were folded behind couldn't help but unfold completely to maintain the balance of the body. With the forefoot stepping on the wall of flesh, and with the movements like ghosts and gods, the black dragon Xin waved his wrist frantically to destroy everything. This is too scary. Brooke thinks that Xin is not as calm as he said, but out of a sense of tyranny of an impulse to destroy. However, when Xin frantically destroyed and dig the tunnel, Brooke found that there were many abnormal halos near the black dragon's back spine and the bloody glow from the torn muscles, which looked a little scary, and they were all converging from the abdomen toward the vicinity of the throat. Mr. Xin. At this time, Xin also noticed the abnormality of his body. As he eats more, his body feels bloated, but that is not full, but something seems to overflow. Suddenly, he seemed to be thinking about something, no longer suppressing this urge to cough. I see, it's dragon breath. It's getting stronger and stronger. Because the accumulated abilities were too much to be able to control like a cough, when the black dragon Xin raised his head to accumulate energy, Brooke had already retreated. Chapter 13. Gluttony and Bitterness. The black dragon raised its head to accumulate energy, and then leaned over to spew black and red air waves to shoot. When the dragon's energy breath covered the body of the island eater, the flesh and blood disintegrated in an instant, and the huge black-red light beam penetrated the sky. It broke open from the spine of the island eater and reached the sky. System prompt: successfully kill the island eater, the reward has been issued. However, due to eating too much, the remaining breath has no place to vent, so Xin began to turn his head to correct the direction, and then flung out a black-red cutting beam. At that moment, the sky and the earth flashed, and the island-eating monster was thousands of meters huge. The body shape is directly divided into two. Hey! After finishing his breath, Xin felt as if his body was hollowed out. At this time, he couldn't help feeling the terrifying destruction he had caused. Finally, it wasn't until the 5th level of evolution that I truly realized the power of the dragon egg fruit, but I don't know how powerful it will be when the fruit power is awakened in the later stage. Devil fruit is like that. Some, such as Logia, are very strong in the early stage, and invincible after eating. Some such as paramecia rubber fruit, the more developed the stronger, but there are limits. There are also later evolutionary fruits, such as egg fruit, dragon egg fruit, etc., which have very strong evolutionary characteristics. The more developed they are, the more powerful they are, and there is almost no upper limit. Successful. 10 minutes later, the ship of the Rumba pirate group finally escaped from the body of the island eater and appeared near the dense foggy sea area at this time. But at this time, everyone looked like a monster, looking up at Xin, a black dragon with a wingspan of more than 80 meters and a height of nearly 50 meters. Now he has evolved again, of course, the smart captain and Brooke. I also realized that Xin is not a capable person of the so-called dragon fruit Tyrannosaurus form at all. But they didn't choose to ask questions, because such a strong man had nothing to do with them. They just got on the same boat just by chance. The other side. Unlike the shocked Rumba pirates, the little mother Tyrannosaurus hyena has a face of skepticism. Her expression becomes very strange and suspicious, as if she is saying, "Brother, how did you grow wings?" It turns out, when you grow up with your companion, suddenly become different from yourself. Only the most familiar people know what it feels like. It's more than just joy. And more is pressure. From the new novel group 7122205071. 111111. This group updates daily novels. From the new novel group 7122205071. Woo. Hina can't speak, but she can express her thoughts spiritually. She is now very worried about whether Xin will suddenly fly away, and then don't want it. Wow! Wow! The flapping wings produced intense wind pressure and strong air currents. Under the hurricane created by the dragon wings, the surrounding waves rolled up, causing the ships of the Rumba pirates to quickly leave the dangerous area. At the same time, Xin flew down from the high air, and turned into a human form the moment he arrived at the Rumba pirates, and then landed with a bang, almost not sinking the ship. If it was in the form of a dragon, it would be tens of thousands of tons. Weight can destroy everything. What's wrong with you, my little cutie? As soon as Xin landed, she noticed Xena's slightly unfamiliar eyes, as if she realized that she was not a Tyrannosaurus at all, but a completely different species from her. This seemed to be very difficult to accept. Roar! Hearing Hina's low growl, Xin explained, "Don't worry, you can grow wings too." The members of the Rumba Pirates group had a question mark at this time. They said, "How can you lie to her? They all said that they are pure-blooded Tyrannosaurus Rex, how can they grow wings? Have you heard of armament haki being released? When you have cultivated to a certain level, haki will fly into the sky, how handsome." Xin comforted and convinced Xena that she could grow wings someday. On the contrary, Brooke and the others were almost not scared to death. "Haki Huai, how is this possible? Is that something human can do?" However, Hina doesn't seem to be a human. Maybe the dragon-like creatures have more haki reserves than humans. By the way, Mr. Xin, I don't know what you plan to do in the future. Find the plague pirates and kill them all. Xin said blankly, but there was not much hatred in his heart. It was not so much revenge as it was to complete his mission. Since then? Do you have any ideas to break into the Grand Line? I don't know, I may go to New World, or I may find a woman to live a peaceful life. If conditions permit, I will just live my life in a bland way. Such a waste. The members of the Rumba Pirates shook their heads and sighed. They said, "Mr. Xin, you are so strong. If you are willing to take risks, you will definitely be stronger than the pirate named Rox." Rox? Is he strong? I don't know, we have only heard of his name. It is said that he is an ambitious guy, powerful, and the people under his hands are desperados. Some time ago, the news said that he was recruiting partners in New World. A young pirate girl joined in, it seems to be called Charlotte Linlin. Chapter 14. Yes, that's her. Charlotte Linlin. Brooke also said the name at this time. He happened to read the news. That girl is not a good crop. It is said to be very terrible. She was almost destroyed when she was only 5 years old. Elbaf Giant Village. I know, she is very unusual. Xin nodded. As the future 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin's age is also very fierce. Mr. Xin, if your ultimate goal is One Piece, then I suggest you cooperate with rocks. Captain Madara Biao pondered for a moment, and then rationally analyzed, as pirates, they may be more pure than us. At present, we only have Brooke with a reward of 33 million, and they, just the girl named Charlotte Linlin, already has a bounty of 500 million berry. 500 million. Xin was not shocked, on the contrary, the other members of the Rumba Pirates group were dumbfounded and took a breath. Yes. It is 500 million. I was shocked at first, but this kind of performance on that boat is very average. Captain Madara Biao continued, the crew of Edward Newgate, Golden Lion, John, Akoku, Silver Axe, they all have a bounty of 300 to 1.5 billion, and Captain Rocks has a bounty of 2.4 billion. Now they are the most powerful pirate group in the eyes of the world government. It is said that their team is about to dominate the Grand Line. That's why you suggested that I go to work with Rocks, right? Xin thought about it, and had to say that if it was really aimed at One Piece, Rocks pirate was worthy of consideration. But even if you cooperate with Rocks, the person who eventually becomes One Piece may not be Mr. Xin. Other competitors are also very strong. And I heard that Rocks pirate is unstable inside, like a pool of loose sand, everyone's personality, they are all weird, and they are likely to fly separately at the critical moment. They are not really a solid pirate group. Okay, let's not talk about this. First find the Plague Pirate group, and then break through the Sea of the Devil's Triangle. Understood. Looking at these smiling pirates, what Xin didn't expect was that such a healthy and lively person would soon say nothing and disappear. The sea is far more terrifying and dangerous than the jungle. In the deep forest, you only need to be wary of poisonous insects and beasts, but in the sea you never know whether the next enemy you will face is a storm or a powerful sea monster, or if you get lost for a long time, thirst and lack of food will be a little bit tortured the body and spirit until death. Sudden hurricane, hot air column caused by submarine volcanic eruption. Even the giant sea kings that can swallow a ship in one bite, at least Xin has experienced all the above dangers. This is a genuine pirate ship, very exciting, but Hina almost vomited several times. But regardless of the storm or whatever, it did not stump the Rumba pirates' determination to move forward. Of course, this might seem too idealistic, but those who can survive on the sea are definitely people with great perseverance and ability. All members of the Rumba pirates are from West Blue, the strongest sea in the legend, where the red-haired Shanks was born. Even the navigators are more experienced and courageous than other places, and the overall combat power of the Rumba pirates is not weak. When ordinary people encounter island eaters, they are scared to pee. In the process of being swallowed, they were crushed by their jaws. But although the people of the Rumba pirates were panicked at that time, they all stuck to their posts, went up and down Ishan, and overcame the difficulties. In terms of personal combat effectiveness, currently only the captain, Brooke, and a few senior officials have a bounty of more than 10 million berry. After all, this group of pirates has just entered the Grand Line from West Blue not long, and the crew's personality is calm and prefers to be lively, not like traditional pirates who burn, kill, loot, and do no evil, so it is normal for the bounty to be lower. The other side. Hina lay down beside the man obediently. Everyone else was playing cats and dogs, but he, Xin, playing a Tyrannosaurus was different. Regardless of the aesthetics of humans or dragons, Hina belongs to the very beautiful kind, with smooth scales and a well-known figure. She likes to act like coquetry and cuteness. Sometimes she can be cold, sometimes even tsundere. But what really makes people think she is beautiful is those eyes. Each race may have different aesthetics, but most races have eyes. Longan is different from the eyes of other biological races, just like cat's eyes are also called gems. Dragon's eye pupils are simply the rarest. Exist as precious as a gem. Hina's jewel-like dragon pupil contains the breath of life, and its color can speak meanings that are difficult to express in words. The whole body is leaning towards crimson, and after seeing it for a long time, there is even an illusion of being able to see the flame nebula. The erect pupils are looking at the observer urgently, like a smooth mirror, reflecting their own figure. Devil fruit. Xin has been staring at Xena and has no other meaning, but is observing her characteristics. What kind of devil fruit is more suitable for eating? It is also a good choice to eat Logia and transform into an elemental dragon. For example, frozen fruit, snow fruit, look at the frost dragon. For example, Mara fruit, lava fruit, please find out about the red dragon queen. After all, it can be transformed into any form after elementalization, at the cost of losing part of the physical attack power, but considering its versatility and power, Logia's choice is relatively advanced. Paramecia is very different. Paramecia will become very strange, so I won't give an example here. What's more, if it's a relatively buggy paramecia like thyme fruit, even if you don't eat it, it's good to collect it. Zoan is the most complicated one, it contains many special cases of eudemons. For example, angel fruit, Hina will become an angel dragon, similar to Kanna. For example, devil fruit, Hina will become a hell dragon, and also has the form of a succubus. Wow! When I think of this, Xin suddenly feels like he is playing a nurturing game. I am excited when I think about it, but I can only think about it for the time being. P.S. Hina's choice is currently undecided. If you have ideas, you can discuss it in the book review. If you want to have all of them, it is not impossible, such as adding a devil fruit to synthesize variety fruit. Chapter 15. Because although devil fruit will more or less affect the user's personality, the user's personality remains unchanged. Here, consider a fitness. If the fit between devil fruit and host is full, then the speed of development is also its faster, and it's far easier to awaken devil fruit's ability than people with low fit. Not to mention, these devil fruits are hard to find. System prompt: Devil fruit illustration book has been unlocked. I really wanted what I wanted. Just when Xin was in trouble, the system sounded again, and then gave out the way to obtain devil fruit. Angel fruit, an ultra-rare animal species, originated from any Sky Island zone, randomly generated, currently no one uses it. The grey ones on the devil fruit illustration book have been eaten by no one, and the ones that are lit are written with. Represents the name of the user. This is so convenient. Moreover, the system constantly hints that Xin will hunt for those demon fruit powers to search for the devil fruits they want. The system clearly stated that devil fruit users will be refreshed 100% after death. E.g., Xin wants to get the lava fruit. If it has not been eaten by Akainu, he will go directly to the volcanic lava zone to stay. This lava fruit is only a matter of time. If it is eaten by Akainu, it will be easier. Grab Akainu directly to the devil fruit refresh location, and then kill it. It is best to carry a basket of fruit on your body. Maybe you refresh it under your nose, so that you can successfully complete the devil fruit reincarnation. Most other devil fruits also follow this principle. For example, Xin's dragon egg fruit was found on Dinosaur Island, which shows that the birthplace of devil fruit is related to the environment. As long as you can find a place similar to hell, you can definitely find devil fruit. According to the devil fruit illustrated book as shown, both angel fruit and devil fruit belong to devil fruit with S-level rarity and no one currently uses it. The curious Xin glanced at the Paramecia devil fruit illustrated book. Shock fruit and time fruit in Paramecia are all lit up. The username of time fruit is unknown, but shock fruit has been clearly marked as Edward Newgate. At the same time, dark fruit is grey, which means that no one uses it. Among other more powerful S-level Paramecia, there are sky fruit and atmospheric fruit that have not been discovered. It can be said, the higher the rarity of devil fruit, the stronger it is theoretically, and the harder it is to find. Some devil fruits are chosen by them on their own initiative, and some devil fruits are obtained through hardships. Although luck also accounts for a part, as long as you have the patience and strength, you will always find your favorite. That devil fruit, no matter what it is, as long as it is not very special, for example, the fruit of time, it will be difficult for you to catch her when the user travels to the future. Ah ha ha ah ha ha ha. As expected of the system, there really is a set. Xin stared at the refresh time of Devil Fruit's picture book. Almost every few seconds, dozens of people would be killed. Similarly, every few seconds, devil fruit would be eaten by lucky ones. Finally, the curious Xin took a look at where his devil fruit ranks. Dragon egg fruit, one of the rarest devil fruits, originated from the Dinosaur Island zone. Hundreds of 10,000 years have never been discovered before. There is the only host Xin. Comfortable now. Everyone thinks that their abilities are unique, including Xin. But it makes sense when you think about it. After all, a place like Dinosaur Island is in a storm. It has been a place where no one would approach rashly for many years, and dinosaurs seem to be a little jealous of devil fruit. They dare not eat these messy things indiscriminately, even if they smell the smell. Avoiding sight, the dragon egg fruit was put on hold for hundreds of 10,000 years until Xin, who was hungry and fainted, took a bite and passed out. After waking up, I found myself becoming its owner. This is how devil fruit chooses people, not devil fruit. It is the kind of devil fruit that suits you. They will find ways to get close to you, attract your attention and let you eat it. Although it is a bit metaphysical, it is the same as drawing cards. The more you want it, the harder it is to get. Each person can only draw once. Krypton gold and liver equals open hanging, not counting. On the contrary, if you are destined to have a fate with that card, then a single draw is a miracle. Hina's choice of fruit is not in a hurry for the time being. Because Xin still can't get out of her body to help her find those rare devil fruits, her current focus should be on the enemies she will face next. Plague Pirates. Chapter 16. This is an extremely despicable, cunning, and hateful pirate gang. They do all things evil, and the ability of the crew is also extremely terrible. Just like the name, several codders of this pirate group are said to be demon fruit power, and they are all poisoned. Related. All of their members are poisoned on weapons, arrows, and guns, as well as various weapons of mass destruction, such as gas bombs, venomous plague, wind of death, and so on. Their captain looks like a rat in personal form, covered with plagues, viruses and various bacteria, and his front face looks like a bat. The ability is to spread a dark green plague wind, and all the places he travels. In the dead place, no creature can escape the pain and death caused by disease. This ability is completely different from Magellan's poisonous fruit. The poisonous fruit is at least not contagious, but the plague fruit can spread and can be passed from person to person. Late at night, just when Xin and Hina were asleep, a burst of shelling suddenly sounded outside. With a bang, all the members of the Rumba pirate group were awakened and ran out one after another. What happened? Enemy attack. Zoman Ruo, pull the distance, we have entered the sea of hostile forces. Understood, Captain. The navigator quickly controlled the direction of the ship, and at the same time, because the shells were exhausted in the stomach of the island eater, now they had lost the means of counterattack. Where is the attacker? Xin pushed the door open at this time, bent down and walked out, looking up at the distant sky. Call out. Suddenly, the parabolic shells slammed into his face, and there was a violent explosion, terrifying the members of the Rumba pirates, but soon, when the smoke dissipated, Xin made a shot. The harmless face appeared again, but it had become more grey and black at this time. Threw up. There was a smell of gunpowder in his mouth. Xin's face was extremely gloomy, and it could be said that it became very scary. I want to kill them all. Xin roared and jumped high from the deck at this time, rushing in the direction of the pirate ship that fired. Mr. Xin, be careful is a trick to lure the enemy. Captain Madara Biao suddenly yelled. He has seen the behavior of the plague pirate group. First, make a sneak attack and try to make sure that there are no weapons of mass destruction and powerful guys on this ship. If they do, they will send troops around and outflank, and then carry out a siege. Lure the enemy, they lure me over. But they are going to die soon. Can you bear it after being bombarded with shells? Xin's already relatively manic temper was directly ignited at this time, and he tore his clothes, his body swelled and became huge in mid-air. Horror dragon! For these people, it must be evil! Xin roared. Suddenly Captain Madara Biao and the members of the Rumba pirate group felt that the sky and the earth were discolored, and the starry sky was covered by huge wings that obscured the sky and the sun. At this moment, in front of Xin, they really felt as small as ants. Boom! With a loud noise, the huge dragon shadow flew forward, and the air and sea stirred up wild waves at this moment. Many people were directly spewed out of blood by this huge dragon roar. Ship, Captain, something is approaching. In the camp of the pirate group, the members of the plague looked at the dark dragon shadows flying from the moon under the night sky with binoculars, and suddenly felt shock and terror. Dragon, it's a dragon. What are you kidding? How could there be a dragon on the boat of the cowards of the Rumba pirates? Before the plague captain, who looked like a rat man, came back to his senses, the terrifying air waves hit, the surging airflow from time to time gave out thunderous explosions, the sea swirled and danced in the storm, and the dragon covered the sky. The wing vibrated and flapped. The black dragon Xin, which was stopped quickly, caused a tremor of the atmosphere and the wave of a tsunami. But boom 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 boom! The earth was suddenly startled, and as it fell suddenly, the impact force of 100,000 tons swept along with the dragon's tail, squeezing out the air, forming a huge vacuum wave. Pirate, you are too crazy, right? The black dragon stood under the moon night, and the huge wings slowly spread out, covering the sky like everything. You. The earth was trembling, and the consciousness of the captain of the plague pirate group suddenly awakened. When his eyes gathered, he was horrified to find that the dragon had already stood in front of him. Quick! Attack! The pirate group of hundreds of people was awakened in fear at this time, hurriedly filled the cannonballs, picked up the weapons in their hands, and fired frantically at the black dragon. Bang! 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 Go to hell, monster! Kill it! Chapter 17. Boom! Huge explosions sounded continuously in the air, and the mud and sand were tumbling in the storm and heat waves. I saw Xin blocking his body with huge dragon wings, completely wrapped in invincible defense. Those shells and guns clanged on the ground one after another, because the scales were so strong that no one could break its defenses. Despicable reptile! An ant-like existence, dare to provoke me! Heilong became terrifying in an instant, and the crackling bone burst sounded. His whole body seemed to explode with countless air waves, and his muscles were knotted. At this time, his big wings shook and he was pulled into the sky in an instant. Deadthorn dance! Like a black rainstorm overwhelming the sky and the earth suddenly burst into black light. I saw the black dragon's body suddenly jumped from a height, and the moment it pressed the ground, it whirled and flicked its tail, destroying everything that was swept into powder. Not only that, but the hideous black thorns growing in its body, the dragon's arms swept across the ground, like cleaning the desktop garbage, all the pirates, along with the cannon and the fortress, were wiped out at this moment. In the next second, hundreds of people died instantly. The captain of the plague pirate group was frightened, and his eyes widened blankly. It seemed that he had never seen such a terrifying monster before. In the next moment, it seemed that a huge mountain of tens of thousands of tons was pressing on him. Under Xin's sharp eyebrows, a pair of terrifying dragon pupils full of murderous intent, staring at the captain of the plague pirate group. "Remember me!" Roar. The huge roar made the 7 orifices bleed, tearing the eardrums, and at the same time this terrifying black dragon was transformed into a human form, holding the plague captain's neck with one hand, and lifting him like a chicken. I got up. "Remember the hapless businessmen and couple you attacked 5 years ago? Although their deaths are very sad, this is not exactly why I want to tear you apart. You shouldn't have appeared alive in front of me. You should live like a maggot in a dark corner. In that case, I might give up chasing you down, maybe. Who are you, you? What is the relationship between the merchant couple and you?" Some suffocating plague captains desperately slapped the steel-like arms, his feet were off the ground, and he thumped desperately. At this time, his heart was full of fear, and his body emitted a strong green plague poison, and began to spread towards Xin's body. "Go." System prompt: "You are being eroded by the plague and a lot of bacteria." Click, click, click. Holding the fingers firmly, Captain Plague's neck also made a crackling sound of bones, and at this time the plague wind of the dark green Tarsus had begun to follow Xin's breath and entered the body. System prompt: "You have been infected with the plague." At this time, Xin gradually calmed down. The name plague did not scare him, because the body temperature of the dragon race was higher than that of most animals, and in ancient times, any parasites and viruses were difficult to threaten. The life of a dinosaur, even if there is an ancient virus, and it is not something like a mere plague that can threaten him. Just as Xin fearlessly, his powerful cells directly killed all invading viruses, and also unlocked a new passive immune disease. System prompt: "Do you want to keep the plague seed? You can unlock Plague Source." Plague Source: the plague corpse dragon can evolve. When attacking the enemy, the plague layer will gradually stack up. When the layer stack is the highest, the target will fall into an explosive death. Plague. Xin does not want to become an ugly monster like a corpse dragon, and he does not need to use poison to kill the prey, but will waste his choice. Although the poisonous dragon sounds terrible, if there is no chance to get close to the enemy, it will still is useless. Keep it first. Although I can't use it for the time being, it might be useful someday in the future. More power is better than nothing. He doesn't need to use poison, but he can't live without it. When I got back to my senses, Xin looked at Captain Plague. At this time, he was pinched to death by himself, his eyes were blood red because of congestion, and his brain seemed to be seriously damaged by the interruption of blood circulation. Ugly, don't harm other people when you die. After seeing the poisonous venom from Captain Plague, Xin threw him on the ground, and then raised his head to eject a terrifying black and red dragon breath, sweeping across him like a ray of life disintegration, and then appeared on the ground. The huge scorched path, together with the entire pirate camp, as the fire burned, the poisonous gas began to turn over in the black smoke, and was eventually consumed a little bit. Seeing such a scene, Xin gradually calmed down, and the blood on his body disappeared. At this time, he spread the huge wings behind him and flew back several tens of meters. That's it. Roar. A loud roar resounded all around, and a terrible coercion enveloped dozens of miles around. The huge black dragon flew to the distant sea at an astonishing speed. The ripples and mist in the air showed sonic boom clouds. In the blink of an eye, the pirate camp exploded one after another in the flames. At this point, the plague pirate group is completely wiped out. Chapter 18. Mr. Xin. Like cheering for the return of a hero, Xin, who had killed all members of the plague pirates, surrounded them with excitement one by one. This could avenge them, and they all became happy at this time. "Everyone, it's a banquet!" Captain Madara Biao shouted wildly. "But Captain, we are out of alcohol." "Then eat meat and drink water." Yo-a-ho-ho-ho. Brook laughed. "Stop it, don't waste food." Xin is undoubtedly the highest on board of the Rumba Pirates, but now he seems to have something to say. "What's wrong, Mr. Xin? The plague pirates are completely wiped out. I don't think anyone can survive that kind of offensive." Hearing this, the members of the Rumba pirate group seemed to be aware of something, and at this time they showed sad expressions. "I gotta go." As they guessed, Xin no longer has the need to stay here. He said, "I will take my sister Hina around the world, looking for the legendary devil fruit and treasure. Maybe if you get rich, you can buy an island-sized villa, and then set up your own door and raise dinosaurs. Maybe we will continue to be a pirate, find the legendary treasure, and complete the voyage around the world. Maybe, I will look for some as a crew member of the ancient species of demon fruit power, such as barbarians, Giganotosaurus, Carcharodon, and Tyrannosaurus, and then gather the 4 strongest carnivorous teams to become the Emperor of the Sea." It sounds very far away, but if it is Mr. Xin, I believe you will be successful, no matter what lifestyle you choose. "Thank you, Brook." Xin said half-jokingly, "I hope you can live a good life. Don't wait until the next time you meet, you will all become skeletons." Haha. It's naturally impossible. To become a skeleton, Brook is the only one. It's funny to say that this guy said he had eaten devil fruit, but he hasn't shown any ability yet. I doubt whether he eats or not. Fake devil fruit, ha 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 ha. As Captain Madara Biao said, the others burst into laughter, and even Brook lamented that he might have eaten fakes. Don't worry, any devil fruit has its meaning and value. Brook's devil fruit may only be triggered after death. Mr. Xin, stop joking, or I might really want to die. Laughing hard at me, Brook. As influenced by Xin's personal charm, these people turned their sadness into a smile during the parting period, and no longer felt sad. But Xin just smiled and didn't continue to say anything. Because he knows. The Rumba Pirates, in the original work, was annihilated by other pirates in the Devil's Triangle 50 years ago. This seems to be destined, and it is destined to awaken Brook's fruiting ability, but what Xin can do is to help them get rid of the threat of the plague pirate group, and solve their personal grievances by the way. As for what the Rumba Pirates will become in the future, that is not what he cares about. Come on, guys, when we say goodbye to Mr. Xin and Miss Hina, let's have a long-lost chorus. Okay. These hospitable pirates are more like musicians. Xin once asked them why they must be pirates. Some people may say it is for freedom and adventure, but their answer is for life. Brook walked slowly to the piano and sat down. Captain Madara Biao picked up the cello, and the others played music. Solo, duet, trio, quartet, cantata. An unparalleled pirate concert is here. When we meet next time, it will be a story 50 years later. At that time, Brook was still sitting elegantly at the piano and played the song Bink's Wine. Only. At that time, he claimed to be the king of souls. But tears flowed from the empty bones in the eyes, and flowed down the bones into the piano. Brook smiled on his back, looked at the familiar tall figure in front of him, and said a sentence that made people cry, "Long time no, Mr. Xin. Parting is painful." The short time together also gave Hina a special feeling for the so-called pirate life. At first, she was very afraid of the unfathomable sea, as if there were many cannibal monsters underneath, which was a kind of for sea kings. Kind of instinctive fear. But now that he left the pirate ship, he was a little uncomfortable. About why Hina is afraid of sea kings. In fact, to put it plainly, sea kings are also one of the ancient races. They evolved from the same ancestor as the dinosaurs. There is no bloodline suppression. After all, it is normal for terrestrial creatures to fear marine creatures in the sea. Who is afraid of who is not necessarily. Facing the king of the 5-kilometer level sea kings, the behemoth family is not completely without the power of a battle. Like the Lord, the Boeing Islands, the behemoths of the islands, the giants of the dense fog strait, etc., they are all representative giants of terrestrial creatures. The beasts, which feed on sea kings, are more than thousands of meters in size, and some are even tens of thousands of meters. They are the representatives of true overlord legendary creatures and the spokesperson of the world's largest creatures. Hina is mainly too young, so she is afraid of those huge monsters. When she truly grows into a dragon queen, she will realize how timid she was in the past. After all, in this world, innate advantage is part of the ability, but more depends on acquired hard work and growth. This is the meaning of the word evolution. Chapter 19. The next day. After leaving the Rumba pirates, Xin, the dragon brother and sister, landed on an island outside the Devil's Triangle. There are deserts and cacti, and the climate is hot and dry. It is a bit like the Western Kenyan area where Tyrannosaurus rex lives. It is the desert climate that Xena is more familiar with. Don't complain, Hina. The purpose of the Rumba pirates is different from ours, and the difference is inevitable. It seems that Hina likes to eat meat with the pirates, and occasionally tastes the taste of wine. Now the sudden parting also makes her feel a little sad, and she has not paid attention to Xin. But at this time, after bringing a Tyrannosaurus to the town, Xin can be considered famous, because everyone saw him and Hina were scared away. No store dared to open for business at all, and even some marines in the distance were awkward. Shaking and hiding in the base, he didn't dare to come out. Roar! Hina, who saw many strangers, obviously showed a nervous hostility, and at the same time was very curious about the surrounding buildings. In Hina's perspective, everything in the outside world is unfamiliar. Rumble! The next second, after Hina knocked down a house, she seemed to be taken aback, and hurriedly turned back to look at Xin, saying that it was not her fault, but that the thing was too fragile. Fear, dinosaurs. The screaming house owner, who was still squatting in the pit at home, suddenly saw the house collapsed, and then a huge dragon pupil was staring at him, and suddenly ran outside without lifting his pants. The young village girl, who screamed distortedly because of fear, dropped the milk jar she was holding on the ground at this time, and ran home without looking back. The other side. Many similar things happened. Everyone was scared and screaming. Only a few people didn't scream, but they looked nervously to this side. These people were either bounty hunters, mercenaries, or pirates, but they were afraid of them. It's not really Hina the Tyrannosaurus rex, but Xin who exudes invisible haki from time to time. Because this Tyrannosaurus rex was brought by him, and it looks very docile, this is enough to explain the truth, that is, this man is far more terrifying than Tyrannosaurus. This simple truth can be judged by individuals. That's why they are afraid and dare not approach here. Unless someone is desperate, or someone who has confidence in their own strength, they will take the initiative to strike up a conversation. Okay Hina, come back, they are all afraid of you. Xin waved his hand and scanned the environment of the town at this time. It was like Hai Shui Town and Armadillo Town in the Western film. Many people were dressed in cowboy style, with a revolver hanging around their waist. It is a place with sturdy folk customs. But no matter what, the sturdy folk customs does not mean that these people will not be afraid of the unknown. Suddenly a person leading the Tyrannosaurus into the village, and strong like a giant dragon, who is not afraid. However, Xin's height can be controlled. The 9 m 8 size is very compressive, but it can be reduced to about 2 meters. But why Xin still likes to move with a taller head, mainly because it shortens the vision gap between human form and dragon form, because the change of body shape will cause misjudgment in battle. In order to adapt to this poor range, Xin usually will appears in the eyes of everyone as a young, strong, and tall macho. If necessary, it can be reduced to a handsome man of about 2 meters, but only when picking up girls. Roar! In the tavern, the door was knocked open and the roof of the house was torn open. A Tyrannosaurus and a tall man were sitting inside. The store manager was trembling in fright, and asked in horror, "This lord, what do you want?" "Give my sister something to eat. I want the best meat from you here, otherwise I will kill your horse and roast it. I want some drinks, if not, I will change to wine, although wine and water are the same." "Understood. Let's do it." The store manager hurried to the back kitchen, but suddenly, Xin called him, "Don't worry about the money, I will make up for all your losses here, but if you run away, there will be nothing." Clear. The store manager's heart was tight, and after thinking about it, the stranger was right. On this island with a desert climate, where he can go, it is better to meet Xin's requirements and then make a lot of money. "Please, let us go. We really don't have food and water." At this time, the noise outside attracted Xin's attention. The manager who ran out robbed a house on the street in order to get him water and food. Came in with a smile while holding the water. "My lord, your water is here." Xin looked at the half-pot of water swaying in front of him, and seemed to suddenly realize that water is money in the desert, because people here drink ordinary cactus juice. Those who can really afford water and wine, also there are only outsiders. Chapter 20. Xin frowned slightly and looked at a middle-aged man in the mud outside the house. He has grey hair and long black hair tied into a ponytail. A bangs hang down from his left temple. At this time, his body is muddy and looks very different. Embarrassed. But this guy is a Shin's hand. Xin noticed the revolver around his waist and the left hand holding his right hand at that moment. He was forbearing, trying to control himself so as not to cause trouble. It was this scene that caught Xin's attention. He thought it was just a looted hapless person, but now it seems that he is trying to protect some people who are unwilling to shoot, even if he is hit in the shoulder. Who is that hapless guy? The store manager looked at the man outside, frowned, and said angrily, "FK off, Bill. This is not a place where you can come. Didn't you see that I was receiving big guests?" Bill Beckman, this is the name of the man. It is said to be a gold prospector from North Blue. He was hunted down for not knowing what he committed. Later he met a woman and got married. Now his wife is pregnant. Just come to our town to hide for a while. I didn't expect this BD to dare to follow, didn't he just grab some water? At this moment, the man's facial features were twisted together because of pain. He looked to this side very eagerly, standing at the door with a little fear. Xin and Tyrannosaurus rexina did not dare to come in. The name Beckman is a bit familiar. Xin tried hard to recall the memory, and gradually overlapped with a person's figure. I see. The man in front of him should be the father of Ben Beckman, the second in command and deputy captain of the future 4 Emperors Red Hair Pirates. Even the facial lines and hairstyles on their 2 faces are exactly the same, and they are also from North Blue. After all, if Shanks, who is cheerful and happy and likes banquets, is compared to the sun, Beckman, who speaks little but does not lose his majesty, is the moon. It was this man who showed the pirates' horror and original appearance to the enemy. He has accumulated experience in a long sailing career, a clear-thinking brain and extremely high combat effectiveness. As a character whose strength can be compared with the red hair, even the strong of New World will tremble when they see him. In the future, Ben Beckman is the deputy captain of Red Hair Pirates of Kun Pro New World, but now, he is nothing, even in his mother's belly. Give him the water. I don't want to be infamy for bullying the man who raises the family, even if I can completely slaughter your town and find water by myself. Ah, yes. Where did the store manager dare to say anything more? The grandfather did what he wanted to do. At this time, he hurriedly handed the Beckman the kettle, and signaled that he didn't hurry to thank the adult. Thank you for your gift, thank you for your gift. Beckman squatted his head quickly, and then left with water in his tears in gratitude. As a Shins player, Xin believes that he has the power to kill the store manager and most of the villains, but he did not do so because he is not alone now, but has a pregnant wife who needs him. If something really happens, perhaps this family will be ruthlessly obliterated in the long river of history. Humble, no, this is what a real man should do, even if his dignity is abandoned. But there is a price to be paid for doing good deeds. Do evil too. Without water to drink, Xin looked aside and drank it with cactus juice. Although the taste was not good, the nutritional value was still there. After all, his more purpose is to keep Hina full, because as a meat eater, Hina needs to eat a lot of food every day to maintain nutrition. After all, she is still in the age of growing body. Hey, store manager! What do you have here? My lord, what do you mean? Money. Xin stated his purpose. He said, the money you grab is divided into you to make up for the loss. You just need to tell me who has the most money here. I am half a pirate, and the robbery is mine. Professional content. That's it. My lord, there are two major forces in this town facing off. Usually, someone must come out and curse at this point. But since you are here, they naturally dare not presume. Go on. The two big forces, one group is Marine, they work for the world government, under the command of Marine Marshal Gu Kong. The other group is the gang family forces that have existed in the town since ancient times, and the water source for their master is here. Master. It is said that the gold in their warehouse was robbed from a kingdom. It is the heavenly gold that was once to be handed over to celestial dragons, worth 10 billion berry. So, the purpose of Marine's stationing here is also to recover that part of the lost heavenly gold, right? My lord is really smart. Although Marine intends to chase revolving heaven for gold, it's a pity that the family forces here are fighting fiercely. The two have been fighting for nearly 10 years, and there is no news yet. 10 years. Xin sneered and asked, isn't Celestial Dragons planning to continue to collect this money? The world government won't be able to win a small town. Chapter 21. You don't know. The store manager said quietly at this time, for the world government, the money that cannot be recovered is far greater than the income that can be recovered. Because this island does not belong to any world government to join. It is a zone managed by the country, and there is a unique geographical advantage here, that is, 4 of the 7 Grand Line roads will pass here. And the world government wants to control this route, then naturally they have to find a reason to be justified. Occupying this area, they deliberately created contradictions, and the local law enforcement officers were unable to fight the culprits and could only ask Marine for help. It's interesting. Xin thinks this story is very good, but, because of this, Marine is not willing to eliminate the gang party. Of course, not only that. The store manager shook his head and said meaningfully, for the world government, if one gang is missing, then there will be a second gang. And the process of selecting a new gang boss will be very chaotic. A boss, to maintain order, and second, continue to pressure the boss to do less bad things and reduce harm to the world government. The essence of gangs is that when the rights of the world government cannot sink to the grassroots, the vacuum of the bottom rights will naturally leading to the birth of gangs, and on the premise that this problem cannot be solved, killing a mature gang boss will only lead to the appearance of other immature gang bosses. To put it bluntly, this is the ghost of the world government, black and white. They are all their forces, and human rights at the bottom do not exist at all. Even this small town has become impoverished. That's why you robbed that man. This is something that can't be helped. The store manager smiled brightly, indicating that this is the daily life of the small town. No wonder. Understood. Xin laughed and said deeply, snatching the gangs here is equivalent to killing the people and offending the world government. So many people know it but dare not do anything. The action is wonderful, thank them for keeping so much money for me. My lord, don't you really want to? Does that still need to be said? Lead the way, remember to bring a sack to hold the gold. Good. The store manager turned around and took out a whole row of muskets from the box behind. A large number of bullets and explosives were placed neatly. At this time, he excitedly said, "When shall we act?" Click. Click. All the guns were loaded with bullets. The shop manager smiled slightly at this time, showing a big yellow tooth. Are you serious? Xin was stunned by this scene. Are you the FG barkeeper? Obviously you are the real robber. What if I reveal my identity? Haha. The store manager pointed to his head and said, "My lord, I am not stupid. Of course I know the consequences of doing this, but I have been fed up with the system here. Go to North Blue and find a wife to live incognito." Okay, I have thought about the future. Have you wanted to do this a long time ago, just waiting for an opportunity? You used to be a treasure hunter, right? Xin deeply doubted the identity of the store manager at this time, but the other party smiled and did not answer, which shows that he guessed correctly. But anyway, the information provided by the store manager can be considered. After all, that is 10 billion berry. Enough for himself and Hina to spend a while. Cactus Town, near the bank. Papa, Papa, the sound of spur boots stepping on the ground sounded, and the two of them appeared next to the station with a Tyrannosaurus Rex. At this time, the style of painting suddenly changed. Xin was wearing a cowboy hat, wearing a trench coat, and holding a half-person height shotgun in his hand. He clicked on the gun and strode forward, following behind him. Hina, who also wears a huge cowboy hat, carries a Mac hand machine gun on her back, and is fully armed with a weapon like Gatling. It looks terrifying. Finally, the manager of the tavern turned into a robber in the west. He was now masked, carrying a long spear behind him, and walking forward with 2 spears in his hand. Robbery. Everyone is not allowed to move, not to notify Marine. Xin kicked open the door of the bank. At this time, he held a double-barrel shotgun at the manager of the bank, and shouted in a low voice, "Move a little bit, open the safe." "Yes, yes. Don't kill me, don't kill me." The bank manager was terrified at this time, and walked to the bank warehouse shiveringly. Xin stared at him so hard that people did not dare to act rashly. Certainly. Xin and the store manager did not come to rob the bank. The bank here is robbed several times a year, and there is no money in it. Moreover, Xin can break the lock directly and open the safe forcibly to get the money. No manager is required. Unlock the lock so slowly. Their purpose is to attract the attention of local gangs. As predicted. When the robbery between Xin and the store manager was discovered by witnesses, a young and thin boy ran in one direction non-stop, as if to inform someone. Chapter 22. After a few minutes, Xin watched the bank manager open the safe, and then took out a wad of coins, about 1 million berry, which is really pitiful. Hey. The store manager picked up the sack to load money at this time, but Xin didn't move. Instead, her ears moved slightly and heard the subtle footsteps outside the room. Coming. Xin pressed the shoulders of the store manager and gestured to him. Suddenly the store manager stopped taking money and nodded nervously. Open the door, Hina. Accompanied by a huge roar, the tyrannical body of the Tyrannosaurus smashed the door of the bank together with the wall. At this moment, the enemy ambushing near the corner was crushed and collapsed. At this moment, Xin strode out. When she came to Hina's face, she leaped forward and sat on her back. Kill them all! The shotgun made a terrifying roar. Every time the fire broke out, half of a gangster's body was blown up. At this time, Xin, who had transformed from a western cowboy to a Tyrannosaurus knight, swept the audience like a desert warrior. What the hell is this monster? The gang leader's cigar fell on the ground at this time. The whole person looked silly. He brought 20 people to wipe out the guy who was brave enough to rob the bank in the town under their jurisdiction, but he didn't expect to suddenly get out of the bank. A Tyrannosaurus Rex and a strong man with a shotgun fired everywhere. Aha! Tyrannosaurus Knight, is there anything more exciting than this? Xin loaded the shotgun with bullets at this time, and said to the bandit desperately running away, go back. Tell you boss, this is Laozi's site. If you don't accept it, tomorrow noon, let he came to a duel with me. Haha. The robber shopkeeper also mounted the horse at this time and laughed in the distance, but it was not that he dared to approach, but that the horse felt the dragon's blood pressure suppressed and refused to step forward. Go away, the weak. Xin held the shotgun up to the sky and fired. With the sound of the gun, the gangs crawled and fled here, as if announcing that the town had completely fallen. But it was also the beginning of this event that Xin's reward order was shown in front of everyone for the first time. Of course, Hina, a Tyrannosaurus Rex, was also included and regarded as Xin's mount. Offer a reward together. It's so cool, Mr. Xin, it's been a long time since I did such an exciting thing. The manager of the robber got off his horse at this time, walked over alone, looked up at Xin, who was riding a Tyrannosaurus high above. This time the family power has been deflated, and it will definitely find a place again. I'm afraid there will be a game tomorrow. It's a fierce battle. Compared to us, you should worry about yourself and be careful of getting your head shot by a sniper. Xin calmly looked at the streets of the town where the wind and dust were blowing, and said in a deep voice, I will leave this place when I take away the 10 billion berry tomorrow. As for you, if you are accidentally caught, don't expect me to save you. Mr. Xin, well, I see. The robber shop manager originally wanted to play the emotional card, but found that Xin didn't catch him at all, so he immediately took back the pitiful look, saying that he would try to escape. However, after many years, Xin really heard the news of the robber store manager again. I don't know if this is considered an Easter egg. After all, Xin found him on the list of prisoners detained in a large prison. According to the prison number, he was able to find a skeleton wearing a bracelet and handcuffs. There was a yellowed note beside him. A diary contains the name of Xin, and fully tells the process of this Cactus Town robbery. It seems that the robber shop manager will not have a good life in the future. He is an old hapless guy. The next day, at noon, when the sun was scorching, a big event happened in Cactus Town. There were people coming and going on the street, and more than 200 gangs completely surrounded the town. What surprised Xin was that the group actually came for revenge, but this time, they brought a master. Mr. Xin. The situation is not good. Suddenly, the manager of the tavern ran over in horror, sweating profusely, and there seemed to be some urgent news. He drank a sip of cactus juice to moisturize his throat, and then said, They are here. Death Revolver Randy. The pirate who offered a 150 million berry bounty. Oh! Xin's eyes condensed, no wonder the group of people dared to come back. It turned out to be a rescuer. What do we do? Do you want to avoid the edge? The store manager asked anxiously. Retreat? Why do you want to retreat? I made the challenge. Now that I am running away, I am embarrassed and lost to the Grand Line. With that, Xin put on the belt of the revolver, picked up the cowboy hat on the side and buckled it on his head, preparing to go out. P.S. There are 4 more changes, about 6 a day. If you have good results, there is no upper limit. usually twice in the morning, and many times in the evening. In addition, thank you for your rewards and evaluation votes. Chapter 23. Hina, you are waiting here. Hina, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, who was lying on his stomach in the house, just thought of getting up. She was stopped by Xin. He said, "Brother, I will be back right away. If you follow the target, it will be too big." Roar. Although Hina was dissatisfied, she was still obedient and continued to sleep with her head buried. "Manager, are you going?" Xin turned his eyes slightly at this time, looking at this timid fellow. "Me." The store manager waved his hand quickly and said, "I'll forget it, Mr. Xin, you have to be very careful. That death revolver Randy, but a famous quick shooter. No one beats him. The gun speed is faster. Know it." Xin yawned, and then made full preparations, pushed open the door of the tavern, and walked out. Kaka. As soon as he left the house, dozens of shotguns were suddenly raised and aimed at Xin's head. Then a tall and thin man walked in the crowd, his eyes sharper than eagle eyes, and he signaled his subordinates to put down their weapons. "Are you the one who is going to challenge me?" The tall and thin man looked up and down Xin with sharp eyes, as if he could feel a lot of deterrence and oppression. He didn't dare to underestimate him. "Are you a newcomer pirate who came to Grand Line for the first time? I haven't heard of it. Your name? However, if you dare to come here to find the fault, I would advise you to die of your heart. Let's go now, and we will not blame it." Hear the words. Xin smiled and took a step forward. The tall body, shrank to a meter at this time, looked down at the sharp-eyed man, 2.7 meters, shorter than him, and then under the gaze of the opponent, he took the cigar in his mouth. He squeezed it off, and then stuffed it into the opponent's mouth with the lighted end. "Bah!" The tall and thin man's eyelids jumped wildly. At this time, he endured the terrifying killing intent and stared at Xin, a hole. "You asked for it. According to your rules, are you playing this?" Xin drew the revolver from his waist, turned it around in his hand, and asked. "Hey, kid, I'll shoot you into a hornet's nest later." As the so-called insiders look at outsiders, when the tall and thin man discovered that Xin could not play guns at all, he suddenly sneered. The man in front of him was dead. "Ha ha!" Xin smiled without saying a word, and followed him to the duel in the desert clearing. At this time, the surrounding gang members surrounded the area. Everyone was fierce and glaring at this side. The ordinary residents hid in the house and did not dare to come out, and some peeped through the window to watch the duel outside. Even Ben Beckman's father heard about the duel. It stands to reason that he will go out to watch, but now his wife is about to give birth. It happened to happen that this time, making him anxious, but you can't go out and ask for help. After all, who would dare to go out at this time? At this time, in the duel arena, the wind was howling and the sand was rolling. The two men stood facing each other under the blazing sun, stepping back step by step, gradually opening a safe distance, and then froze in place. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. I don't know how long has passed, and no one moved. This kind of duel tests an extremely powerful psychological quality. Whoever can't help but shoots first, whoever reveals the flaws may be killed. On the other side, the man named Randy has been staring sharply at Xin's expression in his hands, as if looking for the man's flaws, but Xin's expression has not changed, and his hands have not moved. You can say he has no psychological pressure at all, and even treats this as a game. Suddenly, Randy's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling that he was underestimated, so his hand began to slowly approach the position of the revolver. On the other side, Xin also raised his head and drew his gun at Randy. In an instant, he also drew his gun. Boom! The two gunshots sounded almost at the same time, with tearing sound effects in the air, and then both of them froze in place, looking at each other with shocked expressions. Randy and Xin both had such surprised expressions. At this time, of the two bullets, one was hidden by Randy's head slightly, and the other was directly bitten in the teeth by Xin, and he was vomited at this time. Came out. What's the situation? Xin was a little surprised. Although the opponent's offensive was extremely fast, his amazing nerve reflex could still catch the bullet's trajectory. But this doesn't mean that he can escape by attacking the other party. How did he do it? And many more. Xin suddenly realized something, squinted, and said every word, "Observation hacky. You even know this ability." Death Revolver Randy looked at Xin unexpectedly at this time, and said sharply, "It seems that you are not an ordinary pirate. Since you have heard of observation hacky, then you should know that you will definitely lose. Do you think that if you can cheat, I can't?" Chapter 24. Observation hacky is absolutely the same ability as a plugin in this kind of duel. But Xin's super reaction speed was not bad either. At this time, the two picked up the revolver again and began to shoot at each other. Then, the bullets fell down, and they were evaded or intercepted. The crowds and gangs watching nearby were dumbfounded in this scene. Is this the damn thing done by humans? Dodging bullets to hide from bullets, biting bullets to bite bullets, are not things that humans can do. You are demon fruit power. Death Revolver Randy roared as he ran, and the pressure in his heart began to increase. His drawing speed is 0.02 seconds, and he quickly empties the bullets, and the reloading speed is less than half a second. But compared to Observation hacky and Randy, who has accumulated proficiency all year round, Xin just relies on superhuman reaction speed and muscle memory to intercept all attacks airtightly. So fast. Xin moved and shot while running, and at this time they started shooting each other frantically. However, at this moment, Xin seemed to be electrocuted, and his body stiffened. He gradually raised his head and found a bullet with air trails flashing past his eyes. If it weren't for dazzling, he just seemed. The trajectory of the bullet can be predicted in advance. This is observation hacky. It was such a shocking process that caused Xin to stop running. Suddenly Randy's bullet hit Xin's head. As a result, the bullet broke by itself, and Xin remained motionless. Weird, monster. Randy's eyes widened in horror. If he didn't see it wrong, his bullet actually hit the opponent's head, but the scalp was not damaged. Is this the defensive strength that humans can have? Feel sorry. Xin looked at his hands in surprise at this time, because in the process of shooting with Randy, he finally unlocked the use of observation hacky, that is, constantly focusing his attention to avoid quick attacks. To be honest, just fighting with the strong will continue to deepen the growth rate of observation hacky, so when Xin unlocks observation hacky, don't mention how happy it is at this time. And Xin's observation hacky seems to be different from ordinary observation hacky. Because he can see the speed of the bullet, just like bullet time, everything around him slows down in his eyes, and he has enough time to think about the way to fight. That is to say, you are dead. Xin grinned. Now that he also has observation hacky, the duel is fair. Just kidding. Go to hell, BD. Randy roared. It seemed that the accumulated psychological pressure caused him to have emotional problems, and at this time he couldn't help shooting in advance. But this is the moment. Xin can clearly see that his movements have been slowed down. In the state of observation hacky, he can pull the gun at an astonishing speed, aiming at Randy's head and fired 6 shots bang 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 bang. The time flow rate returns to normal. When everyone came back to their senses, Randy suddenly knelt down, then squatted on the ground, his head already in the shape of a hornet's nest. Perfect curtain call. Xin breathed into the muzzle, then turned to look at the 200 gangsters onlookers. At this moment, they looked at each other and drew back in horror. Randy is dead. Randy of Death Revolver is dead. He is a monster. The strongest of this group of bandits was headshot. At this time, when this group of people saw Xin's dark golden eyes, they felt tremendous pressure. "Hey, who is your leader? Let him get out and negotiate with me." In an instant, the whole gang hesitated, until they saw Xin walking step by step. They pushed out the leader who was about to run halfway, and watched Xin's tall figure walking in fear. In front of him, "You are their boss." Looking at a man in formal wear with white temples, Xin shook his head slightly and said, "My purpose is very simple, maybe you have already guessed it. Where is the money? Maybe you told me, I can consider letting you all live. Maybe you can reject me. Then I will kill you all." When talking about the latter, Xin's voice suddenly changed, becoming distorted and hideous like a monster, mixed with the roar of the dragon, as if it became huge in an instant, and the image of a black dragon appeared loomingly in the eyes of the gang boss. "This is Long Wei." In an instant, the expression of the gang boss became extremely frightened, and he didn't dare to hide anything anymore, and he did all the tricks. Sneer, ha 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 ha. Seeing the fearful gestures of these hundreds of gangs, Xin at this time seemed to swallow the world, making a frightening laughter. He laughed wildly, confident and arrogant. So far, the Cactus Town robbery ended. 7 days later, a new reward order appeared on the Grand Line. Dragon Xin, bounty, 98 million berry. Record, 6 headshots killed Revolver Randy, a pirate offering a reward of $100 million, caused heavy losses in Cactus Town, and robbed 10 billion berry. Since the demise of the plague pirates was too sudden, no one went out to confess, and no one knew that Xin killed the man, so it was not counted in the record. Chapter 25. New World Intelligence. On March 14, 1474, Charlotte Linlin gave birth to her first child, named Charlotte Sparrow, suspected to be the child of Longbread. And the other side. The remnants of the plague pirates, the guys who went out to perform their missions, when they returned, they found that the pirate camp was destroyed. Angrily, they dug 3 feet in the ground, found abandoned wine barrels in the nearby waters, and targeted them on the body of the Rumba pirates. In order to get revenge, they also drove into the Devil's Triangle. Speaking of the Devil's Triangle, it's almost 6 months to wait until Gecko Moria is born. But before that, the Devil's Triangle has not always been a land of no owner. There is a place called the Dense Mist Strait in the Devil's Triangle, which is inhabited by a super ship that is more than 10 times larger than Gecko Moria's future island-like ship. Monsters, these guys are called legendary creatures by Xin, and they are currently unprovoking existences. At the same time, after the heist in Cactus Town, Ben Beckman was born. For the sake of his family, his father left Cactus Town with his wife and children and returned to North Blue. Also in a small village in North Blue, Sakazuki, Akainu, in his childhood wrote the word justice on his hat because he admired marine, and began to wear a red shirt with his arms wide open, showing strong muscles and eyes. Sharp, and has started to fight with short sword, becoming a famous little bully in the village. Back to the perspective of Xin. Leaving Cactus Town, 10 days later, he and Hina appeared in a restaurant in an island town. The next thing they were going to was Sabayati Archipelago, and then they had to find a way to bypass the Red Line and head to New World. But before heading to New World, they must be sufficiently prepared. If the first half of the Grand Line is called the Paradise of the Pirates, then the second half of the journey is Hell. What is the admission ticket for New World? A senior record pointer, an excellent navigator, a good ship that can withstand the storm, and a strong crew. It is best to know Haki's control. In other words, starting from New World, the overall strength of pirates is no longer as weak as Grand Line, but each is strong. Everyone is an excellent member out of a million, so Xin also plans to consider forming itself of the fleet. Thus, the Xin pirate group was formally established. But this pirate group does not have its own ship or team members, only a Tyrannosaurus named Xena, and a large box full of 10 billion berry. So, Xin decided to make enough supplies before considering the second half of the journey into the Grand Line. Moreover, he was not in a hurry, because it was too early for the birth of One Piece. Big Stomach King, the skill effect has been triggered. Super Gastric Juice, the skill effect has been triggered. Gluttony, the skill effect has been triggered. In the restaurant, in the Big Stomach Challenge, Xin has already defeated several huge and obese men in succession. At this time, one bite of a beef multi-layered big burger, crazy eating, crazy digestion, the owner of the restaurant is dumbfounded. NS. Come on. Come on. Don't lose to him. The boss looked for several trusts, and no one could beat this guy. On the other hand, Hina, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, crouched aside and looked at this side. Because she is not a human, so she is forbidden to compete. After all, everyone thinks that Tyrannosaurus has a huge appetite, and it must be more edible than humans. But unfortunately they only noticed that Hina is a dragon, but ignored the nature of Xin, who is wearing human skin. His stomach is a bottomless pit, and he can eat the boss to go bankrupt. Finally, during the 10-game winning streak, the boss fainted overwhelmedly, and the store was temporarily closed for business and declared bankruptcy. It's gone. Seeing how the restaurant owner couldn't play, Xin waved his hand in disappointment, stood up and prepared to leave here. However, when he left, he carried the restaurant's bonus box directly on his shoulders, which simply didn't leave anyone alive. But don't worry. This island is called Food Island. It is also the most suitable island for girls, and it has all the food and beauty. In the original book, here is the special extravaganza theatrical version. The Straw Hat links the 7 Dragon Balls Goku and the captive of the gourmet food. The world's largest food party was also held here. The winner's prize is a rare delicacy carrot sucks beef. It is said that this cow specializes in high-end ingredients and grew up with diamonds in its bones. Certainly. There must be no such characters in this era, and Xin came here because the Legendary Creatures book of the system map marked this place with a legendary monster, food material, distributed here, and its name is the Big Stomach King. Naked fish looks a bit like a crying pupa in 3 eyes. The upper body of the fish and the lower body of the octopus have sharp teeth, and the size is comparable to that of the sea kings. As a legendary creature, it also has quite a heaven-defying ability. It is said to have an endless appetite that can eat all the food in the world. In the original work, it resists Wukong's Super 3 states of Turtle Kigong, Luffy 3rd Gear Armed Color Elephant Machine Gun. He died with 36 bursts of nail punches, and his strength is not unforgiving. As for the story of eating goods, it must be very boring. Xin is not interested in these. Apart from hunting for the food here, he also looks for rare creatures by the way, replenishes the inventory, and then uses the diamond scales of the monster here to build an extremely sturdy boat. The big ship, the kind that can smash the reefs, driving such a ship is definitely hacky. Chapter 26. Gourmet Island, in the bustling lush forest. Successfully captured the legendary delicious food the hungry bird. Xin held a struggling strange bird at this time, and the bright feathers began to fall off continuously. He hurriedly said to the Tyrannosaurus on the side, "Quick, Hina, put the cage down. Prepare a campfire, a knife and fork. I heard that the hungry birds are the most delicious when they are cooked and eaten." Tweet sizzle. The terrified hungry bird screamed frantically at this time, and its screams also attracted the attention of another predator in the forest. When several giant bears with ferocious horns appeared, Xin and Hina stopping the movement in his hand, looking back strangely, the unicorn bears suddenly howled, and they wanted to run. And the dragon brothers and sisters glanced at each other, and showed ill-intentioned smiles. Screams. Whoops. Grunt. For a while, there were many creepy noises in the forest. With a dragon roar, the birds fled out with a thump, and thick black smoke rose in the forest. 10 minutes later. By the bonfire, a three-headed unicorn bear over 8 meters in size was put on the fire for roasting. The bear skin was completely peeled off and laid on the ground. The roasted golden bear meat rolled on the bonfire shelf, drooling on the side. Hina Tyrannosaurus was staring straight at the food, and under its paws was an iron cage. Inside it was a hungry bird who survived by chance. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of these bears, they would lie on the bonfire. The food is it. Hey yet! The hungry bird who shed grievances and tears was calling for help at this time. Don't look at its embarrassed appearance. You must know that when Xin encountered it at the beginning, this guy swooped down from the sky very fiercely. His body was more than 10 meters. There is a thick layer of scale armor, and the big claws that are as sharp as eagle claws cling to Xin. But it's a pity. In the next second, Xin grabbed the bird's leg, fell to the ground with an impact of 10,000 tons, fell into a faint on the spot, and then was caught. It's so delicious. Roasted bear meat should be eaten whole. For an instant, Xin stripped off his clothes, for fear of breaking it, and then his muscles swelled up and transformed into a black dragon shape that is taller than a giant forest tree. At this time, Xin swallowed the roasted unicorn with a big mouth, and then licked it. At the corner of his mouth, he picked up another roasted bear meat and handed it to Hina, watching the hungry bird drooling wildly, but it seemed to forget that he was also reduced to food. Hina, eat slowly, there are still many terrifying animals on Food Island. In fact, this is not a gourmet island at all, but a legendary animal island of rare species. What is called a legendary animal, as the name implies, is a legendary creature. On top of this, there is a species called legendary. The legendary species has a characteristic, that is, it is super huge, also called a giant legendary creature. In addition to legendary creatures, if you are lucky, you can also encounter creatures in mythology, such as the siren, the sea monster, Medusa the serpent, the harpy, the north blue giant demon kraken, the giant serpent Yemengard, etc. But compared to these mythological creatures, legendary creatures are easier to find. Roar! Faced with Xena's response, Xin looked at the list of ingredients given by the system at this time and said that all he ate was money. Sweet and whole fruit, a rare species, the whole price is 17 million berry, which can be found on the black market or on the gourmet island. Hungry birds, legendary creatures, live for 200 million berry, and can be sold for 90 million berry after death, which can be found on Food Island. Big stomach king red fish, a legendary creature, the price of a living body is unpredictable, and the value after death is at least 3 billion berry, which can be found on the Food Island. In addition, the mountains on the island include Pudding Mountain, Ice Cream Mountain, Cantaloupe Mountain, and so on. The river is also full of cream. The entire island is a natural dessert. You can eat it here no matter what. System prompt: the new skill sugar effect has been unlocked. When the ability is activated, it can greatly increase the speed of physical recovery to prevent escape. System prompt: the new skill software unstable has been unlocked. When the ability is activated, the muscle fibers can heal quickly in the process of tearing. Xin froze for a moment. Now the names of passive skills are getting more and more strange. And so many abilities he has unlocked so far need to be triggered by himself. E.g. At this time, Xin took a diamond out of his pocket and swallowed it into his abdomen, followed by a ray of light from his body. Pika, the effect has been triggered by the skill. You got a random buff diamond skin. The duration lasts for 10 minutes. Different foreign objects can be refreshed by continuously eating different buffs, but the duration can be superimposed under the same buff. Then, the surface of the current Xin looks like a layer of film, the body is shining, it looks like a diamond light effect, and the usual fists have become extraordinarily hard, which can easily smash rocks into powder, and the defense is complete. Not weaker than armament haki. In addition, Xin then picked up a few pieces of metal, obsidian-like minerals, and swallowed them in the abdomen to trigger more effects. Chapter 27. Grinding food. The skill has triggered an effect. Random buff has been refreshed. System prompt: you have ingested too much foreign body, please stop pica behavior, otherwise negative effects such as vomiting and diarrhea will occur. Excessive foreign bodies can cause skin diseases such as petrification and metallization of the body. Just like this, if you eat too much abnormal food, a warning will appear. If you eat gold, then Xin will get golden disease, and then the whole body will turn golden, the scales are golden, and the stomach and intestines are also golden. From a black dragon to a golden dragon, it will lose most of the abilities of the black dragon form and unlock new ones. The ability of the golden dragon form. Fortunately, Xin doesn't worry about turning into other forms of dragon creatures at all, because he is a dragon egg fruit capable person. When evolution goes wrong, for example, if he wants to evolve into a bright black dragon and accidentally evolve into a red-eyed black dragon, then he can select Degenerate. Degenerate. This is the exclusive ability of the dragon egg fruit, and the only similar thing is the egg fruit. When a fatal injury is received, the capable person does not die immediately, but transforms into a dragon egg form, and then chooses another form to fight again, or chooses to degenerate. If conditions permit, it can also evolve, to resurrect and join the battlefield. If continuous, if you have been defeated many times, there will be no other way, and you will die suddenly on the spot. But degradation also has side effects. There will be a period of weakness, and the materials consumed by evolution will not be returned after degradation. In other words, the higher the evolution level, the stronger Xin, but the wrong evolution caused by eating randomly is blood loss. Therefore, Xin did not continue to ingest metal at this time. His purpose is to activate the effect of grinding food, which increases digestion speed by 1000%. So, what about this hungry bird? Xin knocked on the heavy scales on the back of the hungry bird. This guy not only has scales, but also has bright feathers on his tail, which can increase balance and stability while integrating offense and defense. In terms of combat effectiveness, it's like a fighter. Roar! Hina looked at the hungry bird, then at Xin, and then nodded. If that's the case, there is no way. Xin looked at the hungry bird regretfully, as if saying goodbye to it. The eyes of the hungry bird changed from initial consternation to doubt, and then gradually became frightened and desperate. Zi. The bonfire was burning, and the hungry bird that had been stripped of its feathers and scales turned into an eye-catching legendary delicacy. Sniff! The aroma followed the stream next to the forest, and the wind blew down. Xin, who was roasting birds on the upper river bank, did not realize that the aroma of grilling hungry birds caught the attention of a creature. The fish is hooked. During the lunch, Xin suddenly noticed something abnormal. The wind seemed to stop blowing, the surrounding birds stopped barking, and the wild beasts hid, only to see a huge shadow on the river in the distance. Huge! Xena, come to my brother's side. Xin immediately let out a low voice. Boom! Wow! Like a tsunami burst into the river water, suddenly rushed out a fierce-looking alien creature. Behind it there are many white tentacle-like tails, as vigorous and powerful as tentacles. At this time it is facing the grilled hungry bird. The attack came from nearby, giving no chance to react. The goal is the hungry bird. Xin's eyes condensed and looked forward in surprise. You are the naked fish with the big stomach. Ho 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 ho. At this moment, a low roar suddenly sounded. The legendary naked fish, this vicious fish that can swallow everything, grabs the hungry bird and stuffs it into its mouth. Give me back! In the huge roar, the black dragon, like a giant behemoth, explored its claws forward, and its wings suddenly opened, grabbing the white tentacles. At the same time, in the depths of the tumbling waves, the giant naked fish with endless appetite screamed in anger, and its tentacles instantly turned into terrifying arms and legs wrapped around the upper body of the black dragon, trying to strangle it. However, the giant naked fish underestimated the powerful strength of the black dragon. Xin did not pull into the river because of that huge force, but kept flapping the giant wings to start flying into the air. On the contrary, the giant naked fish struggled. The more his endless anger grew. Blood, rage and rage. The black dragon suddenly tore through a wide range of muscles throughout the body. It was so strong that it not only broke free from the control of the giant naked fish, it was congested and swelled due to anger, and the damaged part was torn, sending out more scarlet and scary blood. Light. The black dragon in the angry and furious state has greatly increased its attack power under the stimulation of the cells, and it has obviously become very violent, and the hideous black thorns have also grown out of terror weapons. Because of the injury, the black dragon instantly activated a large number of abilities. Tough muscles. Bloodthirsty fury. Blood fury and rage. Cell regeneration. At the same time, the super self-healing was unlocked. With a wave of the dragon's claws, it turned into a Ling-Li's offensive, like the thunder of heaven and earth, in the tumbling river, a roar from above, trembling in all directions. The roar of the dragon fell, forming an air shock wave that generally burst on the giant naked fish, causing a lot of physical damage, and even a few thick white tentacles began to hesitate. Chapter 28. Call out. There was an explosion in the air, and a huge arm and foot with a diameter of hundreds of meters was pulled over, with a destructive power, and it came out of the billowing waves, with a feeling of destruction. Hey! This is... Xin's dragon pupils shot coldly, the roar of the black dragon. It took a deep breath. The countless electric particles in the air that were swirling the electric current of lightning gathered swish. The blood and light skyrocketed, like a beam cannon that ruined the world, and the black and red breath reached straight the belly of a giant naked fish. With a huge roar, dark red mushroom clouds soared into the sky. In the earth-shaking blast, the entire forest and most of the river were razed to the ground. Dragon breath is truly invincible. At the moment of the explosion, Xin picked up Tyrannosaurus rexina and flew high into the sky. The big wings covered everything, and took advantage of the shock wave of the explosion to fly towards the sky. At this time, he was condescendingly overlooking the picture near the mushroom cloud. Escape. Captured by observation Haki, a giant naked fish with a big hole in its abdomen was now awkwardly fleeing toward the deeper ocean currents. Several tentacles were blown off. At this time, it gave out an angry roar and fled the forest. It's a pity, hungry bird. Xin shook his head, and then looked at the giant naked fish that had slipped away. His eyes became cold, and he felt that he would lose a lot if he let it escape like this. Hina, wait for me at the edge of town. After the huge black dragon placed Hina, who was like a docile cat, on the ground, it instantly triggered a sonic boom. The terrifying wind pressure made the forest trees sway non-stop, and he suddenly chased up, trying to catch up with the giant. The naked fish intercepts it before entering the sea, otherwise there will be no way to get it. Gluttony and bitterness. Standing in the void, the black dragon wings danced wildly behind, and the dragon's breath gathered in the raised head again. Xin's dragon breath is not the flame breath that can be seen everywhere, but a kind of life energy gathered by dragon attribute energy. This energy has the characteristics of high temperature, disintegration of cells, and intense radiation. It is breathing and destroying the enemy's body. At the same time, there will be countless needles as tiny as molecules that will continue to impact the cells, causing a devastating effect of decomposition. So, almost no creature can withstand this kind of breath. Its power is comparable to oxygen-destroying light. If you have seen Godzilla, you may know that there is a monster called Destroya, commonly known as Demon, similar to its breath, very powerful. If you don't understand, you can download it on Baidu. You are dead. Xin's dragon roar shook the sky, and the huge black-red breath hits the giant naked fish from high above with precision. In an instant, tens of thousands of tons of seawater all surging on the ground, condensing into thousands of feet of shocking waves, like tens of thousands. Like the roar of tons of explosives when they exploded, amidst the terrifying sky, the tentacles thicker than giant trees twisted crazily. The great extinction dragon Emperor Wushuan. When urging the dragon wings to fly back, Xin screamed from the sky, and with the help of a high-speed dive. The power of the whole body was squeezed by the cells into a state that can be called cell overclocking, which burst out more than 1 million the ton level rapid dive and crushing. When it reached the front of the naked fish, the speed was not reduced, and it ruthlessly slammed into the river, violent sand and sawdust that do not know how many feet. Buzz rumbling. The entire food island was shaking violently, and even under the scale of this earthquake, it directly triggered a volcanic eruption. The volcano erupted many chocolates and candies, which is nonsense, but in fact it is true, but it is enough to explain just how powerful the impact was. Those huge dragon horns directly shattered the skull of the naked fish and died suddenly, leaving a limp corpse. Wow! The river that quickly made up for the vacancy flooded, and Xin, who was regaining his human form, fell dizzy in the riverbed. When he was about to be covered, Hina Tyrannosaurus rushed over, bit one of his legs and pulled out desperately. Because Hina knew that her brother couldn't swim, otherwise he would lose his mobility. Thanks. Xin clutched his head, just now he hit his head with his head, and his attack power was the giant naked fish in seconds, but he was also knocked back to death. That's all. Gradually lie down into the night. When the moon rises, Hina, who is with him, sends a few pieces of naked fish to Xin to eat a few bites. Newly unlocked. Passive skill Eat Energy. Newly unlocked. Passive skill Explosion Scale Defense. When Xin ate the naked fish with just one bite, he felt that his endurance began to quickly recover and improve, and the endurance of his cells had all increased countless times. And also learned the ability to swallow energy, which means that he can swallow energy bodies such as fire and lightning to restore his own strength, and the explosion scale defense is also the exclusive skill of the naked fish, making his scales extremely sharp and tough. Offensive and defensive 1. The most important is Xin has a boat. There are many scales on this giant naked fish, all of them are pulled off, and then pasted on the naked fish bones to outline the image of a pirate ship. It is indestructible, and it can even rampage to destroy the enemy during sea battles. In the middle of the night, a bonfire was lit, tasting delicacies, and Hina enjoyed a happy time during the healing process. P.S. Do you have any favorite ancient creatures? If the protagonist wants to recruit crew members, it must be in most ancient forms. For example, crocodiles, titan pythons, wind gods pterosaurs, etc. Ice Age can also be considered, as long as it is Zoan it's fine, including eudemons. The attached picture is for wearing magic. Chapter 29. The next day. When the sun rose, Xin slowly opened his eyes and stretched his waist. Yesterday's soreness is now gone, and his body jumps vigorously again. Suddenly, Xin stared at his side like a ghost. He looked at Hina lying next to him in disbelief, rubbed his eyes, and confirmed that he had no dazzling. Then he faltered and said, "Hey, Hina." "Well?" Hina opened her eyes and tilted her head in confusion, as if she didn't understand why her brother was so excited. "Are you really Hina?" Xin looked at her up and down, then hugged her up, feeling Hina's weight. "Sure enough. You also ate the naked fish. Do you feel any changes in your body now?" Hina was still confused, but when she stood up, her beautiful eyes showed a look of astonishment. "That's right." Hina grew taller, and she broke through the blood limit of the pure-blooded Tyrannosaurus rex. From the original 15 meters long to the current 20 meters, the height has also increased from 6 meters to 7 meters, and this seems to be just the beginning. Xin found that his sister's bones have also begun to change, and her cells have been greatly improved. This shows one thing, that is Hina evolved. The broken skulls of the dead naked fish were placed on the side, as if they were laughing with relief, and those hollow eyes seemed to say, "Is your master's meat Huxia cabbage?" Break through the limits of the race, it seems that the legendary creatures don't grow so big in vain. There is definitely a very strange power in their flesh and blood cells. Thought of this. Xin licked the corner of his mouth, looked at the remaining hundreds of tons of fish, and his eyes lit up. It seems, Hina, you have a chance to grow wings. Hina couldn't speak, but at this time she showed a surprised expression, leaped over affectionately, licked the man's cheek, and became excited. If taking Xin as a specimen, compare it to a 100% pure blood dragon. Then Hina, as a Tyrannosaurus, only has about 30% of the dragon bloodline, or even less. But if the flesh of the giant naked fish can greatly increase the strength of the cells, it may cause a qualitative change. Even if Hina cannot grow wings, she is definitely not a Tyrannosaurus rex, but a more advanced predator. Nature is so magical. Generally speaking, the food chain is fixed, but if someone can break the level of the food chain, he may be able to turn himself into a master. Just like humans, they were hunted by wild beasts in the past. When humans evolved wisdom, they began to oppose hunting wild beasts. It is because humans dare to challenge wild beasts, they will gradually become smarter and smarter. The other thing is, if one day most mice can eat cats, then the level of mice in nature will rise above the cat's head. Here is the difference between group evolution and individual evolution. Hina is an example of individual evolution, commonly known as upgraded. As long as she keeps feeding her the meat of higher creatures, such as island eaters and naked fish, and then constantly absorbing the nutrients of those top predators, she will change. Get stronger and stronger, break through the bloodline, and become a unique super predator. Now, seeing Xena's growth, Xin is also very happy. At least this proves that many legendary creatures in this world did not come out of thin air. Many times a legendary creature was born on the bones of countless creatures. The giant naked fish he just killed, the fish that died in its mouth. How many tens of millions of classes are there? As the saying goes, one will succeed in everything, and one day, without Devil Fruit's help, Xin also believes that Hina can definitely become a real dragon queen. It seems that it is time to develop her body. Of course, it refers to Haki's practice. Haki is divided into 3 types: seeing and hearing color, armed color, and conquerors. I mainly mention conquerors here, because seeing and hearing color and armed color can be 100% trained the day after tomorrow. Conqueror's Haki. This is a very special ability. This kind of thing can be said to be innate, and some people don't. The Overlord's aptitude can be obtained through inheritance. Including the Traverser, if this person is ADK, then he will never have the qualifications of Conqueror's Haki after traversing. Because this kind of thing pays attention to the courage and the courage of the leader, even if some of the Traversers are the Conqueror's Haki that the system imposes on them, they are not worthy of the name. They are just other abilities similar to the effects of Conqueror's Haki, and the power contained in it is not at all a kind of thing. In Xin's view, the so-called Haki is not the kind of naive expression of "you moved my dog, I want to kill your whole family." Conqueror's Haki is the kind of oppression that hits the soul directly. It has the ultimate deterrence. It makes people look at the first sight. They can't help but bow their heads. Even if they are not weak, they will sometimes involuntarily produce one. He was afraid, even jealous, and hated him for not having this kind of conqueror's qualifications. Chapter 30. Only when a person really faces Conqueror's Haki directly will he feel what the so-called kingship is. Fortunately, although Xin has never experienced other people using Conqueror's Haki, he has this kind of aptitude. The first awakening of Conqueror's Haki, also known as the Dragon Power ability, was when his sister Hina was besieged by a group of carnivorous bull dragons when she was young. At that time, Xin showed conquerors haki for the first time. It was a kind of anger that ultimate could desperately even forget the power of fear and pain. When a person truly transcends life and death and no longer fears death, then he is undoubtedly the bravest. Inherent aptitude, coupled with strong emotions, accompanied by the shocking dragon roar, generates strong beliefs and emotions that break through its own boundaries, thereby stimulating the inner potential of the body. When looking at the pictures of those carnivorous cow dragons lying on the ground in horror, Xin's consciousness gradually became sober. Only then did he realize that he had the overlord aptitude. Maybe it has something to do with the race genes, but a strong emotional explosion was aroused. Same. Xin believes that Hina also has the qualifications of Conqueror's haki, but she hasn't let it out for the time being, because her protection is too comprehensive, and Hina has hardly suffered any harm. This kind of doting will affect her growth. Therefore, Xin intends to test Hina's psychological endurance and her individual limits. Hina, are you ready? During the training, Xin concentrated his mind, began to mobilize the strength in his body, and then released his own aura strongly, allowing the enemy to feel the deterrence from the powerful mental power. This is a kind of domineering mental impact, which is strong to a certain extent. It can also cause physical damage. Woo! However, it was not so smooth. Just when Xin took a deep breath and suddenly released coercion. Rich to ultimate. All things in the world can't help but surrender and kneel down, and the airflow is distorted, pure and extremely. This is the horror haki from the top predator. This is the real long way. When Tyrannosaurus Rex Hina endured this threat, she turned over in less than half a second. Byakugan fell down and fell into a faint. Oh, did you fail again? Xin held his head, wondering if he released too much amount. Haki has a amount limit, including armed S**X. Depending on the individual, the content of haki also increases or decreases. Xin's haki quantity is far more than that of ordinary humans, but the actual cooling time is similar to that of humans. The reason is that haki covers a wide and huge range, and it is also self-centered, that is, it covers more than ordinary humans. Farther. After an hour, Hina the Tyrannosaurus woke up slowly, and then looked at Xin with horror. She seemed to be really frightened. Because of haki, she had a psychological shadow and fear for Xin. Hey, don't be afraid, brother won't hurt you. Gradually, Hina was comforted, but she refused to feel the pressure of Conqueror's haki anymore. Xin felt helpless. My brother wants you to feel what kind of abilities of Conqueror's haki, so that when you encounter similar enemies in the future, you don't have to be afraid of them. Even if you can find this kind of aura, you might be able to awaken the same ability. Speaking of this, Xin took out the revolver brought from Cactus Town, and loaded the bullet. Xena, are you ready? Run! When she heard these words again, Hina's eyes widened in horror. Boom! A bullet pressed close to her cheek and shot through the trees behind. Hina was frightened and turned around and ran, while Xin chased and shot, and said loudly, hurry up and avoid the bullet. Only you can really. Only when you feel the danger can you stimulate your potential. But you can rest assured that even if you are disabled, you can only lie down for the rest of your life, and your brother will not give up on you. Xin laughed like a devil, and then shot Xena bang to predict Xena's position, but every time she passed by, she also began to shoot at some non-critical places, causing a little skin trauma. The pain made Hina yell, but she had to start thinking of ways to face and avoid the bullet. Although she was very wronged and resentful at this time, she even felt angry. But after this period of time, the younger sister will understand the good intentions of her brother, and when she really awakens haki, she will realize that the hardship she has suffered has become a reward. What's more, the animals in the pirate world also have many ruthless characters. Haki is not exclusive to the pirates. Animals also have them. Not only haki, but even Zoro was thrown by the bear on the island where the eagle-eye Mihawk is. The baboons have learned the three-sword style and know how to kill the enemy with swordsmanship. In addition, Kung Fu manatees have learned armament haki. Hina must learn haki, otherwise Xin will not take her to New World. It is precisely because of the threat of this sentence that Hina, who was originally resentful and angry, finally compromised and promised that he would train hard and awaken haki as soon as possible. Chapter 31. After half an hour. Among the ruins of the forest, Hina was the only dragon lying on the ground, with many bruises and bleeding on her body, looking very pitiful. But Xin, who was like a devil, suddenly turned his head, and his eyes met her. In an instant, the Tyrannosaurus Rex got up from the ground. "Tired of running?" Xin said blankly. Hina nodded vigorously, indicating that she was really out of strength. "Well, this is the end of observation haki practice." Before Hina was happy, Xin suddenly said, "The armament haki practice has officially begun." Without further ado, several unicorn bears were released. "Hina, if you can get rid of these 5 unicorns in 3 minutes, I will give you a snack tonight." 3 minutes? Don't be kidding, besides, it is still 5. Even if it is 2, Hina can't beat them in 3 minutes. Certainly. Xin also knows, but he must put pressure on it, because haki's training is so boring and painful. It is better to be bullied by a few bears today than to be killed in a battle with the enemy tomorrow. The most important point is, there is still a lot of meat in the big stomach king naked fish. As long as you eat such a big bite, Hina's injuries and soreness will disappear in the next day. This is simply a magical medicine. With high-intensity training, that strength will definitely increase. It's super fast. Certainly. Hina is training, Xin can't be lazy, not to mention observation haki, Xin's armament haki has not really been guided. But the younger sister and the older brother have different physiques, and they are totally incomparable. Even if Xin doesn't learn armament haki all his life, he can still be invincible, because all kinds of powerful dragon scales and diamond skins and other defense buffs can make him invulnerable and armor value. While super high, magic resistance can also greatly reduce damage. Even if you have all the meat and all the defenses, you are still walking sideways. This is the racial advantage of the true dragon, coupled with the superposition of various passive skills, to achieve a terrifying effect. Hina had no choice, she could only become strong enough by constantly sharpening her edge. Now she is a Tyrannosaurus Rex, able to bully some large beasts and little pirates, but when she arrives in New World, even the bottom pirates who know haki can't beat it. Come on, Hina. Don't be lazy, go and fight. Are you very angry? Do you really want to retaliate against me? You are still far from qualified. At least after you have to learn haki, I will beat you up and don't fight back. Anger and unwillingness allowed Hina to turn her emotions into strength, first master observation haki, otherwise she would not be able to avoid the offensive of so many unicorns. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The meat of the big stomach king naked fish is getting less and less. Xin has been busy preparing the hull and keel these days. The outline of a huge pirate ship has become clearer and clearer, and the training of Tyrannosaurus Rex is increasing. Her speed and strength have been improved qualitatively. Finally, when Tyrannosaurus Rex saw the lunch, Xin pretended to eat it privately without telling her, trembling with anger and clenching her teeth. A hole, don't deceive too much. Hina, who couldn't bear it, finally broke out and let out an angry roar. Xin, who was on the barbecue, looked up as if she had been electrocuted, and looked at Hina in horror, with an exaggerated expression. Yes, are you talking? Hina. Roar. Tyrannosaurus Rexina let out a roar at this time. It seemed that the young girl's voice just now was not what she had made, but it was very strange. Because Xin didn't hear it with ears, but a voice that suddenly appeared in his mind, just like electrosensory. Don't tell me it's really you, Hina. Observation Haki didn't learn it. Instead, he awakened his telepathy because of his strong emotions and will, which was too far off the mark. Roar! Hina rushed over, opened her mouth, and was about to snatch the barbecue. When her mouth was about to touch the meat, she tripped and fell to the ground. Xin pressed her body tightly and couldn't move. Roar! Ong 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 ong! Hina kicked and struggled wildly, trying to bite the man on the back, very angry. Too immature, dare to grab food, you are still far behind. Xin snorted and entered the devil's posture, eating with barbecue in one hand, then looked at poor Xena and let her smell the fragrance. Tears suddenly flowed out of his mouth in despair. Another 3 days passed in a flash, the genius did not appear. Hina was the real normal individual, Xin was a bug, so Hina did not awaken observation Haki, which is also normal. Only high-intensity training, coupled with high-nutrient meat, and adequate rest. Tian Xena couldn't wait to eat her brother, screaming in anger, fighting with all her strength to temper her physical strength. In the evening, I lay down beside my brother to sleep obediently and docilely. They were especially warm. As long as they didn't enter a fighting state, they would be very good siblings, or childhood sweethearts. But if you are in a fighting state, it is like the enemy is extremely jealous when they meet. Chapter 32. 10th Day. Snapped. 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 The wind whip made a roar and whips, and the speed was so fast that it almost twisted the air. Just when Xin thought that the wind whip would hit Xena as usual, the body of the Tyrannosaurus squatted down suddenly, avoiding the whip. But Xin did not hesitate, and threw 3 fierce offensives in a row, but the Tyrannosaurus Rexina dodged again. It feels a little bit. Then Xin kept waving the wind whip, while Hina closed her eyes and quickly dodged. Her posture was elegant and swift, and a smile was drawn at the corners of her mouth. All hiding. Xin looked at the front with a bit of amazement. It seemed that Xena had been beaten more often, and had gradually mastered her attack frequency and trajectory. Suddenly, Xin shook his arms dozens of times in a row. In just a few seconds, the wind whip began to wave like a wave of demons, with a very crackling air burst. Although Tyrannosaurus Rexina was also drawn several times, most of them were she perfectly avoided the past, which shows that she can indeed perceive the attack behind her. Not bad. Xin nodded, with a joy in his eyes, and then said, I just don't know if the defense has improved. After the boring physical training and neural response speed training have reached the standard, it is Armament Haki's awakening test. Dragon Fist. Xin clenched his right fist abruptly, red steam came out with a hum on his arm, and a powerful force visible to the naked eye was accumulating in his hand. In the next instant, he punched forward from the air, and in an instant, the ground and surrounding trees were overwhelmingly penetrated, and Hina the Tyrannosaurus, who was hit by the front, slid back dozens of meters. Stop firmly on the ground. Roar ang 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 ang. In the provocative and angry dragon roar, a layer of hardened skin with a special substance was clearly visible on Xena's body, which firmly blocked the punch just now. Awesome Hina, you made it. Xin gazed forward with satisfaction. The Tyrannosaurus Hina showed a cyan-colored armament haki on her body. At the same time, Tyrannosaurus Rex Hina still looked at Xin ferociously, and let out a low growl, as if saying, now it's me. If you say you can learn haki, it will make me beat up. Are you serious? Hina. Xin couldn't help but raised his mouth, as if sneered, have you thought about it? Don't regret it. Roar. Hina said that she was waiting for this moment, otherwise she would not study armament haki so desperately. The purpose is to get revenge on her brother. It seems you didn't think about it. In a blink of an eye, Xin has turned into a huge black dragon, looking down at Hina the Tyrannosaurus Rex from high above. He incited the huge black wings and roared, stupid sister, come, look at me. Do your best to attack. Hina's beautiful eyes widened. She perceives something unusual from this huge black dragon body, that is the hard defense of the iron dragon scales. Damn it, guy! Hina lifted up into the air with several graceful leaps, and then suddenly swung her claws towards the black dragon's chest. Armament Haki covered her claws, and saw the firelight of Chi-Chi graze on the dragon scales. In terms of the current strength and strength of Haki, it is impossible to leave even the slightest scratch on the black dragon. Roar! Can't you afford it? After saying that, let her beat her up. How can she directly show the dragon form, such a thick defensive scale, how to fight? The effect of force is mutual. As long as Hina keeps attacking the black dragon, the attack on the black dragon will also bounce back to allow Hina to bear a certain reaction force. After a period of brutality, her nose and face are swollen and she can't get up, while the black dragon Xin is still stubborn. The rock stood in place, the dragon's arms akimbo, and the huge wings spread out high, with a majestic look. Hina, fight with me, you are still a bit too tender. The corner of Xin's mouth twitched, and his armament Haki was awakened a long time ago. It was useless just now to test Hina's attack strength. Although it is relatively ordinary to him, it is already very strong compared to most humans. In addition to the accumulation of combat experience, Hina's current strength is about the same as the pirate with a bounty of about 300 million. Come here, Hina, show you something good. After the test, Xin changed from a black dragon form to a human, and then took his sister's little claws and walked towards the shore of the forest, while Hina opened her eyes suspiciously and followed him obediently. Look, this will be our new ship from now on. Let's choose a name. Wow! Presented in front of the stunned Hina was a huge and very hacky pirate ship, which was moored on the coast at this time, the whole body shining like a shining diamond, especially eye-catching under the refraction of the sun. It will be the giant Tyrannosaurus, the main ship of the Xin pirates in the future. Even the giants seem very small in front of it. The bow of the giant Tyrannosaurus is a dragon carved from fragments of the skull of a naked fish. The head is very hacky. The base is framed by 1,200 keels, and 12,700 pieces of S-class naked fish scales are attached to the hull as the main body. It looks like the hardest diamond. The deck is made of the trunk of a 1,000-year-old tree on the Gourmet Island and is cultivated here. A few of the specialty trees of the Gourmet Island will produce a kind of food from time to time as a snack and dessert. There are also many beast skulls and various beast bones as decorations on the ship. The killed beasts are all monsters. There is a wild haki that deters the enemy while also demonstrating the captain's great achievements. Chapter 33. Giant Tyrannosaurus. This super behemoth warship capable of rampaging the Grand Line also showed Xin's confidence in haki. Although the naming rights are given to Hina, she can't speak. Xin can only name it as the Giant Tyrannosaurus through a general meaning, which will be a larger ship than Whitebeard's Mobile DK. Haki's ship, it's just a pity that Xin doesn't know how to build ships, but probably pieced together the shape of a ship, but it has no soul. If you have the opportunity to meet a good boatman and then transform it, let's make do with it now. Xin's requirements are not high, and it will be considered qualified if it cannot be overturned by the storm. After all, considering the size of the crew, the ship naturally needs to be bigger. From now on, this will be your new home. Take a break these days, adjust your condition, buy a record pointer by the way, and let's go forward. After Xin said, it means Hina can enjoy food freely. After all, the days of devil training are over. The next thing to face is the real challenge. The next stop is Sabayati Archipelago. Grand Line, unknown waters. It is still sunny today. The blue water waved on the edge of the ship's waterline. When the giant Tyrannosaurus was unimpeded all the way, even some small sea kings avoided far away, because the giant Tyrannosaurus is a strategic class ship made from the bones and scales of legendary creatures, and its size is a bit like it is a modern aircraft carrier with an indescribable prestige of haki. Speaking of which, the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line is really outrageous. The temperature was too high in the first second. Hina, who was just about to sunbathe to absorb ultraviolet energy, was bitterly blown by a cold wind in the next second, which looked very strange and abnormal. It really hurts people's brains. Oh shit! With a bang, the ship door was kicked open, and Xena, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, lying on the deck, turned over and saw Xin coming from the shadows with a vague expression on his face, holding a record pointer in his hand. Bang! It was squeezed and exploded, and white smoke continued to flow. Hina looked over, as if asking what happened. Damn it, the record pointer is out of order. The boss sold me a fake. We have been trapped at sea for several days. It stands to reason that we should have encountered an island long ago. In fact, Xin misunderstood the record pointer he squeezed. He didn't go in the wrong direction, just the wrong route. Originally, Xin wanted to go directly to Sabayati Archipelago, but because the route marked by the record pointer sold to him by the boss was not a direct route to Sabayati Archipelago, it needed to transit 2 islands. Therefore, the next stop on Xin's correct route is Marineford. That's right. It is the Marineford of the naval headquarters. It is precisely because it has entered the waters under the supervision of Marine that there are not many pirate boats nearby, and not many people even dare to approach here. Roar! An angry Xin spit out a hot flame bomb toward the sea on the side. With a loud bang, the sea surface suddenly blasted, the flame bomb burst in the sea water, and steamed water vapor in the sky. A large amount of sea water crashed down to the sea surface, stirring up countless raging waves. The huge sound of waves was like a waterfall merging into the sea. You could hear the powerful vibration from far away, and there was also a spectacular picture of the sky breaking and the earth cracking. Don't be angry. Xena comforted her eyes, or she was worried that Xin accidentally broke the boat and would let her fall into the sea. It seems we really need a navigator. Xin stared deeply at the distant sea. For a long time, he suffocated such a sentence: the pirate game is not so fun. We have a complete hardware foundation, but we lose on the correct guidance. What do you think, Hina? Roar, agree. Hina the Tyrannosaurus replied 100%, because during this period of time following Xin running like a headless fly, it was a bitter to her. At least the original Rumba pirates had regular navigators, and Xin, this half-hearted navigator, doesn't even use a compass. What longitude and latitude is inherently bad for his geography, let alone lead the way. Wow! The sea that had just been blasted by Xin also formed a huge tsunami wave rushing forward. The 10-meter-high wave was like a white line, rushing towards the distance, but for the giant Tyrannosaurus, this is all it's a small scene. The hull is amazingly stable, no matter how big the storm is, it won't capsize. On the sea surface, calm gradually returned. But 10 large warships came from a long distance, and underneath the stern they were spinning like a turbine engine, stirring up waves at extremely high speeds. Report. An illegal intruder was found ahead, a ship without a flag. A scouting marine said respectfully to the tall and majestic man wearing the cloak of justice. Get close to the past. Haki's male voice came from his throat, with endless majesty, and his eyes were particularly oppressive. Yes. Go at full speed and surround the strange ship. The marine picked up the phone worm and shouted, and then ordered the other 9 warships that were ready to return to Marineford to start to move closer. They were the Marine fleet returning from the mission. At this time, the warships' the speed is high, and the target is the strange ship ahead. P.S. The big 3 of Marine are on the stage, let's get familiar first. Chapter 34. Xin here. Fortunately, he hasn't hung the pirate flag. The reason is that he didn't think of any skull patterns to use. It is still being produced. Therefore, Marine did not attack immediately, but approached the pass to check the identity of the target to see if it was an illegal invasion. Or bring contraband. Hey! What happened? Why did you suddenly change the course? This is not your style, Sengoku. The two young men, a man and a woman, approaching on the moonwalk on the warship looked at the man with a serious expression, with endless majesty and oppressiveness, with a smile. Garp, crane. When he was young, Sengoku was not unsightly, and his eyes were very sharp. The feeling of not anger and prestige looks different, and his height of 2.78 meters is also very tall. And the two people who appeared in front of him at this time didn't say anything. The man is burly and tall, and his 2.7-meter head is very muscular and strong. The corners of his curled mouth have always been a confident expression, his eyebrows are thick and wild, and his eyes are also exceptionally sharp. He is Garp. He was also a handsome guy when he was young, and he was the strongest and the most silly of these people. When he was young, Garp had a very iron head. He liked to talk with his fists. If it's a pirate, then you have to correct their thinking. The young beauty has a pair of dazzling long legs. After years of marine training, the figure of 2.04 meters has become as full of beauty as Laura of the Tomb Raider. There is a kind of indescribable gentleness and elegance. She has a dark ponytail, and her slightly squinted eyes are unforgettable as if she can laugh. She is Crane, 24 years old this year, and serves as Marine Rear Admiral. They are the main marine forces in the future. They have supported the entire marine camp with Zephyr and Marshal Sora before the beginning of the Great Pirate Era in Sea Circle Calendar in 1498. They can be called the existence of the Big Three of Marine. So annoying, 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 so annoying. Just when the three of them returned to naval headquarters from the temporary transfer of the world government, they suddenly heard someone swearing in the ocean in the distance, and then there was the sound of a stormy explosion, which could not help but attracted their attention. Observed by the scouts, it was discovered that the person came was a huge strange ship. The huge ship, which looked like a ship inlaid with sparkling diamonds, was 3 times larger than the warship, and looked very majestic hacky. But, surprisingly, this ship did not have the full army of Sengoku, Garp, and Crane imagined by the three of them. Instead, there was only a strong man roaring and a female Tyrannosaurus sleeping behind him. The picture looked like very harmonious, but also very weird, which looks too abnormal. It looks like a lost boy. The young Crane picked up the binoculars and scanned the ship far away. He saw Xin with his shoulders bare and clenched fists. Angrily as if he was breathing flames, he couldn't help groaning, "That kid should it is a demon fruit power." No one else is seen on the boat, only a sleeping Tyrannosaurus Rex, and it is very likely to be demon fruit power. Weird, this is too weird. Garp scratched his head, frowned and said, "Zayahi, are you sure that there is only one person in such a big ship? There is also a Tyrannosaurus Rex." Even Garp feels abnormal, which means that the identity of the visitor is even more suspicious. The young Sengoku snorted. Now that he has no beard, his handsome features, and a slashed face aroused the admiration of the young girl Marine, but his sarcasm for Garp was very obvious. "Do you want to fight, BD guy?" Having said that, Garp even punched his head angrily, but was caught by Sengoku with one hand, and then contemptuously said, "Please, you are very weak. I am the Sengoku of the Buddha. Fight with me. You have to think carefully. Also, you are the following offense, and my rank is higher than yours. I will forgive you this time. You." Garp grinned angrily, and the veins on his neck and arms were violent. Just a random punch, this time he started to get serious. "You two, stop fighting." The young Crane yelled, and suddenly the two big men glared at each other and let go. Notice. The relationship between Garp and Sengoku in this era is not so iron-buddy. They are more of a 3-point disagreement, and they have not experienced a birth-to-death battle. Now they are more of a competitive relationship. The young and beautiful Crane is the resourceful general with rich experience and knowledge. She has a high popularity among female Marines. She is the Marine female soldier admired by Marine soldiers. She has a certain say. After all, whether it is Garp, Sengoku still subconsciously didn't want to make a fool of herself in front of women. Let me talk about the contradiction between Sengoku and Garp. The first is Sengoku, known as the Justice of the Implementation Kun, and the Sengoku of Buddha. Since he was young, he firmly believed in the orders of the government and climbed to his current position because of the reliable completion of tasks. For those who doubt the government, even their peers will become the target of attack. That kind of loyalty is quite high. Those who don't obey government orders are not Marine, and stubborn thinking is his philosophy of action. And this kind of loyalty to the world government is completely inconsistent with Garp. Garp's justice is based on the people. He is not cold about the so-called world government, and even feels that even if there is no world government, he will still run through his own justice. It is a typical idea of a passionate youth school. One is the stubborn genius of the mind, Marine, and the other is the genius warrior of the emotions with self-regulation. This is Garp and Sengoku. Chapter 35. So, when performing missions, Garp would often quarrel with Sengoku because of differences of opinion. For example, a town on an island offended the world government or celestial dragons, and they all need to be imprisoned and arrested. But the people who made the mistake were not them. In this case, if it was Sengoku, they would not hesitate to take them away. After all, the superior's order is everything. Garp will look for the real prisoner, and will not question these innocent people. This is also the reason why Garp's son will become a vicious criminal in the future, and he chooses to let it go, because Garp still firmly believes that his son is righteous in heart, and not a heinous criminal leader as described by everyone. If the two disagree, there will definitely be conflicts, and Crane is here to adjust the neutralizer of the two of them. After all, both Sengoku and Garp are known as one of the strongest geniuses in Marine's history. Abandoning any of them is a huge loss. In order to make them reconcile, Crane can be said to have contributed. The other side. After venting, Xin, who quickly calmed down, raised his sharp pupils and scanned the shadows of 10 warships on the sea level ahead. Hina, ready to fight. Without saying much, Xin decisively called out his sister to wake up, and then put his hands on his shoulders and looked at the 10 oncoming warships. Roar! After Hina got up, she looked into the distance suspiciously. She also found the figure of Marine, but Hina's concept of Marine was very vague, and she didn't understand their role and meaning in the sea. Step on! Xin suddenly turned around, walked to the control room, pulled the boat to its maximum speed, and then stuck, so that the boat could crash all the way without slowing down. After doing all this, Xin appeared on the deck again, watching the movement of Marine indifferently at this time. He didn't move, and Marine didn't move either. In this stalemate, the two sides slowly approached. From the small black spot that appeared at the end of the field of vision at the beginning, it turned into a huge battleship that is now getting bigger and bigger. Seeing that it will collide in 30 seconds, the opposite will pass. Here comes the sound. Stop. Explain your intentions. There is an advanced radio telephone bug on Marine, and the sound is very loud and spread. Step aside. Xin shouted, taking a step forward, we don't want to cause trouble, let us pass. Sorry, this is Naval Headquarters. Please stop the ship for inspection. If you are not a pirate or a criminal offering a reward, you can pass through without any contraband, arms in the underground world, etc. Xin was silent, and he must have revealed his identity under inspection. Otherwise, why didn't he go directly to Red Line and go to New World via Marie Joyce? Listen. I don't want to cause innocent casualties. If you have to stop me, try it. The man's indifferent voice came with endless threats. Hina, go ahead at full speed. It happened that Xin wanted to test the impact endurance of the giant Tyrannosaurus and see if these tiny warships can withstand the impact of this tens of thousands of tons of aircraft carrier level. At the same time, Xin's arrogant move can be said to make Sengoku angry. This is simply a challenge to Marine's majesty. Who are they? It's Marine. What is Marine? Is a violent law enforcement agency. What is violence? Let you know immediately how terrifying the destructive power of those 10 warships is comparable to Buster Call. If everyone can be as arrogant and domineering like Xin, come and go as they please, then naval headquarters is still mixed, and can it deter other pirates? Have you figured it out? You are the one who is really going to fight, and it must be you who have suffered a heavy loss. I am talking about it. If you still don't give up, just wait to die. Xin didn't want to quarrel with Marine at this time, because he has not yet hung the Shanghai pirate flag, at least not completely hostile to Marine from his stance. But his unwillingness to compromise is seen in the eyes of others. This is hitting Marine in the face. The young and majestic Sengoku has squeezed his fists, and raised it high at this time. As long as he waved his hand, hundreds of cannonballs would end instantly like a storm, blasting any ship to pieces. And many more. The young crane suddenly spoke at this time, not only to Sengoku, but also to Xin, "Stop it, take a step back, and I will deal with this." Xin looked at this woman suspiciously. He was ready to fight, but when he was about to transform, he was suddenly interrupted. "Zaihe, are you crazy? Listen to me, brother." At this time, the young marine beauty raised her hand and motioned to Sengoku and Garp not to speak. She walked to the front of the warship and looked at the opposite side. "I admire your courage to face 10 ships. Armed warships can still maintain this calmness. You have the composure and stability that does not match your age, but we may not need such an arrogant confrontation. First of all, this is naval headquarters, our territory. You rush into it. Enter, this is your fault. Although my companion has a temper a little bit, they are all for the sake of safety here. If you can prove that you are just passing by, I can guarantee you that you can safely pass through the waters of Marine Ford." How to prove? Xin squinted his eyes and slowly let go of his hand, beckoning his sister to let the boat start to slow down. Chapter 36. It's very simple. The young marine beauty smiled softly. She said, "As long as you let your sister go and check on the boat, of course, only your sister will go alone, and no one else will follow." Why? With your confidence in daring to go to war with 10 warships. You are not even afraid of 10 warships, how can you be afraid of a woman? If something really goes wrong, you can take me hostage. Hearing this, Xin smacked, trying to get angry but couldn't find an excuse. This woman is too smart, she actually tried her own risk. What is she plotting? Avoid fighting with Marine, but how does she know that she must be able to fight these Marines? Maybe she is just bragging. But after thinking about it carefully, even if he is bragging, he can see it at a glance with the wisdom of this woman, so he can't threaten her. If she really possesses the combat capability to destroy warships, then she may be able to avoid a battle with heavy casualties, thereby alleviating the deadlock. Anyway, no matter what you do, it will be a stable profit for this woman. Okay, I promise you. But you can guarantee that you are innocent? Crane smiled softly, and she needed Xin to make a guarantee before she would board the ship. I promise, for the time being, I am innocent. For the time being. Crane smiled and did not continue to ask. After all, the future will be discussed later. Now her purpose is to inspect Xin's ships. Come on. Xin gave way to a position. At this time, Marine sent a small boat, Crane stepped on it, and 2 marine boats approached it. Da-da. The crisp footsteps stepped on the boat ladder, and a young beauty with long dark blue hair came up. She was tied up with a red hair rope in a ponytail. There is always a slight smile on his beautiful face, and there are a pair of dark blue eyes under the bangs of the eyebrows. At this time, I glanced at Xin, and looked up and down to observe his body, as if to see through the whole person. "Don't look at me, look at the boat," Xin said in dissatisfaction, and seemed to deliberately want to conceal part of his appearance. "This muscle is not something ordinary people can have. Even a guy I am familiar with," referring to Garp, "does not have the burly and sturdy body of yours. Only people who have really experienced thousands of tempers can have this power." The young woman Marine is tall, wearing Marine's military uniform and carrying a matchlock behind her back. Her eyes were not as vicious as she imagined, but a kind of intelligent eyes that are similar to gentle and watery, but can indulge people in them and can see through all essence. The young woman Marine squatted down at this moment, as if checking the footprints on the deck, and then nodded slightly. "You didn't lie, you are the only one on board, and a Tyrannosaurus. Don't mess with me, go and check." Xin brutally drove her at this time, and then carefully stepped back and stepped on the wooden board of the big box with 10 billion berry hidden under her feet. This action seemed to attract the attention of the female Marine with her back to him. "Haha." Crane's gaze rolled back slightly and noticed the strangeness of Xin, but she walked into the cabin pretending to be unaware, then looked around, and quickly walked out and reported. "There is no one, there are only some simple life materials, and there are no prohibited items." Hear the words. Sengoku and Garp looked at each other, nodded, and told the Marines to put down their weapons and gradually cleared the passage of the warship. "May I ask the name of Mr. Oka?" "Very well, Mr. Oka. At the moment we have not found any evidence of your crime, and reward order, for the time being." Since Xin's reward order did not capture the face, the young female Marine Crane did not know that the man with such a luxurious battleship in front of her was actually the evil dragon Xin, who was offered a reward not long ago, and the reward order was offered. The evil dragon Xin on the above did not explicitly mention the existence of Tyrannosaurus Hina. When Xin in Cactus Town duel, he let Hina hide in the tavern. But she also increased the final tone, as if responding to the words Xin had just provoked her. "Hehe, go away, Marine." Xin waved her hand and motioned to her to leave here quickly. "Oh, right." He looked back at Xin when he left, and she said intentionally or unintentionally, "I hope Mr. Oka pays attention to his own words, and don't let the misfortune come out of your mouth. Although you hide well, don't look down on people, especially a Marine who graduated from the Department of Investigation. I will let you go this time. If you are offered a reward that day, I will chase to the ends of the world and arrest you myself." After speaking, Crane left without turning his head, as if to give a sigh of relief for Marine. "Oh, a vengeful woman." Xin resisted the urge to give her a breath of dragon's breath behind her back and killed her, but in that case it would be difficult for him to get out, unless he abandons the ship and flies away. But this stalemate with Marine is just the beginning. His grudges with Tsuru, Garp, and Sengoku have just begun. In a large-scale naval battle in the near future, he will meet Tsuru again. At that time, he was no longer alone. P.S. Crane is very good at negotiating and dealing with people's emotions and conflicts. Without her, he would definitely have a fight this time. But this story is familiar. The next chapter starts with a new chapter, and the crew will be added soon. It's about to debut. It's a marine race. Guess what species it is? First exclude humans. Chapter 37. Soon. When 10 warships drove away with the spirit of killing, Xin, who was in charge of the observation, took off the binoculars and watched from a distance the picture of Marineford's huge building getting smaller and smaller, with a breath of heat erupting from his nose. That Marine woman, it's not easy to mess with. Xin smacked her tongue, as if she was a little emotional. My attitude is so bad, she can bear it, she can see that she is a ruthless character with wisdom and brains. It seems. Marine is much deeper than I thought. If I was the only one, there would be a fight. Speaking of which, Xin shook his head and sighed, Xena, you have to become stronger quickly. My brother was warned by Marine for you. He is obviously just a group of bullies on the sea. Why should I listen to them? Woo. Hina said that it was not her responsibility, but she was also angry at Xin's displeasure, and yelled angrily at Marine's back. Haha, I'm joking. In fact, when we are pirates, we will definitely have enemies with Marine. If we didn't do anything just now, we didn't dislike you, but because there is no need for the time being. If we really fight, I will protect you. Xin gently stroked the head of Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then whispered, let's go to Sabaody Archipelago as soon as possible to coat the boat. By the way, find an experienced navigator. Not very demanding, just know how to swim. Speaking of, if you are looking for a navigator, the ocean race is definitely the best, the merman is the best, but the murloc is not bad. But if it is the ancient ichthyosaur form, plesiosaur form, and mosasaur form of demon fruit power, it is not impossible to consider them. Although these demon fruit powers can't swim, they have extraordinary combat power and can make up for the battle of mermaid or murloc. Insufficient power. So, Hina, what kind of navigator do you think we are looking for? The capable or the murloc? Roar. Hina replied, why can't you have both? You mean, do I want it all? Xin was stunned at first, and his eyes suddenly brightened. Maybe there are really qualified ones. The kind of combat power is extraordinary, and they can swim. At the same time, the Grandmaster's sailing skills are simply perfect people. But where do you look for such excellent talents? Hey! Suddenly, Hina tilted her head to look at the first half of the huge Grand Line map, the second half was not sold, spread out on the deck, and then a pair of beautiful dragon eyes seemed to find something interesting. Staring at a circular island, there are many pictures of fishes painted nearby. This is the Fishman Island. Xin followed Xena's sight, and when he recovered, he picked her up excitedly, and said, you are such a genius. Actually knowing that looking for a guy who can swim must go to the Fishman Island. What? Hina. Looking at Xin, who was inexplicably excited, Hina said where the Fishman Island is. She just thought the fish, sea kings, nearby looked very interesting, just point to any place. 2 days later. On the vast sea, the squally wind gathered dark clouds. Between the dark clouds and the sea, Kian is flying proudly like black lightning. For a while, his wings touch the waves, and for a while, he rushes towards the dark clouds like an arrow. As Kian rushes out of the haze of the dusky day, a touch of sunlight is swayed down. It hits a huge dragon-head giant ship. Since we went to sea on the 14th until now, except for a few biscuits the night before yesterday, we have not had a sip of water or a bit of meat in the past 7 days. I am dying, Hina, I hope that after I die, can I give you, red line? I saw it, it's red line. Suddenly, Xin, who was lying on the deck pretending to be dead, scanned his corpse, opened his eyes wide, and looked up to the distant sea. Gradually, a swath of the stalwart mountains like the Great Wall appeared, and he instantly emerged from the deck. Jumped up and shouted excitedly. It's stupid, brother. Hina curled her lips, as if she thought there was something beautiful about a red mountain range, but she was still starving. Hina, red line is just behind Sabaody Archipelago, that is to say, we are at the place. We have food. I have food to eat, where is it? Hina also got up numbly, lying near the railing of the ship, staring into the distance with billowing eyes. As the giant ship sailed along the red line for a period of time, a huge tree appeared in front of the two-headed dragon. It had a straight trunk and a tall canopy. Numerous bubbles emerged from the roots and rose into the air in the sun. The shining light reflects the colorful colors of Madara. Finally, I finally arrived at the Sabayati archipelago. This is the end of the first half of the Grand Line. No matter which one of the 7 routes is chosen, you will definitely arrive here, and then use the roots of the Yarka mangrove to secrete a special natural resin due to respiration to coat the boat. Dive into the deep sea of 10,000 meters, pass through the huge pit located under the Red Line, and enter the New World through the Fishmen Island at the deepest part of the seabed. What Xin and Hina are seeing now is the Sabayati archipelago, the world's largest mangrove tree, the Alka mangrove. As the roots of the tree remain exposed on the water, the Sabayati archipelago is formed. So beautiful! Hina's eyes showed the reflection of bubbles. At this time, the giant Tyrannosaurus also drove into the sea near the Sabayati archipelago. The bubbles floating from the surrounding fell in her eyes, obviously the first ones encountered something like bubble. Although Xin found bubbles to be very interesting, he was not so shocked, but was observing the situation on the coast and the port. Chapter 38. It is said that Sabayati archipelago is an illegal zone, mixed with fish and snakes. It seems as if there is nothing special about it. Next moment, Xin was slapped in the face. Looking from a distance, a child on the 12th Street was taken away by a trafficker. The child's mother screamed in sorrow. However, in the blink of an eye, the celebrity trafficker ran to one with the child. The number area was directly brought to the population auction. The whole process took less than a few minutes, and the auction was done in front of the family. Although in the end it was the friend of the child's family who got the auction, but because of this, hundreds of thousands of berry were lost. It can be said to be a robbery. There is still a business like this. This is too confusing, there is no law enforcement officer at all. But it's normal to think about it. Because it's the only way to New World, there are many pirates, merchants, and bounty hunters, and human beings. Mermaid and Murloc are allowed to exist here, so there will even be celestial dragons came here to buy slaves, which is arguably the most chaotic and depraved place in the world. Marine forces basically can't control here. At most they are protecting celestial dragons, and more are relying on bounty hunters to catch pirates. What is called a bounty hunter, whether you have been a pirate or a criminal, as long as you are here. You can be a bounty hunter without being offered a reward. It is worth mentioning that, because the information in this era is relatively backward, and the marine power is not so widespread, a particularly serious problem has arisen. That is, you committed a crime in East Blue. When you go to West Blue, no one will know that you are a criminal. You can start a new life again. This is how many pirates do. It wasn't until someday in the future that a birdman named Big News Morgans took over the world economic news, this phenomenon gradually improved, and the spread of reward orders became widespread. After all, the technology of contemporary telephone worms is not so advanced. Hina, here we are. The giant Tyrannosaurus resembling a savage beast, carrying a majestic aura, at this moment Kun is near the Sabayati archipelago, attracting the attention of countless people in an instant. It can be said that almost 99% of people watch it. Coming here, it's like someone from a primitive tribe suddenly enters the village with a tank. Pull the wind? Pull the wind. But if the wind is pulled too far, it will attract countless prying eyes. The greedy pirates squinted their eyes at this time, looking at the giant ship that shines like diamonds in the sun, and they all watched silently. Here. Even the people in the bistro and restaurant stopped eating, froze in the air with the glass of wine, staring at this sight unblinkingly. They were all wondering what kind of big guy came, and such a monster-class battleship, definitely not something ordinary people can own. Boom! Click, 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 click. In the next second, everyone was stunned. I saw more than a dozen pirate ships and other people's ships parked near the port. They were ruthlessly crushed by this monster-class battleship, and countless sawdust exploded on the sea. The giant ship smashed into the vicinity of Sabayati archipelago, and then a tall figure gradually walked to the bow of the giant dragon and looked down here. Sorry for breaking your ship." He spoke these words lightly, and then walked out behind him a majestic Tyrannosaurus Rex. The huge dragon pupils stared below, full of oppression. As one person and one dragon descended high, the ground instantly became dense like a cobweb. The cracks open, and you can feel a slight vibration if you put it in a short distance. "Hey, you, come here." The tall, dragon-like man looked down at the dumbfounded pirate and threw it directly into the bag full of 10 million berry. "Let me look at the boat and don't let anyone approach. Here. If my ship loses even a little, I will kill everyone including you." Roar. Tyrannosaurus Rexina also let out a roar of trembling air, and the deafening roar was mixed with a trace of power similar to Longway, not knowing whether it was intentional or unintentional. In short, it frightened many people. That's all. The two bulls entered the Sabayati archipelago. The group of pirates who had thoughts at first glanced at each other and lowered their heads, as if they could see that these two guys were not easy to mess with. At the same time, where Xin and Hina go, people will take the initiative to retreat. Whether it is a pirate or a bounty hunter, they are observing in secret, without the previous hustle and bustle. Yes. They are scared. Xin deliberately parked the ship in this most dangerous and chaotic place. The more such a place, the safer it is. In addition, the appearances of Xin and Hina are too arrogant, and they look like a big villain. People are bullying and afraid of hardship, and the villains are also afraid of people who are worse than him. So now, as long as Xin is domineering and ruthless enough, severely brutal, then no one would dare to provoke him. It turns out that it works. At this time, Xin parked the ship in the illegal zone area number 16 and headed to the direction of shipyard number 50. After leaving the vicinity of the port, Xin converged a lot. Those hapless people who have been crashed into the ship may not dare to ask for trouble. If they want to ask for an explanation, Xin will teach them a lesson and teach them what it means to be rogue and overbearing. Because he and Hina are meat eaters. For carnivores like them, the fist is the primary productive force, and they are determined not to beep too much. Chapter 39. But now that I have come to Sabayati Archipelago, in addition to coating the boat, it is natural to have fun. Xin took Hina to stay in a hotel street first, then went to the bubble park and sightseeing area, and bought some souvenirs at the specialty store to decorate. On the road, he even snatched a lollipop from a child who hit him and threw it into the water. When the child turned back, his parents brought a lot of lollipops to honor him, which made Xin feel a little guilty. But seeing the child's parents begging for forgiveness with a look of horror, Xin suddenly felt that if they didn't accept it, they might be afraid to go back. Then, Xin reluctantly accepted this pile of lollipops for Hina, and then walked to the snack street and ate all the way to the end. Whatever you see is what you can take, just like locusts sweeping, all empty. Do not worry. Xin is for the money. He at least disguised himself as a principled bad guy, even a bully. He is the kind of reasonable bully. It's not like that kind of bandit, who eats for nothing and also prostitutes his daughter. Certainly. Sabayati Archipelago has complete amusement facilities. Unfortunately, Xin and Hina can't play. Now Hina has grown to a size of 35 meters. The houses are a bit small under its body. The streets are slightly narrow, with those Ferris wheels and roller coasters. With the merry-go-round, it shatters at the touch of a touch, and can't bear this ton of weight at all. However, Hina is still a child after all. According to the age of a human, she was at most 12 or 3-year-old girl. Seeing these interesting things naturally widened her eyes and immediately approached her. Can't play? Then go hard. Roar. Amid the roar of the Tyrannosaurus, Hina let the amusement park experience the power of what is called Super Bear Kid. However, the witty Xin immediately took out the money and bought the tickets in advance before Hina entered the stadium. In this way, after Hina destroyed the facilities of the amusement park, he can take it for granted that the facilities of the amusement park are not strong enough and the safety protection is not done well. Therefore, he does not care about making the person in charge of the amusement park lose money. After all, they didn't say that the player needs compensation when they accidentally crash the roller coaster. After playing in the bubble park for an hour and doing a good job of destroying the site, Hina cried. She said that she would never play again because there were no rides that could bear her weight and everything was too fragile. But Hina cried, but Xin laughed. Because the manager of the amusement park came forward personally and said that as long as the brothers and sisters Xin never come to their amusement park again, they are willing to pay a sky-high price of 500 million berry to make up for the loss of the brothers and sisters. It's a profit. So Xin agreed to the manager without even thinking about it, and said that he would never let Hina come to their amusement park in the future, and then happily prstut for 500 million and left happily. The next day, Hina continued to play in the tourist area, but nothing happened along the way, and the bounty hunters did not dare to harass them. There are many pirates here. Most of them are little pirates offering tens of millions of bounty. Those who are really over 100 million are a few. And the pirates over 100 million have brains. As long as Xin does not take the initiative to trouble them, you can't be stupid enough to provoke a weird who doesn't seem to be easy to provoke. After all, Xin only wanted to take Hina to play for a few days, and then he went to the boatman to coat, and nothing happened these days. Since celestial dragons are active in a limited number of places in Sabayati archipelago under the protection of Marine, and the number is small, they will only appear irregularly, so if it is not deliberately staying, the probability of Xin being able to encounter celestial dragons is extremely low. Until the third day, the trouble finally came. In the past 2 days, Xin and Hina's evil deeds have been raging in Sabayati archipelago, which has aroused the anger of many pirates. Therefore, the effort paid off. Someone finally picked up a reward order from somewhere in the Grand Line, and speculated that Xin was one of the rookie pirates who was offered a reward of 98 million berry. Of course, as a pirate who offered such a high amount of reward for the first time, Xin also has its own title. Evil Dragon, Xin. To be honest, Xin wanted to hit someone when he heard this title. Isn't the person who named the name at a level? The Tyrannosaurus King and the Chiryu Emperor are not so handsome, but it is a pity that those are named for the famous big pirates, and the bounty is not more than 100 million, and they are all small characters. Damn, it turned out to be a scum with a reward of 90 million. Lao Zi thought he was so good. Lied to us for so long, but, hey. Some pirates let out a cold snort of disdain. At this time, a group of captains surrounded Xin and Hina near the shipyard and the coating artisan area. Just the FK, your name is Xin. You're pretty mad, this Sabayati archipelago, is this your home? Do whatever you want, you really treat your 90 million bounty as 900 million. The pirate captains approached one by one. Many of them were persecuted by Xin. When Xin came the other day, they overturned more than a dozen pirate ships. Those were their ships. Because of fear that Xin did not dare to take action, now that Xin's old bottom has been found out, he has begun to form a group for revenge. Chapter 40. The bounty of more than 90 million is indeed a big pirate in the first half of the Grand Line, but Lao Zi also has a bounty of 80 million, and the other brothers also have a bounty of at least 20 million. No matter how strong you are, it is impossible to deal with so many of us at the same time. Today you must die, turn around and catch that Tyrannosaurus Rex, maybe you can sell it for a good price. No, 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 first take their skins off, and then dismantle the ship and sell it. That's cool. Yes. Ha ha ha. As soon as the words were spoken, Hina's eyes became fierce, and she let out an angry roar. Boom. Almost at the same time, a dull voice suddenly sounded, and the captain of the pirate who had laughed was hit with a frontal punch. In a cloud of exploding blood, the distorted and deformed corpse slammed into the distance. On the rocks at the place, it turned into a pool of minced meat. Inch Jin. The power of horror burst out instantly like mountains and oceans at close range, killing with one punch. In an instant, the bodies of the two captains of the pirate regiment flew far away like broken kites, turning into blood mist in mid-air. If you look closely, their bones have been shattered by the invincible dragon fist. It looks like limp plasticine. So. The tall man who looked like an evil ghost walked forward step by step, the buttons of his suit began to collapse outward, the muscles became more and more swollen, the body became bigger and bigger, and a big hand that looked like a dragon arm pinched a person's head. Only you. You have the courage to challenge me. Squeeze. Without the slightest stagnation, the next moment, the captain's body was suddenly crushed by a hydraulic machine, and his eyeballs jumped to the ground in the distance. The bloody and cruel scene accompanied by Xin's raised smile on the corner of his mouth, he turned into a shadow in the shadows. A terrifying black dragon roaring up to the sky made a huge roar that trembled the sky at this moment. I don't even care about giant beasts, let alone you. The black dragon Xin at this time seems to be able to swallow the world and the earth, which is shocking. He roars frantically, confident and arrogant, no one is worthy of my opponent, anyone who challenges me must die. Go. I don't know who yelled first. The pirate captains around who had been scared for a long time scattered and fled, and no one dared to confront Xin head-on. Run! The earth-shaking dragon fist hit the ground fiercely. In an instant, the spider webs that split in all directions spread to the feet of the pirates. The black dragon Xin walked forward step by step, and they sat on the ground in horror. Backing away, shouting, "Don't come over, monster! Look at me, BD!" There was a hint of sarcasm at the corners of his mouth. Xin lifted up his huge soles expressionlessly and stepped on them ruthlessly, as if stepping on a bug to death. Thorn piercing. Suddenly the poisonous thorn vines that burst from the ground spread out. The huge vine thorns quickly entangled the black dragon's hind legs. As Xin twisted his neck and looked to the back, he found a paramecia plant-like demon fruit power. Looking at him grinningly, countless huge vines wrapped his body and suddenly shrank. Go to hell, BD! The demon fruit power who controlled the thorns and vines laughed wildly. As if he saw the scene of Xin being ruthlessly strangled by the vines, but before he really laughed, he saw a huge thick black dragon tail sweeping from his side. Then, in an instant, the air was horribly distorted, and his whole person was shot into an area several thousand meters high in the sky like a shooting star, and he kept flying backwards, spitting out a mouthful of mixed internal organs. The blood from the fragments fell into the distant sea like a puddle of mud. Chi 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 chi. The capable person who was swept out by the dragon's tail rolled continuously on the sea like a drifting water, and I don't know how far, and finally fell into the sea, obviously mortal. This is the end of offending me. I declare it again, everyone who challenges me must die. With an indifferent roar at the guys hiding in the distance, Xin returned to a human form. At this time, he put on his coat and scanned everything proudly against the background of Xena the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yes, my lord. A cold sweat broke out from behind, and several pirates quickly kowtowed to beg for mercy. Get out of here, I don't want anyone to be able to quarrel with me, don't show up in front of me again. The reason for leaving a few survivors is to allow them to spread their reputation, so that Xin's reputation will spread and become louder and louder, and naturally no one will provoke him. Brother is so cool. Hina approached intimately at this time, expressing her admiration for Xin excitedly. Anyone who challenges me will die, this sentence is so handsome. Don't say it, this is not your fault. I said to slow down, you must not listen, you must run into it, I know there will be this trouble, fortunately I am witty, the first time I come down pretend to be a wicked person, pretend that you are deliberate. After watching a group of people retreat in horror, Xin complained about the incident a few days ago. Although it sounds like accusing Hina, more of them are helpless. Compared to this, let's find the boatman in the coding shop first. Hina rolled her eyes strangely and forcibly changed the subject. All right. Because Xin's ship is relatively large, the person who can do this kind of work must be Sabayati Archipelago's best line of coders, and it takes a long time, so Xin does not intend to continue to delay time. P.S. There are 4 more updates, posted at night. Chapter 41. The knock on the door rang outside the coder's house. At this time, a middle-aged man with a vicissitudes of face opened the door, glanced at the man at the door, and then at a bubble-chasing Tyrannosaurus Rex behind him, his pupils shrinking slightly. But it did not show too much shock. Who are you? Where are you from? Is there anything to do with me? The coder worker didn't seem to be afraid of Xin like others, but asked vigilantly, I don't have anything you can see here. I only have 5,000 berry in my pocket, if you want it. I didn't come to rob. Xin wiped the blood from his hands, giving people a feeling of just killing someone. I won't bully you either, I'm here to ask you for help. Help? The middle-aged man frowned. Xin nodded, I heard that you are the best coder worker here. No, I am not. The middle-aged man denied it immediately. I said you are, you are. Xin's tone is beyond doubt. Listen, you don't want to cause trouble. It's best not to pretend to be stupid with me. I won't hurt you, even if you refuse me. You do it. But if you promise me the money, I will give you as much as you want, a lot of points. The coder worker looked at Xin up and down at this time, and slowly shook his head. I am not interested in considering this now. I have lost too much. They have taken me away. Well, you go. Are you in trouble? Xin began to boast, no one is better at solving troubles than me. Annoying pirates are here endlessly, but they dare not offend me. Are you serious? Who are you? Pirate. Xin said blankly. I hate pirates. The coder worker's expression changed at this time, but he became frustrated again. My daughter was caught by them. Your daughter? Xin understood what was going on when he heard it. Your daughter was taken and sold by them. No. The middle-aged man shook his head. Could it be that you have already been killed? Xin then asked. Neither. Oh. Tell me then. Xin stopped guessing, and let the man speak for himself. My daughter she. The middle-aged man sighed and asked for help. She was tricked into being a pirate. Her mother died because of being a pirate. I can't lose her anymore. That's it. Xin took a match and stroked it on the collar of the middle-aged man. It lit with a chow. He said, it is good for a little girl to have a dream. You may be overprotected. If. The middle-aged man's eyelids twitched and looked directly into Xin's eyes. If you can help me find her and let her go home, I will promise you to coat the boat for you. Why? This is a side mission? The boss actually commissioned a pirate to find his daughter, which is so funny. As you said, I am the best coder worker here. I don't ask what your purpose is, and I don't want to know whether you are a good person or a bad person. As long as you are willing to help me, I won't charge you a penny. Even if you ask me to coat the boat in the future, I will not refuse. Let me consider it. Xin lit a cigarette and thought to himself, to help the boss teach his daughter. Although it is troublesome, it is not a big loss to get the number of permanent coatings for free. Good. Xin nodded and said, what is your daughter's name? How old is it? Where can I find her? She's Shucky, she is 12 years old, and she is a trainee crew member in the Tuna Pirates. Shucky, yes, your daughter is safe, trust me. Xin remembered the name, then turned around, come with me, I will show you my boat, give me a coding plan, etc. If you start work, I will go to your daughter. Thanks. The coder worker nodded excitedly. At this time, he followed Xin and walked past Hina the Tyrannosaurus Rex. After he had hope, he gradually felt the fear. He was at the lowest point of despair at the moment. State, so it looks very numb. 10 minutes later, Xin and the coder worker arrived in front of the giant Tyrannosaurus, and then the coder worker was dumbfounded. After looking at it dumbfounded for a while, he suffocated a word. It can be coated, but a lot of resin is needed, and the sharp scaly hulls need to avoid cutting bubbles. But I have to say that your ship is very powerful hacky, but it lacks a lot of details. Only less than 1/10 of its true potential can be realized. You still know shipbuilding? Oh yes, you are a coder worker. If you see more ships, you will naturally understand. Xin reacted and nodded naturally. Sir. The coder worker looked at Xin at this time. He said, if you can successfully rescue Shucky and convince her to stop being a pirate, then I will introduce you to someone who is the world master, the best boatman in the world. Although the idiot said he wanted to build a train that can travel at sea, he is indeed a very good boatman. He was killed and rescued by me, so he owed me a favor. P.S. Shucky is not the third person. The third person is in the Fishman Island, which will appear soon. Guess what? Tip, the teeth are sharp. Chapter 42. Where is he? The Fishman Island. The coder worker said without concealment. Yeah. Xin nodded, patted his shoulder and said, don't worry, your daughter will be back. Finished. Xin shouted behind him, Xena, look at him, I'll be back when I go. Soon Xin gradually disappeared in this area, leaving Hina Tyrannosaurus Rex to supervise the work of the coding craftsman. Near Sabayati Archipelago, the base of the tuna pirate group. In the port area, there is a skull flag with a tuna pattern. Not surprisingly, this is the place mentioned by the coder worker. His daughter Shucky was tricked into being a pirate. Is it here? Xin looked around. There were empty whiskey bottles, some cigarette butts, and sparse footprints on the ground. Is there anyone? If there is no one, I will burn the boat. After yelling, no one responded, so Xin picked up a fire and threw it directly into the wine storage area of the pirate ship. With a bang, the fire was burning, and thick black smoke burst into the sky. Rise! Ah! Put out the fire! Who did it? Not long after, a group of angry young men with weapons rushed over. At this moment, Xin was lying halfway near the huge tree roots, slowly watching the blazing fire below, and his eyes swept over a group of young pirates. Pass! Who is your captain? Suddenly hearing the sound from above, the captain of the tuna pirate group suddenly looked over, and his little brothers immediately rushed up and surrounded him fiercely. Who are you? Before the pirate captain could ask questions, some of his younger brothers suddenly turned pale, and they pointed to the figure above with horror and said, he, 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 he is, the evil dragon Xin. Evil dragon Xin. The group of pirates took a breath, and the villain who was lawless in Sabayati Archipelago in the past few days did not expect to appear in such a place. Humph! Xin looked at these guys and snorted coldly. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard someone shouting idle. Hey, you are the evil dragon Xin, who kills every time you disagree, the big villain in people's mouth. Suddenly, under the leadership of a black-haired girl, several young people gathered around, looked at Xin in admiration, and exaggerated some compliments. Xin. Under what circumstances, why suddenly someone started to brag about their name? Hey, kids, do you know what you are talking about? Xin's face turned gloomy, full of oppression. Pirates are not a good thing, or do you want to be evil like me? Yes. Of course I do. This group of guys didn't play cards according to their routines. No matter what Xin said, they all nodded in excitement. It's different for idols. The nonsense and preaching spoken by other people is the truth in the mouth of idols. A group of rebellious guys. Xin sighed, and then said viciously, "Get out of here, or you will be killed." Long Wei, full of horrible killing intent, was mixed with anger. Suddenly, the expressions of these young pirates suddenly changed, and they began to shiver back. Finally realizing that the person in front of them is not a so-called kind idol, and a big pirate who really kills people without blinking. Hey, stop! Just when they were scared and wanted to run, Xin suddenly asked them to stop again. "Shucky, come over here." A black-haired girl in the crowd looked silly at this side, glanced at each other, looking at each other, then pointed to her nose and said, Are you talking about me? Is your name Shucky?" Xin obviously didn't know this girl, so asked. The other nodded. "That's right, you stay, and the others get out. I will burn the boat for you. Next time I see you, I will kill you all, leaving none." Xin threatened. Suddenly, the pirates did not dare to make any trouble, and fled in horror. "You are Shucky." Xin slowly turned her gaze on the girl at this time, and saw that she was dressed like a bad girl and had a habit of smoking. He has short black hair and is wearing a spider-patterned shirt. At this time, he looks at himself in fear, his eyes full of fear. Why be a pirate? Hey! Shucky was stunned, not knowing how to answer. After thinking about it, she suddenly said, "My mother is a pirate, why can't I be a pirate?" "It's just you? You still learn to be a pirate, is your body finished? Will you fight?" "Don't say anything else, I must be fine in fighting." Shucky said that she was very strong and played a set of boxing skills in front of Xin, saying that she was not afraid of those adult pirates at all. "That's it." Xin sneered. "What do you mean, do you look down on underage girls?" Shucky was educated by Xin and seemed very upset. Chapter 43. "I don't want to waste time with you, your father asked me to take you back." Xin turned around and said, "As long as you are obedient, I won't hurt you. Otherwise, I don't mind being rude." "Okay, it turned out that the old guy called you to do something. It's a shame that I thought you were some kind of villain, so I really missed you." Snapped. Before finishing talking, Shucky's face swelled up, the girl stared at him blankly. Xin put down her hand. "Remember, I am not your father, and I have no obligation to be considerate of you. You just have to pretend to be honest. Follow me. When this matter is over, you can do whatever you like. It has nothing to do with me. As for your father's commission, I don't care." "You." Shucky just wanted to cry, so he held back, staring at the tall figure in front of him with red eyes. "How can you lie to people if you don't observe professional ethics?" "What?" Xin smiled. Is this girl having a brain problem? But think about it, after all, this young, rebellious, unscrupulous girl is just like the Wraith girl who likes drag racing, ill-educated, and too young. Hey, who am I? I'm a pirate. Can you believe what the pirate says? Your poor father is still in the dark, and now he is coating my boat, looking like he is dying, really funny. The more Xin said that, Shucky's eyes became redder, and then he stared at him fiercely. What? Do you feel sorry for him? Shut up. That's what he deserves, he believed the words of someone like you. Haha. Xin looked at her deeply, then grinned, took out a cigarette, took a sip and spit out a smoke ring, and said to the girl, "Follow me, I will take you to a place." With that, Xin left step by step. Shucky looked at his back and thought she could sneak away now, but she suddenly thought that her father was still in the hands of the other party. She was in a dilemma, hated and helpless in her heart, and finally followed obediently. The other side. From the new novel group 7122205071. 111111. This group updates daily novels. From the new novel group 7122205071. Xin can probably see from Shucky's performance that she and her father have a deep contradiction, and this contradiction is probably based on her mother. Of course he can't care about this kind of family affairs, and he doesn't bother to care about it. Xin only needs to persuade Shucky to be a pirate in the short term. As for what she thinks when she grows up, it is her own business. After all, she has her own choice when she is an adult, and Shucky in the original book is indeed after being a pirate for a while, he was hunted down by Monkey D. Garp, although the Golden Basin washed his hands later. But today, 50 years ago, she was just a rebellious girl, nothing more. Sabayati Archipelago, Bird's Eye View. Climbing up a little bit by the roots of the Arca mangroves, and gradually coming to a high place, Xin looked at the distant sea, and a red line like the impossibly great wall formed a line, as if dividing the whole world. One day, you will become a real pirate, maybe by then you have lost a lot of people who care about you. Does the so-called villain only speak some philosophical things? What kind of ability to bully girls? Shucky seemed very unconvinced. Looking into the distance at this time, he was gradually attracted by the beauty of the sea. She does not know. Many years later, when Shucky looked at the coast again, she recalled every word Xin had said in her mind. At that time, her heart was mixed, but unfortunately, she couldn't realize it now. Later, I met Pluton Rayleigh. After listening to the other party's narration of the encounter with Xin, and his evaluation of the Xin pirates, he nodded in approval. Of course, this is a story. Nowadays, Shucky's rebellion is not only reflected in the face. The delicate face under the short hair has been swollen. The pain tells her not to irritate the person in front of her, but in fact she just can't do it. It's better to push him down now. Shucky looked at Xin's back and suddenly thought of it viciously, but considering the tall figure of the other party, he was shocked. How about this? Xin turned his head and said, if you are 22 years old in 10 years and you are still going to be a pirate, I can consider letting you get on my boat as a trainee, but I'm sure you don't will do it. You said. Shucky's eyes widened and the corners of his mouth raised, you underestimate me. I will not only be a pirate, but also a great pirate. Anyway, I am younger than you. When you get old, I will remove you from the captain. Kick it down. Shock ha 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 ha. Xin was laughing wildly, he was really amused. Girl, you are really young. Of course I am very young. Shucky did not realize the meaning of this sentence. Xin, as a dragon egg fruit capable person, has long been transformed into the strength of the dragon clan, which means that his lifespan is the same as that of a dragon. According to the setting of a 1,000-year dragon, then he can live for thousands of years without saying anything. After a few decades, Shucky is already an old woman, and Xin's appearance is likely to have not changed at all. Okay, I believe you. Xin didn't care about the threat of a 12-year-old girl. Instead, he was looking forward to such a day, although it was impossible. I want you to swear to the Yarkaman mangrove. It's useless for me to swear to anyone, because I won't keep my promise. I'm a pirate. Then what you just said is fake. Not at all. You liar. Chapter 44. In fact, Xin educated Shuki. Not only that, but also took her to some rotten and chaotic areas of Sabayati archipelago. Those were places Shuki had heard of but dared not go. After seeing many evils, Shuki also realized that she is indeed too immature now. The profession of pirate is both high risk and dangerous, and it is not recognized by others. At least Shuki thinks that she should listen to Xin, and when she grows up, she will consider whether to be a pirate. But it's a pity that Shuki's father passed away due to illness in the next few years. For this reason, Xin also mourned for 3 seconds, and the long-term free coder who was distressed about him left the world so hastily. Shuki, my child. The middle-aged man, the coder worker, after seeing Shuki was brought back safely by Xin, burst into tears. Dad shouldn't blame you. Dad will never drink and beat you again. Please forgive me. Xin's expression suddenly changed. No wonder Shuki chose to run away from home and become a pirate. It turns out that this father is also a drunkard and domestic violence. Humph. Shuki turned his head away in anger, not wanting to see him like this, while secretly staring at Xin, as if saying, "You don't know the inside story at all. The child is not obedient, and it is not good to be beaten frequently." When Xin said this, Shuki gave him a grateful look, and then froze. "Suggest another one," Xin said. "Ah, this." The coder worker shook his head and said, "Shuki is enough. Besides, I have no money to marry a wife." Shuki looked at her father angrily. He didn't expect to be so miserable, and he planned to find a woman. "Forget it, you can take care of your family's affairs by yourself. Tell me, when will the boat be coded?" Xin has watched enough of such nonsensical family dramas, and he rushed to the Fishman Island. Roar! Tyrannosaurus Rexina also roared, indicating that she was bored to death these days, and was tired of poking bubbles. "Don't worry, sir, Shuki will be my assistant. It could have been completed in 15 days, but now it is almost the same in about 7 days. 7 days, all right." Xin found an open area with sunshine, and then lay down. "I will rest first and call me when I am done." Hearing this, Hina also yawned and closed her eyes on her stomach. For them, 7 days of sleep was quite fast. Although Shuki and his daughter felt helpless, they could only start working and coding the boat. "It's big." Glancing at the giant Tyrannosaurus, Shuki looked up at the majestic behemoth-class battleship in amazement. "So cool," she screamed. "So handsome." The resin began to be transported by the transporters. Because it was paid in advance, and more than one craftsman worked on the coding. Shuki and his daughter were responsible for planning the plan, and the other talents were responsible for painting the boat with resin. After the surface of the hull is painted with resin, blow bubbles into it, and it will expand more and more under the sun's rays. When it expands enough to go into the sea, it is successful. That's all. The sun and the moon alternated. 7 days later, Xin and Hina woke up from their sleep on time, yawned, and stretched their heads up. "Hey? Is it over?" Looking up, the extremely huge bubble coating has appeared on the giant Tyrannosaurus, the sunlight refracted in. And the colorful Madara looked very beautiful, and on the other side, the Shuki father and daughter were also tired to the ground and entered. "Sleeping. Hush, Hina, don't wake them up. Let's sneak away now so that we don't have to pay." Even so, Xin still left a little money for them as a hard work. Immediately afterwards, after Xin turned into the black dragon state of the main body, and then pushed the giant Tyrannosaurus hard, it also began to gradually slide towards the deep sea, and then gradually sink. Xin jumped up and turned into a human form in the air, and got in from the hollow bubble. Because it is resin, it has a certain degree of toughness and will not explode suddenly. When the giant Tyrannosaurus touched the sea, it began to sink slowly. In the process of sinking, it is slow at first, and then it will get faster and faster. 50 meters. 100 meters. 200 meters. 500 meters. Finally arrived in the deep sea area, the surrounding light was instantly pitch black, the sunlight could not come down directly, and it could only be transmitted to the Fishman Island through the roots of the mangrove trees. In other words, apart from approaching 10,000 meters of the deep sea, this distance is very dark, and nothing can be seen. Fortunately, Xena the Tyrannosaurus Rex and Xin Black Dragon are both capable of night vision. Their eyes are very bright in the dark, and they are alert to the ferocious sea kings that may appear around them. But in spite of this, if you are attacked, it is still very troublesome. No, it is very troublesome. Fortunately, it's not the calm belt. Sea kings that are more than 5 kilometers in size are rare species. They will not suddenly appear in front of people. Some ordinary sea kings can't stand the power of Haki at all. Hina, hold on. That's all. When the ship was sinking deeper and deeper, as if it was about to fall into an endless abyss, an accident happened suddenly. Next chapter, the deep sea devil expelled by the Fishman Island. Read the book review tomorrow and sort out the interesting settings for the follow-up. Everyone has your opinions. Thank you again for your rewards, flowers, evaluation, votes. The Hunk of the Hunk. Chapter 45. Guru Guru Guru. I do not know how long it has been. In the deep sea, the sound of bubbles suddenly sounded. At a depth of 7,600 meters, there was a ghostly terrifying voice, and the sleeping Hina sat up in shock. Is this going to Lalei to see Thulhu? Xin looked at the weird sea around him, a piece of sea water in his field of vision was distorted, as if something flashed in front of him, the speed was like lightning in the deep sea. WDNMD. Don't scare me. Suddenly, even he, who was not afraid of the sky, became a little nervous at this time. This is the deep sea. Once in contact with the sea, he has nothing to do. But what you are afraid of comes when Xin can't help but curse. The target suddenly appeared. A pair of terrifying and bright eyes suddenly lit up in the dark, slowly and silently, approached directly behind Xin on the giant Tyrannosaurus. What? Xin's cold hair stood upright, feeling a terrifying spine chill, just when he suddenly turned his head, an oncoming blood basin suddenly bit it. Immediately afterwards, the sharp shimmering cold teeth tore the bubble coating, and the terrifying sea water suddenly poured into the giant Tyrannosaurus. Roar! Xena the Tyrannosaurus roared anxiously. In the chaotic vortex, the deadly sea exploded instantly with tremendous pressure. In the deep sea, Xin's body was squeezed by tons of seawater, and the seawater of Devil Fruit's nemesis instantly enveloped her body. Suddenly, a feeling of extreme exhaustion and powerlessness flooded into his body and mind, making him unable to become a dragon at all. At this time, the back of his head was suddenly attacked and he gradually lost consciousness. Hey, N.A. Xin's consciousness gradually became drowsy. Before he went into a coma, he saw that Hina seemed to be fighting with some terrifying creature in the sea. Brother! Brother! I don't know how long it took, Xin only felt that there was a voice calling him from the depths of his consciousness. When Xin opened his eyes, he was lying on a sandy beach with direct sunlight, and the surrounding corals were colorful Madara. You're awake. There were more and more noisy voices, and a beautiful face approached. At this time, he asked concerned, if your friends were not desperately protecting you, you might be dead. Really, a human like you, how can I come from that place? Xin turned his head slowly, and saw a huge fish tail, and a beautiful woman with fair skin on the upper body. At this time, she seemed to be talking to herself. Here. Xin felt a little groggy with water in his head. This is the Fishman Island, a dreamy undersea country. Of course, this is what you humans call it. I have never been to land, but I guess the sky over you must be beautiful." The beautiful mermaid was gently stroking Xin's hair at this time, and Xin was lying on her fishtail, as if she had saved herself. "Thank you for saving me, Hina, are you okay?" Xin hurriedly looked at Tyrannosaurus rexina. At this time, there were many small scars on her body, but fortunately, there was no major problem, but her physical strength was exhausted and she was very weak now. "Woo." Hina said that she was okay, but luckily she could armament haki, and she could swim. "Damn." Xin's expression instantly turned into an evil spirit, and he looked at the blue water outside the Fishmen Island angrily. "No matter what you are, don't let me catch you. Otherwise." Very scary. Suddenly seeing Xin look so terrifying, Miss Mermaid showed a horrified gaze at this time, and remembered the words her mother had said, "Human beings don't have a good thing." "Ah, sorry." Xin immediately calmed down his emotions. At this time, there was nothing to do with incompetence and rage. That thing was king and domineering in the deep sea. "You scared me." Miss Mermaid breathed a sigh of relief at this time, and then seemed to be very worried and said, "The demon will come back. You are wounded and bleed. It is like being marked with a death mark by it. As long as you leave the Fishmen Island, it will find you immediately, and then attack you again." "What the hell is that demon?" Xin stared at the beautiful mermaid woman, wondering what he was attacked by. "I don't know this. The king has issued a ban, not allowing us to leave the Fishmen Island privately, especially near the bottom of the abyss, because there is a deep-sea demon there." Hearing this, Xin looked at Hina. She should remember what creature she was fighting with. "P.S. Xin, so? What happened to me? It took me a second, even though I was in the sea." Chapter 46. Roar. Hina roared and shook her head. She didn't see clearly what attacked her at the time, only knowing that she was constantly struggling, and then Ishin thought about saving Xin, biting his body and constantly swimming towards the deep sea. Under Armament Haki's defense, he continued to dive while enduring the attack. Finally, when there was a light on the bottom of the sea, Hina came to the top of the Fishmen Island and saw a group of Murloc soldiers from the Dragon Palace army surrounded them, shouting to herself, "Come here, and don't go back. Look, it dare not come over," things like that. Hina, who was anxious and scared at the time, rushed into the Fishmen Island without even thinking about it and survived. Unfortunately, the giant Tyrannosaurus seemed to stay on the seabed nearby, but fortunately, the giant Tyrannosaurus was strong enough and it didn't matter, but how to retrieve it became a problem. The only trouble now is how to solve this threat. According to Miss Mermaid, the mysterious creature called the Deep Sea Demon will attack any creature that goes to and from the Fishmen Island or appears near its territory. It is powerful and lives in a seafloor crack called the bottom of the deep, waiting for the opportunity to come to the door of the prey. At the same time, many shipwrecks and disasters have accumulated like mountains and piled up nearby. The giant Tyrannosaurus must be recycled. That monster, Xin, is endless with it. So Xin was thinking about hunting that creature. The trouble now lies in how to hunt it and how to kill it. Bait. Yes, you need bait first. Then there are weapons, equipment, and things that best allow you to move in the sea. It seems that you have to find a way to overcome this weakness. Even if you can't overcome it, you have to find a way to kill the monster. But before that, Xin needs to collect enough information on the Fishmen Island to understand the true face of the monster, otherwise he doesn't even know what monster he is fighting with, which is too tricky. At the same time, the dark depths at the bottom of the abyss. A huge deep-sea monster swam around near the giant Tyrannosaurus, sniffed the smell of the ship, then opened its sharp teeth and bit it up, with a click, a bit of toothache. It looks like the giant Tyrannosaurus's. The scale defense is still too hard. However, as the teeth almost broke, the creature made a chirp-eating pain, then flicked its tail angrily and slapped the huge ship, making a boom sound, hatefully. Left. Revenge. Revenge absolutely. I don't know how many times Xin said in my heart. At this time, Miss Mermaid came to the avenue of the Fishman Island, cursing the monster that hurt his sister Hina and attacked him as she walked. Hee hee. The beautiful mermaid woman smiled bitterly, as if she felt that the human in front of her was too vengeful, and was muttering sentences related to the word kill along the way. Sniff. Xena Tyrannosaurus moved her nose at this time, as if she could smell the fragrance. She looked at some snack bars on Mermaid Street with excitement. Takoyaki. Steamed flounder. Grilled octopus. Xin also raised his head instantly, the gloom in his heart was swept away. At this time, only the figure of food was in his eyes, and he walked forward with saliva. Ah, that's right. Xin suddenly turned around, looked at the beautiful mermaid woman, and questioned, "Here, do you also eat fish?" "Do not." The beautiful mermaid sighed. She raised her slender finger and pointed at herself, then pointed to the other side, and then shook her head. "Only fish can eat fish, we mermaid don't eat it." "I see." Xin discovered that those who sell grilled fish in the distance are tall murlocs with rough looks and dark blue skin. They are like most people or the vicious murlocs in the game. They are very hideous, but there are also handsome ones, but more of them are still weird. After all, deep-sea fish all look that way and have a special personality. And also, the Merman tribe does not eat fish and regards fish as partners, so they are born with the ability to communicate with fish. In contrast, murlocs do not have this ability because they eat fish. Only those kind-hearted murlocs have the ability to communicate with some fish, but there are very few murlocs with this ability. For example, the future seaman Jinbei, he is a whale shark, and can call a group of whale sharks. Xin licked the corner of his mouth, then looked at the beautiful mermaid woman, and said apologetically, "Please forgive me, as carnivores, we will die if we don't eat meat, so, I won't. You're welcome." Finished. He and Hina swaggered to the Murloc's grilled fish shop stall, staring fiercely at a group of stunned fish people. They were frightened, and the grilled fish in their hands froze in mid-air. Wow! Hina bit the grilled fish skewers in the Murloc's hand, chewed in her mouth, and swallowed it. After a long while, the frightened fish screamed "Ah!" and fled in all directions. Soon the whole snack street was empty. Chapter 47. Haha, they understand it. Hina, eat whatever you want. After seeing everyone running away, Xin grabbed dozens of skewers of grilled fish, ate them bite by bite, and started to replenish their energy. Poseidon, please forgive them. The beautiful mermaid put her hands together at this time, closing her eyes and piously sad to the dead fishes, but she didn't mean to blame Xin. Do you really not eat it? The meat is very fragrant. Xin took a skewer of grilled fish to her mouth, but only a faint glance from the other party drew, and she shook her head. Cut, boring vegetarian. Xin curled his lips and ignored her. If it wasn't because the other party saved him, he wouldn't have any intersection with this virgin mermaid. But it is gratifying that although she did not eat it herself, she did not stop herself from eating it. After all, carnivores in the ocean world are far more ferocious than jungle forests. Everything originated in the sea, and the most primitive and ferocious top predators are also here. So although most mermaids are kind, they are not the kind of mindless life-saving people. They are just because they follow the rules of nature and do not interfere with other carnivores hunting, so they can live until now, not because of stupidity. And extinct. You misunderstood. Suddenly, the beautiful mermaid girl smiled like she was hitting Xin in the face, and said, "We mermaids also eat meat. We just say that we don't eat fish, which doesn't mean we don't eat the meat of other creatures." Talking. She picked up a charcoal grilled shrimp skewers, peeled off the shells, and then put the tender shrimp into her mouth, covering her face as she ate and said, delicious. Ah, this. Xin was stunned. Instead, he felt like he was mentally retarded. After analyzing the habits of so many mermaids in his mind, he didn't expect that none of them were right. Shrimp is not a fish. With that, Miss Mermaid smirked secretly, seeming to find Xin's weird expression very funny. I'm FG, an idiot. After talking about Xin, she didn't care about her anymore, and went to eat on her own. Both sides of her mouth were stuffed with food, and she chewed. But it's right to think about it. If mermaids don't eat meat, how can they live until now, and are shark mermaids also vegetarian? Of course not possible. It was like this for a while. The crowd surrounded, and the sound of rapid footsteps sounded. The soldiers of the Dragon Palace in hard-shell armor rushed over, and then a wide passage was revealed. A young man with orange hair who was stronger than a normal mermaid rode a whale closer. Coming over, he looked down at Xin and his party condescendingly. Intruder, report your name. The tall mermaid is 1 head taller than Xin, and the body is much larger. The whale he set down also had a length of nearly 20 meters. At this time, looking at the Tyrannosaurus Rex curiously, it seemed to be the first time I saw it. This creature. The meeting between dinosaurs and whales really crossed the ages. My name is Xin, who are you? Xin raised his head and looked at this mermaid who was taller than himself. The opponent is tall, muscular, and full of strength, like a Poseidon knight, looking very majestic. Unfortunately, the oppression of the opponent was not strong. Xin looked straight ahead without fear. And that sharp gaze instantly made the opponent struck by lightning, and some of them couldn't bear the stinging pressure. Outsider, put away your deterrence. Where do you think you are now? Wu Whale Mountain felt the slight trembling of Longwei and fear at this time, so this tall mermaid was a little bit annoyed and shouted in a low voice, "This is the Fishmen Island. It's a forbidden place for your humans. I am the Neptune, the great prince of Fishmen Island, the great knight of the sea." Neptune. Xin realized that the young guy in front of him who seemed to be about 20 years old was actually the sea god Neptune, the future king of the Fishmen Island. But, unlike the king who is generous and kind but occasionally childish in the original book, was Neptune actually so hostile when he was young? Sure enough, he was still immature. Then who do you think you are talking to? The Fishmen Island. A cemetery buried in the sea. In my opinion, you are just pets kept in captivity by the sea kings. Losing this layer of sea, do you think there is still a place for you to survive in this world? You. Neptune was furious, and he didn't expect to be taken back by a human being, and he still used the land that their merlocks and merfolks dream of wanting to go. I don't think your brain is worthy of your physique. If you are not convinced, come and challenge me. Xin laughed wildly, patted her muscular arms, and then opened them wide, as if provoking each other. Chapter 48. Shut up! Neptune jumped off the whale angrily at this time, and threw the finely carved trident in his hand aside. He shouted at the soldiers who rushed up, "No action is allowed. I will let him today. This human knows what is called the Fishmen Island's first combat power." The Fishmen Island's first combat power? Whoa! It's an exaggeration, it scares me to death. Xin covered her mouth and laughed. When he saw the beautiful mermaid lady anxiously trying to explain, he said, "Don't worry, I won't kill your prince. It's because of your face. Hey, it's up to you." Neptune took a step forward at this time, and his voice gradually became louder. With a huge burst of shout, he transformed like a super saiyan, and his body's muscles swelled twice. At the same time, the orange-red hair on the back also swayed hideously like an angry crown, standing tall in the riot of the airflow, looking very horrible. Laozi, the great knight of the sea. Rumble. At this moment, it was as if a tsunami had erupted, and the terrifying aura directly and uttered an extremely terrifying thunder roar along with the thunderstorm-like raging sea. This is the lion roar technique. To be precise, it is similar to a lion roar technique. Smoke drifts with the wind. On the messy street, Xin stands still in front of Neptune, the fierce dark golden dragon pupil staring straight ahead. The other people who are watching are hairy in their hearts. That's it. Xin patted the dust on his shoulders without raising his head. What did you say? Neptune became furious in a moment. Neptune, who was shocked by Xin's ridicule, showed a terrible smile in an instant, staring at the man standing in front of him with violent foreheads. His eyes widened, and he waved that unconcealedly. The huge fist like a casserole slammed into Xin. Bang! The dull sound of fists hitting the meat sounded, and the frightened Miss Mermaid seemed a little afraid to look at this scene. But soon, including the soldiers, the image of the arrogant human being beaten flying with one fist did not appear. When Neptune's fist fell in front of Xin's face, he was covered with calluses. Hold the big hand tightly. Kneel down, Nizai. The voice of anger sounded, and an iconic white hair rushed into the sky. The elderly king appeared in front of Neptune at this time, blocking his fist attacking Xin, and angered his son. Father! Neptune's wavy hair slowly fell. At this time, he looked at the majestic mermaid in front of him in fear, and lowered his head not daring to resist. Xin's eyes shifted to the left, squinting at the person who was blocking the attack for him, and snorted slightly uncomfortably, as if he felt that the set of tricks he had just wanted had been interrupted. You told me to come out after pretending to be forced. However, soon he got his wish. Humans! I saw the old king looked over with extremely sharp eyes and said in a deep voice, I heard about you from the soldiers. Please explain your intentions. We will warmly welcome anyone to the fish. Friendly human friend of Men Island. I was just passing by, but now, I have changed my attention. Xin looked directly into the eyes of the old man and told him instinctively that the old guy in front of him was very powerful, and his calm aura and the deterrence full of terrifying predators also made Xin feel a little jealous. Conqueror's Haki. If you guessed it correctly, the power to the heart that the old king just showed up at the moment he appeared is Conqueror's Haki. Go on. The old king nodded and looked at Xin closely. Tell me. Xin twisted his neck, made a crackling bone noise, and said with a murderous intent, What the hell is the monster that attacked me? No one attacked you, you just died in the sea. The old king seemed to be concealing something. At this time, he replied strongly, Humans, put away your threatening attitude, we will welcome you to the Fishmen Island, where you can supply what you want. Then leave here. I reject. Xin grabbed Whitebeard, the old guy in front of him, but the 17-meter-tall old king didn't pay attention to Xin at all because of the height difference. Meaning, are you going to shoot me? Human. The old king grinned and showed a terrible smile. Seeing this scene, Neptune, who had just been arrogant and domineering, retreated in panic, and the other soldiers' eyes widened. So what? Xin asked tentatively, Isn't your son the first force in the Fishmen Island? Who are you? My son is indeed the first battle force of the Fishmen Island. The old king raised his hand and patted Xin's arm away. He also began to move his muscles and bones, making a crackling sound, but only me is this sea. The first combat power. Remember my name, Gansaru. Whale Rider, Gansaru. As he spoke, Xin's arm was grabbed by him, and then he suddenly slammed his shoulder and slammed it on the ground, and the earth cracked in all directions in an instant. Moment. Xin is stupid, are these mermaids so fierce? Chapter 49. At this time Xin was lying in the huge pothole, his eyes were full of suspicion, and it seemed that he hadn't recovered. Since the guys on the Fishmen Island are so powerful, why are they being bullied by so many pirates in the future? However, looking at the appearance of this old king, it is estimated that he will not live for a few years. Perhaps when he dies, the real decline of the Fishmen Island will begin. Since then, Neptune has also begun to slow down under tremendous pressure. slowly becomes weaker, and rarely shoots in person. What kind of race is this old guy? Xin secretly said in his heart at this time, and then used the system to open Shikai to analyze the identity of the old king who was constantly punching at him at this time. Soon, the system gave the answer. The old man in front of him is the Melville whale. The Melville whale, extinct, is the ancestor of the sperm whale and a super carnivore with a large size and sharp teeth. When preying, it will open its blood mouth and use its teeth to kill the prey. After all, it is one of the two top marine predators. There are not many creatures that can match or dare to fight Melville whales, and there are almost no natural enemies, except for it. Boom boom boom. The ground shook violently, and Xin, who had been thrown several times in a row, finally became angry and furious. I'm fed up. The sudden roar of the dragon completely interrupted the entire chaotic battlefield ruins. Then came the extinct dragon. The air was distorted by a physical phenomenon. The house began to collapse rapidly, and the surrounding mermaid. The soldiers screamed frantically, covering their ears, and blood began to flow along the fingers. Hu hung. Ganselu and the others who followed were full of consternation, and their eyes widened instantly. Xin, who thought he was just a more powerful human, now turned his rage into the black dragon form of his body. It was a huge dragon with very strong muscles and well-developed wings. The huge horns full of deterrence and lethality overlap with the dense bone spurs on its body, making people shudder. The horrible dark black and dark purple stripes appeared near the dragon's arms and limbs. A pair of human-eating dragon pupils were full of mania. The nostrils sprayed a terrible hot breath, and the sharp, closed teeth slowly opened at this time. Dragon, huge black dragon. The merfolk fled in horror. At this moment, everything around was under the shadow of the black dragon. Even the original huge, crushed body shape and the giant whale mermaid exchanged positions at this moment. Xin's chilly eyes scanned down, lowered his head, and squeezed the powerful giant claws. Stupid marine creature! Your power is like tickling me, and I can't even feel the pain. No, impossible. Ganselo's inner shock was even more incredible. At this time, his eyes were full of disbelief. He felt that he was facing a real prehistoric behemoth. The burly dragon body that was several tens of meters tall made him feel oppressed. And an indescribable fear. Impossible, this is not true, the dragon clan has long been extinct. Moreover, with such a terrifying power, where are you sacred? Ganselo backed away a few steps, and Neptune also yelled, Father, be careful. Followed by a huge dragon claw that fell from the sky and collided with Ganselo's fists. In an instant, just like a nuclear bomb exploded, the terrifying energy wave spread in all directions. Under the pressure of huge force, Ganselo's teeth were shaking, and his aging body also felt the pressure from the cells, and that's it. Xin still did not use the power of the whole body. Does it matter who I am? I can be a human, or a dragon, or nothing. And who are you? Does it matter to me? The sharp and piercing roar of the dragon bursts in an instant. Within hundreds of meters visible to the naked eye, Mermaid Street was directly blown through, and countless bricks and tiles were lifted off the ground, flying towards the distance like a chaotic storm, gradually turning into dust. What the mermaids are facing is an ancient behemoth from an unknown number of 10,000 years. The legendary dragon. One of the strongest races in the world. A member of the ultimate creature that once dominated the earth. Everyone was completely stunned. At this time, Ganselo Zhang knelt down in the huge pit, and his whole body was covered with scars of horrible bones. At this time, he was bleeding from his 7 orifices, gasping for breath, and the muscles on his body also paused, tearing many small wounds. The originally large and powerful arms were also hanging limply on the ground at this time, and he himself was vomiting blood in pain. This kind of power can only be withstood by a real monster. Gansalo is not a monster like Kaido, plus he is now very old and late, so he definitely can't stand firm. Seeing this shocking scene, Neptune was shocked. He looked at the huge dragon shadow looming in the smoke with an unbelievable face. Those giant wings suddenly slapped, directly dispelling the smoke and dust in front of him, step by step stepping out of the earthquake-like black dragon Xin, which is tens of meters high. The figure broke into their field of vision like a monster Godzilla. P.S. The next 2 chapters reveal the true face of the new crew. The hint is here, maybe many people have guessed it. Please post the answer in the book review to see if there are any bosses. Chapter 50. Boom, boom. In the suffocating sense of oppression, the dust and fog dissipated, and the huge dragon head and giant horns full of deterrence and lethality followed. Under that strong body, there is a dragon's tail, which can be called a huge lethal weapon, to maintain balance, and clean the surrounding battlefield buildings by the way. The unique posture of the black dragon, the dragon who despises the world, Haki, at this time, it was deeply imprinted in the eyes of everyone on the scene. At this moment, no matter how Neptune feels that he is strong and talented, his scalp is numb, his heart is beating at a terrifying speed, and an unprecedented sense of despair and fear instantly permeates his heart. Stop, stop. Gansalo seemed to catch his breath at this time, raised his head, and then looked at Xin in fear, and said, "I admit defeat. I am old, you are much younger than me, so you won, the Fishmen Island. It's up to you now." Boom! The huge dragon tail hit the ground, causing a violent vibration. Xin tilted his head and looked at the old guy and said, "What do you mean?" He originally thought that the old guy was not convinced and said he was bullying the old man, but now it seems that he has misunderstood something. "Aren't you here to challenge me?" Gansalo raised his head suspiciously and asked, "In the past, many humans peeped at the Fishmen Island's wealth and my people, but they were all repelled by me. I thought you were the same as everyone else. Come for these. So, if you didn't even figure out my purpose, you dare to shoot at me." On the contrary, Xin became even more angry. At this time, he lifted his foot and wanted to step on it. "Yes, I'm sorry." The old King Gansalo and Neptune and many other mermaids knelt down to apologize at this time. This bullying and fearful appearance almost made Xin vomit. If an apology is useful, there won't be so many places destroyed by innocent people. Xin was preparing to do it. Suddenly hearing a crisp sound behind her, the beautiful mermaid lady suddenly shouted, making the black dragon Xin's movements froze in place. "Please stop. If you kill them, you will never know what the monster that attacked you is and its name. Believe me, if you leave the Fishmen Island, you will definitely encounter it. Mad revenge, because. Bai Lian." The old King Gansalo called out the name of the mermaid sister at this time, then sighed, and said, "My daughter, oh, don't say it. It's all to me. I was young and rebellious. I didn't listen to the words of the royal family. I hate myself, it was I who abandoned the 3 of you mother and daughter, so I have been trying to make up for this regret. But if you can accept me, I can even make you the queen of the Fishmen Island." Neptune listened with a bewildered look, and he looked at his old father blankly. "Dad, the king gave it to me. Also, don't you say that I am the only son. You shut up, stupid son." The old King Gonzalo screamed angrily, as if he was scolding Neptune for being unsatisfied, and complained, "Why are you so simple-minded? Is there any cleverness of your sister? Who is this like?" Speaking of it, Neptune's brains are indeed not very good. He later achieved success all because of the marriage of Princess Otohime, Princess Shirahoji's mother, and most of the internal and external affairs were handled by Princess Otohime. The clever and astute mermaid took care of it later. "Isn't I just like you?" Neptune couldn't help but complain, which made the old king angry, but there was nothing to say. "So, what's going on?" Xin picked up his shoulders and returned to human form. Is the bloody family plot going on again? Let me make a long story short. Oh, Bai Lian, show your true face. After the old King Gansala finished speaking, the celebrity young lady also nodded slowly. It seemed that she should be Gansalo's illegitimate daughter and the sister of Neptune. Soon, when she returned to her original appearance, Xin suddenly looked dumbfounded. The pale silver translucent ear fins are the same color as the hair, so it is difficult to tell that she is actually an ordinary mermaid woman, but when you look closely, she has white elbows and thin fins on the wrist, with a hard middle one. The bone spurs extend outward, which looks a bit like Murloc. But unlike the Murloc, she has an amazing beauty, not to mention the beauty of the country, but it is not too much. She doesn't seem to want other people to see herself, and at the same time, her flat body is mostly covered by light silver hair. Until this moment, Xin finally understood what race she was. First, Balian is not a regular marine creature. Her appearance is not so much a legendary creature as it is a kind of mythical creature, because the skin of the lower body is also like a dolphin-like color. From the perspective of human aesthetics, it is beautiful. Yes, but it is also regarded as a nightmare by many sailors. Siren. Yes, this is the full name of Balian's race, like a combination of Murloc and mermaid, but full of fatal temptations.